Anyway, it was incredible. It was delicious. It was a decadent dining experience. I loved it. Yes, I did go to Sheba. Yep, that place is amazing. Anyway, the lamb. Oh, the lamb was so perfect. It was falling off the bone. Fox News is preparing an attack segment at this moment. Yeah, they're gonna be like, he's not bad actually. He's not bad. He said bomb Yemen. He's good now. They're gonna be like, Hasanabi Piker, is he actually the guy that Democrats should put in charge because he said bomb Yemen? Um, but yeah, it was delicious. It was decadent. It was immaculate. It was everything and more. I worked out a little bit this morning and did a long interview with a reporter. Did you make eye contact with anyone or just the food? Just the food, baby. You already know what's up. And for those of you who want to see the tie, okay, here it is. Here it is, looking great. Oops. Too late. Can't see it. Can't see it no more. Anyway, so I also ordered some coffee. I've been sleeping, but it's just not enough. I feel like I'm just like, even if I get a decent amount of sleep, it's still clearly not enough. Flawless and Fierce. Thank you. Um, you ready to meet Mallory McMorrow tonight? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It's funny. I mean, hey, we'll see. Inshallah. Inshallah, I will meet Mallory McMorrow tonight. Inshallah. Backup tie pick? No. Hold on one second. But yeah, what I was gonna say is, here, yeah, there it is. Brand new pack opening. What the fuck is that? How are you feeling about the other races? I'm feeling great. Anyway, I was telling you personal news, but that's pretty much it. Start rotating Sundays off, man. No, never. Anyway, folks, folks. We got a lot going on in the world, you already know, and we're gonna get to it. Obviously, I'm a chud ass loser. Otherwise, this is my whole dedication. This is my whole life. There's nothing else going on in my world, at least. It's election day. Straits still closed. Trump backs down. CNN doc. Election party later. Get in now. This is where it's happening. Someone on Twitter suggested you do casual footage. Okay, do we have a guys? Do we have a blast off meme or not? Do we have a blast off meme or not? On a side note, New Fear End is a banger. Thank you, thank you, thank you, as always. Here are some primary day blast offs. Bro, you made all these graphics, but none for Corey? Oh, you did. Okay, Corey and Hartzell. Okay, good, 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 good. You did do that. All right, hell yeah, 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 hell yeah. All right, let's go. Let's get it twisted. Let's blast it off. Let's blast it off. Your silence on streamer games is deafening. Dog. We're playing the game of life out here. Okay? Apologies. I haven't kept up with the streamer games at all. What the fuck's going on? What? Bro, what the fuck is going on? Bro, they called me. They called me from housekeeping because they didn't pick up when I called earlier to order cold brew. And then right as I pick up the phone to answer housekeeping, there's a dude outside. He's like coming into the room for room service. I'm like, or not housekeeping, sorry, for room service. They called me for room service because I ordered room service cold brew, and then housekeeping showed up at the same damn time, right as I'm going live. It's crazy. Anyway, folks. You already know what's up. You already know what's up. Corey Bush, Hartzell Gray, get out to vote. Aisha Faruqi, Donovan McKinney, Dr. Abdullah Sayed, William Lawrence, Kyle Blumquist. Okay, we got so much going on. How you feeling about Corey Bush's chances? I mean, it's the tough one. It's the toughest one today. Her and Hartzell are in the toughest race. It's all going to come down to ground game, okay? I try to do my very best. I mean, I'm only one guy, unfortunately. I know you guys think I'm literally the kingmaker. I'm the fucking guy who makes these races happen, but that's not the case, you know? It takes a movement. It takes a goddamn movement. So we'll see. We'll see what's up. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, inshallah, good things. If there's any justice in the world, it will be. All right, so probably not a good thing for Haley Stevens' campaign that the pub that she actually did a campaign event at came out and was like, we're really sorry we hosted Haley Stevens. We do not fuck with her at all. When Pucks was approached for Book's event, we were told it would be a private women's dem event. Pucks was never advised that Haley Stevens would be connected with this event. We are heartbroken as we pride ourselves on being not only queer-friendly space, but also advocated and continue to call for a free Palestine. We do not endorse Haley Stevens. You want to hear something crazier than that? This fucking pub, Pucks Tap House Grill, is literally next door to like the Democratic Party headquarters or something, like their local headquarters, which makes it even more insane. So like this is literally the safest place for Haley Stevens to throw an event together in that locality. And yet they were like, we are so sorry. Like this is something that I would expect an area like a pub or something like that for me. Oh, Grand Rapids. Yeah. This is something that I would expect like a place to do when I do a campaign event there. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, we didn't know this guy's a dangerous terrorist or whatever who's doing it. But it's crazy to me that the fucking, local DNC headquarter equivalent is next door to this pub, this grill. And it's wild that they were like, we're so sorry that we went with this corporate Democrat AIPAC shill. What a time to be alive, folks. I think people are not aware of what the fuck's going on. I listened to the New York Times Daily to, punish myself, as you guys know. I listen to the New York Times Daily to basically punish myself all the time. And this morning was no different. This time, they were talking about Haley Stevens versus Abdullah Sayed. What does that say about the party? That's the primary that's taking place today if you were stuck under a rock. And one of the incredible revelations that took place was, all the excitement in Abdul's direction, all this stuff, right? They're talking about it. And then they finally get to Haley Stevens' door knockers and they're like, electability, right? The Haley Stevens canvassers literally turned around and told the New York Times reporter that they don't like that she's getting so much AIPAC money. And the only reason why they're doing it is because they still believe that they still believe in the electability argument. It's fucking over. It's so over. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. They literally were like, we're not excited about her. We're excited about Abdul. But it's clear that she's the more electable candidate, I guess. So the boomers are still around. This mentality hasn't died out yet. There's still this mentality, and it's going to be a powerful force. But honestly, as soon as Abdul makes it out of the primary, it's over, because these guys obviously, first and foremost, fucking hate the Republicans. So the corporate Democrats that cannot capture any excitement from the base are still desperately leaning into the anti-Republican narratives, which means these guys are going to be lock-in votes for Abdul El Sayed. Okay? Now, a lot of us will say on this side, well, don't you feel like the excitement on the ground is electability? Yes, but most people don't understand electability in that regard. They think electability is what MSNBC told them is electable, and that's it. They don't think about it. They don't realize that, like, the electability argument that is being presented to them is actually a fucking lie. The electability argument that is presented to them is actually a complete and utter lie that is designed to sell the dog shit product of the establishment Democrats to an audience that wants more. That's what it is. Abdul is electable. Francesca Hong is electable. As a matter of fact, they are more electable than the corporate, moderate establishment Democrats. And tonight is going to be the first step in that direction. We'll cover all of that and more. Obviously, that's going to be the main story for today. Before we get to that, here's Vincent getting his flowers. This absolute diva. Christian says, feeling replaced. I doubt he can do a drop split or something. Like, yeah, he can probably outwoke me, but like, ha ha ha, it's just not like, and therefore. No. My gays are fighting. My gays are fighting. Vincent's become top gay. Christian feels replaced. He should. Okay. Hey, Christian, you should feel replaced. Okay. Guess what? There's a new twink in town. That's number one. Number two, you got to hit the books. Okay. Christian, you got to hit the books. You got to learn about polls. You got to learn about elections. You have to become a nerd about elections. Okay. Is he actually gay, or is this stolen valor? You're asking me if is Vincent actually gay, or is it stolen valor? This is Vincent. There's Rashida in the background right there, by the way. We're spreading gay Hasanabi orbit slander. Anyway, I know it's an Instagram link, but it's an announcement from Double Down News about Israel and ADL plot against Zohar Mamdani. Okay, we're not doing that right now. Did you see this yet? Yes, I started the broadcast with this. Live. Fox News gave me the greatest aura edit, dude. It's awesome. I love when they do that. It's so sick. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's run it again.
Live from Texas, this is the Will Cain Show. Democrats have a new kingmaker. He's the visionary of the left. He's the visionary of Democratic Socialists. And it's his party, Piker's party. And that party has an invite list. And he has a vision, not just as who should be elected to office, but as to the future of the Democratic Socialist of America. When asked a very interesting question about what he would add to the platform, here's what he said about the future of the DSA.
Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption. Prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Bring out the secret police.
I love that they're just, I'm serious. I love that they just openly are like, well, he wants to arrest people who are being corrupt in the Trump administration. That's really fucked up. Like, this is the beauty of having a good platform. And I need you guys to understand this. Like, this is exactly what I mean. When you have a good platform, when you have moral convictions, and when you stand by your moral convictions in an uncompromising manner, Republicans have to position themselves as antagonistic to what you are saying. And they end up coming across like fucking idiots. Okay? I want law and order, bitch. I want law and order. Okay? What kind of country are we living in if all of our corrupt elites can steal from us every damn day with no punishments, with no penalties? I don't want to live in a country like that. We're going to make those changes. We're going to make sure that we live in a country that believes in law and order. Okay? It's that simple, folks. In any case, so yesterday, we'll start off here. Yesterday, I got ambush journalismed by Channel 4. We're going to start our story and our journey with that moment. This is right after the Abdul al-Sayed press scrum. Okay? Shots fired by Representative Haley Stevens, who just called out Abdul al-Sayed for campaigning with Hasanabi Piker. I do think some of this stuff makes people uncomfortable. Frankly, it makes me uncomfortable. Okay. I mean, what can I say to that, man? I just like, I like that their closing message is literally, no, this is, I'm going to be honest with you. This is exactly what happened with Zohran Mamdani. Okay. This is exactly what happened with Zohran Mamdani. They're trying to tank it for the general. And if they can't tank Abdul for the general, they're just trying to take out, like, you know, a surrogate, like a media person, right? This is the AIPAC dive bomb, as I like to call it. Where, if you guys recall, when Andrew Cuomo first tested this out and it failed spectacularly for him, I had two different mindsets on this, where my initial assessment was, why? Why me? I'm a random dude. Nobody knows who I am, you fucking idiot. The people who know me are already voting for Zohran, and the people that don't know me don't care that you're bringing me up as like a prescient point, and the people that know me and don't like me are never voting for Zohran anyway. So what's really interesting about this is that was a failure. And then it was tried again in this exact race, as a matter of fact. It was tried by Mallory McMorrow. And when she did it, her campaign fell apart. This was a turning point for this race. It was a sleepy, although still a very nationally significant race, it was a sleepy race initially, until the national media came down hard on the race after everybody consolidated around the fuck Hasan and fuck Abdul campaign. The media started making these attack ads. All of a sudden, it turned into a whole ordeal. And in the aftermath of that, Abdul went from third place to first place pretty much overnight. Diana DeGette attempted to do this. Every single race that we have been a part of, they've tried to do it over and over again. But what was really interesting, I want to go back to the Abdul, not the Abdul story necessarily, but the Zohran story. When they did that initially, I was wondering, like, is this the byproduct of a super online campaign? Or are they just attacking me because they know they're going to lose? So we might as well take out, like, a valuable media guy. A valuable media guy in the process. Like a valuable for the left, right? I genuinely think at this point, I don't know if it's an act of desperation, it's a final act of desperation, or if it's just what AIPAC is paying for. AIPAC's like, look, you couldn't fucking take him out. We're going to go to Mike Rogers and the general, but you might as well do us a favor on the way out and just hit this Hasan guy, this Hasan piece of shit, you know? Room service is here. Okay, hold on. 1 second. But yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like they're just. I feel like maybe they're just their last goal here. Their last opportunity here is like, we're lost the race anyway. We might as well take out the second best thing. I don't know. Like, it feels crazy. But nowadays, it feels crazy, but maybe that's the case. Like, maybe that's the goal. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Because, like, why would you do this? Why would you do this when it's been a failure every time? Why would you do this on the last day? What is happening? My family is so crazy. Stop calling me. Oh my God, what is happening? Yeah, I guess maybe it's a panic call. Who knows? Is Jonathan Greenbald? He's pulling the strings. You're his white whale. I don't know. But yeah, Haley Skolton and their closer is literally, Hasan is a communist. He's dangerous. He's fucking asshole, piece of shit. Hate him. He's creepy guy. Please vote for me. Don't vote for Hasan Piker. I don't know. I guess that's their argument. Their argument is like, please don't vote for Hasan Piker. And people are like, who's Hasan Piker? Okay, I won't vote for Hasan Piker. You know? But yeah, from Ferndale, Oakland County, Progressive Town, Good Morning America. People are here trying to get a balanced set of interviews, and they literally can't find a Stevens voter to put in. Haley Stevens represents Ferndale in Congress. They've had 400 people voted so far on election day across 2 precincts polling locations so far. Yeah. I just don't. I mean, look at this. At a Haley Stevens event in Traverse City, with the former Senator Debbie Stabenow was tasked with the role of attack dog, she described Twitch streamer and outside supporter Hasan Piker as probably the biggest anti-Semite in the media. The jab barely registered with the attendees. Yeah, people who know Hasan don't agree with the depictions, and most people have no idea who he is. It's such a terminally online bad focus by the consultant and campaign staff giving Stevens advice. It's actually so strange. Is the entire consultant staff, are they all like are they all weirdo Twitter heads that came from like the Live and Learn podcast or something? Like, because these aren't necessarily big communities, right? These aren't necessarily like large audiences, but I guess like the only people that watch them, like all 35 work for every campaign so far. Is that what it is? Because this kind of shit is so insanely out of touch. I don't understand it. I'm giving free ball at this point. You're only helping me when you do this. You're only helping me, you fucking idiots. Why are you burning social and political capital attacking a fucking Twitch streamer? You don't understand. In this day and age, when a person in a position of power lowers themselves to the realm of Twitch streamers, The average person doesn't respond positively to that. It would be the equivalent of like yelling about clavicular. What's Abdul El Sayed's take on clavicular? Is he pro looks maxing? Is he against? You're talking to 75-year-olds. What the fuck is wrong with you? And it's crazy because it's like you're also, not only are you lying about me, but you're lying about me in a way that also doesn't really translate well to an audience. Unless you are, not even in all synagogues, right? But like a very ultra-Zionist synagogue. You're not going to get the whole like Hasan is an anti-Semite. He's the biggest anti-Semite thing to actually bang. At least in my experience, most people don't know who the fuck I am. And the people that know who the fuck I am are either like Fox News watchers or people who get like freaked out from articles that they read at the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, Jewish Insider, and like they word of mouth that they hear from people about the dangers of growing anti-Israel sentiment directed by this guy. But there aren't that many people at your demographic, at your age group that you're trying to target that know who the fuck I am. And the ones that know who the fuck I am that don't like me are already voting for you. They're already voting for you because they are getting it from Hasbara papers. Like they're not getting this information from anything else. So I just don't understand why, like we went from the mayoral race to now numerous congressional district races where I became like a big fucking flashpoint. And now officially we're at motherfucking Senate. We're at the Senate race. And let's be real, in 2028, like I'll just say it, it's going to be a fucking issue in 2028 in the presidential. I'm just getting you guys ready for it already. Like one example I will give you is like Roger Stone, right? Roger Stone is a hatchet man. He's been around since the Nixon days. He got Nixon tattooed on his back, right? He works directly with campaigns. He gets paid by campaigns to work with campaigns, right? He's a much more notorious figure. And if you thought a way to attack Donald Trump would be to say like, oh, Donald Trump is hanging out with Roger Stone. This is fucking crazy. How dare you? That would be a stupid line of attack. That would be a stupid line of attack against Trump. There's a million things you can yell about with Trump. Right? Like think, I'm using boomer terminology that your stupid fucking campaigns can maybe comprehend. I'm using shit that boomers care about, like Richard Nixon and Roger Stone. I'm trying to analogize this more adequately for your stupid fucking boomer brain to comprehend. Putting me at the forefront of your attack ads is not going to work. You are a fucking idiot. You are paying fucking idiots. You look extremely out of touch. You look extremely online. I can't believe a 35-year-old Twitch streamer has to literally tell you this, but you are stupid for doing this. I'm not saying this out of self-preservation. As a matter of fact, keep it coming because it's literally good for me, okay? This has direct downstream positive consequences for me because your politics are repulsive. People hate what you represent. So when, as a toxic establishment Democrat figure, you come down and say, this guy, this young guy, relatively young, 35, I'm getting up there, but this relatively young guy who's dynamic, who's very clearly activating the youth, who's driving youth turnout, who's getting people excited to go out and door knock in a fucking Senate primary of all things during the midterms, right? Not even the general election, not even the presidential election. We're talking about a Senate primary, okay? That is unheard of for so many people. So when you look at a person like that and you say, this guy's my fucking op, you aren't going to win any favors, okay? No one is going to understand what you're trying to do. No one is going to look at that and go, wow, like this guy's a real fucking danger, man. This guy's real crazy. No one knows who I am. I'm irrelevant. And if you just like frame this as like this unbelievably, that I'm this unbelievably negative character, I guess in the long run, my disapprovals will go up. Obviously, on the Republican side, they are maxed out pretty much at this fucking point. On the Democrat side, there will be a significant chunk of disapproval as well. And I guess that's the point. They can't take out Abdul, so they have to do everything in their power to make sure that, like, I don't do what I've been doing again and again and again. The problem for all of you is that I'm a fucking psycho, okay? I'm an unbelievably stubborn person. So if you think this is going to discourage me, you're fucking wrong. I'm super hard-headed, okay? So it doesn't work. And all you will have done in the process is put me in front of more people. And all it will take to fix that would be for any of these electeds to come out and be like, no, that's my fucking guy. Shut the fuck up. You guys are lying about him. Now, we're not going to do that while the elections are happening. Okay? But that's not a tough thing to solve. Okay? That's not a tough thing to solve. I'll be the fucking sin eater. Okay? I'll be the sin eater. Not many want to be in the crosshairs like this. I don't give a shit. Okay? I have my moral convictions, and I'm unbelievably stubborn, and I've always been steadfast. So go ahead. Make me the fucking sin eater of every campaign. I'll tank it. I'll tank it. What a stupid way. What a stupid fucking way to run elections. I can't believe it, dude. I have some progressive Bernie crap family members who are really triggered by your suit and stuff, but they still support the campaigns you support. All these negative coverage is probably having an effect on your personal brand, but somehow not the campaigns. Maybe they think you are a necessary evil. Wait, that's all over the place. So the Bernie crats don't like me now because I wear a suit? What the fuck are you talking about? What? They're Bernie crats, and now they don't like me anymore because of the suit? What a strange thing. I mean, look, all I'll say is this. If you're a Bernie crat, if you're an actual progressive, if you like any of these candidacies, AOC, Zoran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Abdul Al-Sayed, Cory Bush, Chris Rabb, but you still turn around and you're like, but fuck that Hasan guy, you're a fucking idiot, okay? You've been duped. It's fine. But you're a fucking idiot nonetheless. That's all I'll say. Someone has to anchor this fucking movement to a certain degree. We have to light a fire. We have to, galvanize. We have to embolden. We have to harden our support. Someone has to do the agitative propaganda. And that person who sticks their fucking head out, that person is always going to get punished. So it's up to you to look at that punishment and say, I know what this is. This is bullshit. I know what this guy fucking believes. Or it's up to you to say, no, I'm actually a dumb fucking sheep moron who saw all of the negative coverage and got duped by it. Okay, well, next time you'll get duped for another candidate too. Anyway. Be smarter. Do you like the policies? Do you like the campaign? Do you like the vision? Do you like the movement? When have our enemies ever let us get away scot-free? Why would power ever concede without demand or struggle? Power never concedes without struggle. And a part of that struggle is going to be attack ads. A part of that struggle is going to be disparaging people who are effective communicators of this movement. That's part of the reason why For example, when Francesca Hong is getting yelled at because she's like, I think Thanksgiving is not the best or whatever, I let that brush past me. I'm like, who gives a fuck? What is she gonna do for people in Wisconsin? That's what I care about. Don't get fucking duped by the opposition. Okay? Talking big shit for a Mayo tie. This is a very important tie for me. A Hasanabi head, Native American Hasanabi head made this for me. And I'm going to read you guys the actual, like the symbolism of the tie, because this is a Thunderbird. Okay? This was indigenous beadwork made by a Hasanabi head. I got this in Wisconsin. Okay? And I want to read to you guys the symbolism of it, because this is a Thunderbird. Thunderbirds are supposed to be protective, and it's in Palestine colors, obviously, because of the dual struggle and the similarities between Native Americans and also Palestinians, who obviously are currently experiencing genocide. And there were some more details I wanted to read, but let me see. And the feather is also very important. Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. One second. Nope, that's not the right one. Okay, so just wanted to give a little information about the significance of the design on the tie that I didn't get to fully explain in person in case Hasan wanted to know or if someone asked about it. I forgot to thank him for everything he does and everything I've learned from him. The bird is a thunderbird, which in Ojibwe culture are powerful spirits of the sky realm that are seen as protectors of our people and bringers of thunderstorms. They are depicted as giant birds whose wings make the sound of thunder and eyes make the flashes of lightning. I wanted to combine a part of my culture in solidarity with Palestine, as I can see the similarity in our struggles and our story. So that's why I chose the colors and added the flag in the center. The eagle feather is also a sacred symbol to our people, representing strength and honor. I thought the idea a couple of months back when he first brought up Francesca's race in the slight hope he may come to Wisconsin eventually. It was fortuitous when that girl made that TikTok about his suit fashion and mentioned the indigenous beading idea, and that's when I wanted to make the second fully beaded tie I mentioned but couldn't finish in time. Maybe we'll cross paths once again one day in the future and I can gift him the second tie. Aw, that's beautiful. But yeah, that's why I'm wearing it today. That's why I wanted to hold off. I didn't want to wear it the first day that I first got it. And it happens to work because I have the fucking Colonel Sanders suit. I don't want to generalize. I still don't understand them. Maybe it goes to show why we need a political org like DSA to do political education. I think people do not understand socialism, communism, the revolutionary leaders, etc., but I still understand you're on their side. I think this may be a bigger issue down the line. Okay. Anyway, CNN comments agreeing with you. Oh, CNN posted it. Yeah, controversial streamer Hasanabi Piker. Numerous left-wing voices are calling for a disruption of the status quo. Why should we listen to a man who said America deserved 9/11? He gets all the privilege, blah, blah, blah. There is genuinely an alarming anti-Semitism rising. Oh, God. Hasan actually does an effective job of shepherding young disaffected men from that pipeline, which will scapegoat Jewish people. Oh, shit. Never mind. Cooked. The establishment of the party needs to understand that status quo is not the way to go anymore. Progressives need to understand that the base of the party doesn't just consist of them. The base is very much minorities, yes. Moderate suburban voters as it is. Progressive voters, if you can't pick up a strong amount of those three types of voters, you will lose. Okay, that's not wrong. Lots of liberal tears in here, assuming that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, playing directly into the narrative the big Yahoo and Likud are spreading, tying the idea that criticizing Israel is criticizing and demonizing Jews. Haley Stevens' final message to her staff. When are you going to wear your Jeb Bush tie? Soon. But we got to win it. We got to wear a winner's tie today and not a fucking loser's tie. You're so popular, you're becoming a meme on Insta. Oh, yeah, I saw this. James Carville and John Fetterman have confirmed they will leave the Democratic Party if Hassan Piker continues to help progressives candidates win. Oh, no, steak too juicy, lobster too buttery. Anyway. So, this was crazy from yesterday. This crazy fan followed me to Michigan for the Abdul El Sayed race. Oh, damn, I didn't realize this was like a big deal to people not in Michigan. I'm voting in person tomorrow. I hope our state doesn't mess this up. Oh my God, you're in my state? Hot girls voted early. Why won't you wear the jabussy? Because I don't want to. The jabussy tie is a loser tie because he lost. And I don't want to wear the loser aura on me. I don't want to have that loser aura on me anywhere. Dude, I am a very. Okay. I'm a very logical person. But I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a very logical person, but I also have like a little bit of. What is it called? Like suspicion? Like not suspicion. What's the term for it? I'm forgetting it right now. I can't even think. Superstition. I'm a superstitious person. I'm a little bit superstitious. I don't know. Like, I don't let it get to like a OCD level, but I like to, wear the same rings and, do the same things that I do in order to like bring about the same like fortuitous results. Maybe I'm not superstitious. Maybe I'm a little stitious. It's not super. But I am stitious. I'm a little stitious. Anyway. A little bit stitious. It's called autism, brother. Not everything is autism just because I'm autistic. Which I'm not. I am very neurotypical. I am the beacon of neurotypicality. I'm at the tip of I put the tip in neurotypical. Okay? It's crazy. Oh. Crazy people are out here saying you're neuroatypical. It's wrong. Okay. But yeah, I'm a hardcore materialist, a dialectical materialist. I don't know where the superstition feeds into that equation, but it's there. It's a little there. Is this brigaded or CNN Facebook liberals actually Nazis? You know what's crazy? Fox News comments, whenever I get blasted on Fox News, are like Republicans being like, I love this guy. He's a commie, but he hates Israel like I do. I think I might vote for the Democrats. And then the Democratic Party boomer comments are like, we should kill this dude. Like... We should kill him. He sucks. What is happening? Every time there's like a Fox News Facebook post, the comments are like, I've never voted for a Democrat, but if they're going to be the America First Party, I might do it. And then they post a CNN hit on Facebook, and all the comments are like, yeah, this guy needs to be murdered. We should probably make it illegal to be him. I'm a lifelong liberal, by the way. It's the Facebook algorithm. Lefties get pushed right-wing shit and right-wings get pushed left-wing shit. I don't know. Yeah. Turkish journalists just tweeted about you. What did they say? Dude, what the fuck? My ass looks, in this first frame, it looks like my ass is like it looks photoshopped. Is that what my ass looks like? America's most influential Turk of all time, Hassan Piker, is out in the field for socialist candidates. He's going door to door in Wisconsin for socialist gubernatorial candidate Hong. A fan recognizes him and says Hassan Brom and gives him tomatoes. Hassan Brom. That couldn't get translated appropriately. And gives him tomatoes from his garden. Hasanabi starts going to the market too. Hasanabi pazar gezmeye de başlar. Dude, what the fuck? I look like I got the Trump ass. Anyway. Uncle Jank says he would support Ro Khanna. Jank will be a power supporter for Ro Khanna in 2028. He tells me he's all in on Ro Khanna's White House run, casting him as a Bernie 26 as opposed to a Bernie 2020. Young Turks founder and Just Democrats co-founder told Playbook he's Bernie 2016 as opposed to Bernie 2020. Economic populism is the single most popular thing in the country, and that's what Ro represents. So for me, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, I mean, he likes Ro, yes. I mean, I like Ro too. But this doesn't say he is choosing Ro over AOC or vice versa. You know what I mean? Anyway. This was so funny. Oh yeah, this was hilarious. Based Chad America over one hand politics asks Hasanabi why he hates America so much and almost gets removed from rally.
Mason with Free the Press. Just want to say, why do you hate America, bro?
You got me.
Have a good one. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Oh my God, you about to boss. We almost got
to get the value, dude.
Fucking destroyed.
I like that though. You got security on you.
What's good? I love your videos, man. That was so funny. They almost took out a true patriot. They almost took out a true goddamn patriot for speaking the truth. For real though, don't do what Mason did.
Good to meet you, Josh.
He's me? I think in these crowds, I could literally say I'm anything, and most people will know I'm fucking around. Dog, I made a Turby Derby joke in the Wisconsin rally, and the entire room laughed. There were 1,400 people in that fucking auditorium, and I made a Turby Derby call out in a rally in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And everybody in the room laughed at that. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? Not you, Hasan. They were talking to chat. Oh, yeah, don't do that. Yes, don't do that in the real world to me, chat. That might not work out well for you because I obviously know Mason. Mao's at the pool party? They got Mao's at the pool party?
Know what they were doing last night at this pool party that was going on. Some of this stuff makes people uncomfortable. Frankly, it makes me uncomfortable.
Wait, what? The pool party makes me uncomfortable. Why were they around a pool? What gives? And why is the pool not in Tel Aviv? Last time I went swimming, it was in Tel Aviv. Beautiful waters in Israel. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I love it.
We don't need these demagogues or people citing allegiance to Mao coming into Michigan.
Mao. People citing allegiance to Mao. Yeah, dude, by the way, I am noticing that on the last day, these are some of the least relevant messages, okay? The message that you put out on the last day is a message that you're bringing into the general. If you noticed, Abdul's not really attacking Haley Stevens. Abdul has moved on to attacking Mike Rogers. Haley Stevens, on the other hand, instead of like doing a graceful exit, hopefully to consolidate support behind Abdul, has decided to attack me, attack Abdul to the best of her ability. This is not smart. If you care about defeating Republicans instead of becoming a hurdle in the Senate majority for the Democrats, because the Senate majority for the Democrats runs through Michigan, okay? If you care about defeating Republicans, you shouldn't do stuff like this, okay? Knowing that you've lost and then managing a graceful exit would be the appropriate thing. Or if you're still like, oh, I'm going to win this, I'm still going to win this, I have a shot, you should probably focus on Mike Rogers and why you're the better candidate. What she's doing right now is trying to strap herself with a suicide vest and explode the chances of the Democratic Party. Not that it's going to work, but like that's her attempt. Okay? Which is not smart. It's not the smart thing to do. It's not a good thing to do because clearly you haven't read the room correctly. The environment is shifting. Vincent saw what you said about Christian. Live Vincent reaction to the Hasan the Hun Vincent clip. Classic Hasan the Hun has never beaten the faux allegations. Hey, Christian, you should feel replaced. Guess what? There's a new twink in town. That's number one. Number two, you got to hit the books. You got to learn about polls. You got to learn about elections. You have to. Yeah, he's my top gay now. Austin was never top gay. Austin was top gay for like a day. You know what I mean? And then Christian very quickly took over the role, took over the responsibility of top gay. And now it's Vincent. Anyway. Wait, what's the other bag? Oh, okay. I was worried. I thought you accidentally brought someone else's shit. Wait, give me the... I'll just grab this real quick. Yeah. Thank you. You can put the rest over there somewhere. Sure. Sure, put both of them. Why not? Austin is third place gay? Not even, dude. Yesterday, somebody called you and Vincent Clark Kent and Jimmy Olsen, and I can't unsee it. This is not very good. Actually, no. Let me get one of them. Let me get the nitro one. Yeah, this sucks. It's a cappuccino, but it's just not very good. Hey, go ahead. If you like it, you can have it. What was that reaction, bro? Yeah. Vincent is my top gay. Christian number 2. Will is number 3. Will's my number 3 gay. The amount of work that Vincent has put in on these campaigns, I mean, he's doing the Lord's work. Ugh, that's not very good either. Whatever. But anyway, as I was saying, what gives? What gives, Haley? What gives? What gives? I do legitimately think, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe maybe my brain has been fundamentally rewired because no normal human being is ever the recipient of this steady a line of attack. But I am beginning to think that these guys, when their campaigns are failing, either as an act of last act of desperation, or because they got their fucking notes. Okay? Or they got their nose from AIPAC, or just trying to they basically decide we can't get the top guy, we can't get Abdul, we can't get Zoran, so we might as well just fucking cut this media figure's life short. You know? What is this? Mao? What are you talking about? Why are you on Fox News doing Fox News talking points? I'm not a fucking Maoist, dumbass. The fuck's wrong with you? Anyway, it's fine. Hassan Piker regularly argues that accusations of anti-Semitism against him are baseless. No one can point to specific examples. Well, here's the latest example. On a stream over the weekend, Hassan Piker claimed that Israel was responsible for a recent migration crisis in Ceuta, Spain. Spreading a conspiracy theory that has gone viral online in recent days, but then he went further and claimed that Israel was looking at the protocols of the Elder Zion to make the conspiracy theories come true. The protocols of fabricated anti-Semitic text that was fueled persecution of Jews over a century. Yeah, I'm saying that as a fucking joke, dumbass. I'm not saying that that's real. Okay? I'm saying that Israel leans into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and like literally fucking makes people believe them. As in, the implication is that they're fucking fake and dangerous. Whatever, who gives a fuck? Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, I'm a firm and committed believer in this now. Fucking assholes. Show us the replies, please. No, they always shut off the replies. Anyway. It was a Richie Torres alum that started the pool party attack. Nothing says, I'm in it for the people of Michigan, like spending your last days. You know what's really funny about this stuff? I mean, first of all, this guy's the VP of SKDK, which literally, I'm pretty sure does contract work for Israel now. Right? Didn't they get hired? Am I crazy? SKDK is the one that hired all of the Biden administration genocidaires, right? SKDK is the PR firm that hired all of the press pool from the Pentagon that were prominent genocidaires in the Biden administration. Okay, chatters who are literally rushing to make the same joke. VP of suck dick? Okay, dude. Yes, you got it. You're funny. Yes, SKDK, it's suck dick. I'm asking a fucking serious question. Can we be serious? Jesus fucking Christ. SKDK! It means suck dick, dude. Yeah, very funny, dude. Oh my God. No one had ever thought about that. Oh, they were. Yeah, okay, I was right. Breaking: SKDK ends Israeli government contract via Politico. They did. So SKDK went and hired all of the former Biden era PR people, publicists, and they were literally doing a fucking contract for Israel, which they dropped, I guess. You raised this like this, big bro? No, I didn't. Take some fucking accountability. Take some goddamn accountability for once in your fucking lives. Okay, legalize comedy. Oh, because the letters could also stand for suck dick lemefeao. I've worked with people from SKDK and never thought of that joke, Lamau. Oh my God. Guys, fucking lock in. Please. It's primary day. It's election day. The cussy guy telling us to be serious? Yes, we do both. We do both around these parts. I'm trying to have a serious conversation. We're talking about genocide errors. This Michigan venue apologized for hosting a Stevens event? Yes, I know. I am aware. Fox News urgent news. Mao influencer Hasanabi declares fund illegal and vows to eliminate it in radical leftist policy. Real and true. Real news alert. Real and true news alert. Is there a free USB-C? Because I need to charge my phone. Is all of it? Oh, that's at 57? Damn. Wait, do not pull. No, don't pull any of it. No, fuck it. It's fine. We will wait for it. What about the audio one? Yeah, is that? Okay, here, just hand that over here. What's that tied to? Is that tied to a box or no? Oh, is that tied to the... Okay, that's not going to work. The light on you is too blue and the back is too warm. Need something in between. That's why it's blue, because the back is too warm. That's why I turned it blue. No. I got it, David. You don't touch it. He immediately came back in after I'm the one who made that blue on purpose because I look too fuzzy and too orange with the normal warm light. Haas cooking you today? What do you mean? Why? What is he doing? What is Haas doing?
He's on Jubilee all the time. He's a Hasanabi head.
I saw you at the.
Oh, is he hitting the scuba? I don't see it. This motherfucker. Haas, stop fucking around, please.
The Japanese place, bro. That place was fire. Yeah. Good to see you, man. Way to be out here. Appreciate it.
Of course.
That was awkward. Anyway, yeah, Dave Weigel has a couple different takes on this stuff. Karl Rove came out last night with another 9/11, fucking murder capitals, whatever the fuck he was saying. I don't know. It's Karl Rove, who is, actually responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, ironically enough, going on Fox News and being like, who's really bad? Hasan Piker. Anyway, Dave Weigel reports, this is more of a Taylor Lorenz expertise, but I think the Hasan 9/11 joke has never hurt like Dems wanted to because everyone under 35 is irony poison and has been laughing at 9/11 jokes for years.
But how did he close his campaign? It's a very insightful. He spent the day campaigning with Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. If you're worried about Medicare fraud, you ought to kill Senator Rick Scott, a former healthcare executive. He said the Hamas attack on Israel and October 7th attack was Israel's fault, and the use of rape by Hamas didn't change the dynamic for him. And he then has mocked Republican congressman.
Yeah, former. Okay, here's what's really interesting about this. Okay, one, all of the Israel things that he's saying, or even like the Rick Scott thing and the Dan Crenshaw thing, might actually backfire on Karl Rove. Okay? Not that they listen to me, so I'm basically giving them advice that they're never going to take. But Republicans in the base, especially Trumpist Republicans, do not fuck with Rick Scott. When they identify why that quote that is misconstrued was made to begin with, they will really not identify with Rick Scott. And last but not least, they fucking hate Dan Crenshaw. So it's ironic that he's like going directly to the audience with the worst possible message. Now, of course, Karl Rove, also an establishment Republican, and is maybe a little out of step with his own base and their desires, because I don't think many Republicans give a shit. Like, perhaps a far better message on Fox News in this situation would be to say, oh, Hasan Piker actually says like they want to arrest the, Trump administration. He wants to arrest ICE agents. Like, that probably would be a better message for the Fox audience. Saying like Dan Crenshaw, who literally got primaried. Like, Dan Crenshaw got primaried. It's clear that the Republicans don't like Dan Crenshaw. Why would you ever bring up Dan Crenshaw, dumbass?
Dan Crenshaw of Texas, a decorated war hero who lost his eye in a firefight in Afghan. He mocked him by praising the guy who took his eye and tried to kill him. I mean, this is how
true. None of it is true, but it doesn't really matter, does it? That's funny. Mocked. Yeah. Here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. If our fighters were establishment Democrats, if our fighters were centrist, moderate establishment Democrats, and they had nothing to offer, this kind of shit would tank their campaigns. Why? Because when they have nothing to offer, they have to always capitulate and concede to Republican framing. What's going on? Okay. They always have to concede. They always have to capitulate to Republican framing. And that's what they would do. This would be a Sister Soldier moment for like Bill Clinton or any other moderate Democrat, right? But for someone like Abdul or for someone like Francesca Hong, for all of these other people, they have real policies. So if they are offering something to the voters and they're talking about healthcare, they're talking about poverty in this country, and the Republican oppositions only line of attack is, oh, you're hanging out with a Twitch streamer who's like really fucked up, you're gonna look silly. You're gonna look stupid. Okay? You're gonna look silly, you're gonna look stupid, and you're not gonna be able to fucking effectively campaign. And that's it. That's the beauty of it all. Now, one might say, is this an acceptable risk? Right? Please do not plug something out that is connected to the soundboard or something. Okay, I trust you, but I'm very, very scared. Okay. So, is it better if Abdul never, had a controversial stream? What? Well, okay. All right, that's fine. If Abdul was never linking up with a controversial streamer, well, in the primaries, it wouldn't be better, right? In the primaries, it wouldn't necessarily be better. Would it be better in the general for him? Probably, right? But, and there's a big but here. There's a big but here. My big but. We're at level 3 Hype Train, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The People's Broadcasting Service, Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. If your only method, if you like the commentary, if you want to support the show, if you want to support independent media, the only way and the most effective way that you can do that is by subscribing. A voluntary subscription goes a long way for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. At level 20 Hype Train, post a new meat photo. That is probably not going to happen. But at level 10 Hype Train, we will carry the flame, as you guys already know. But in any case, this opens up a line of attack, but here is the positive. You can present me as a villain all day, every day, but at the end of the day, I'm not associated with the campaign. Okay? I'm a random Twitch streamer. So when you consistently turn around and say, oh, dude, this guy's a radical, this guy is bad, all you're doing is making me look bad to your fucking geriatric audience and maybe to the liberals who also are tuning into this frequency because they think it's an appropriate line of attack against left insurgent candidates, whatever, right? Every moment that you waste time attacking me is a moment that you're not attacking Abdul. So in that regard, it's actually somewhat good for Abdul because I'll be the punching bag. Okay? For the voters, it's very difficult. Like, even if I go and rally with Abdul, it still doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? It still doesn't matter. Even if I went out and rallied with Abdul and they're like, this guy who went on a rally is a Twitch streamer, most voters are going to be like, I don't care. What is the advocacy? What is the policies that he wants to advance? Because at the end of the day, even if Abdul was saying the things that I had said, right? Even if Abdul had said something that could be misconstrued, that could be weaponized against him, and I'm sure there will be stuff that they'll find from like his 2018 run when he was running for governor. He was a little bit more woke, a little bit more aggro back then. Ultimately, all he needs to do is this. None of this matters. Donald Trump is currently president, and there is a real crisis of affordability. People are struggling to make ends meet. People are struggling to put food on their table. People are struggling to pay for their groceries. People are struggling to pay for their electricity bill that keeps increasing over and over again. That's it. That's it. Like, even if it wasn't me, because right now I'm being used as a surrogate, right? I'm being used as a surrogate in the same way that I was used as a surrogate with Zoran, in the same way that I was used as a surrogate with Melat, with all these other campaigns where they attack me to attack the candidacies. Okay? But even if I didn't exist and they had something that they could like hit him on directly or these candidates on directly, all they need to do is turn around and say, this is silly. Who cares? What I care about is improving your lives. What I care about is improving your material conditions. What I care about is fighting back against this established corporate oligopoly. And of course, when we fight back against that, they will yell about us, they will lie about us, they will smear us, as they have done so for plenty of other people in the past, like Bernie Sanders. It's because they are terrified of your voice being heard, your voice being expressed through your vote for me, Abdul El-Sayed. Okay? I am here to be your servant, not the servant of corporations, and certainly not the servant of foreign nations. That's all you need to do. That's it. Anyway, Dave Weigel also, aside from like the 9/11 comments that they're, trying to fucking beef up here, shots fired by Representative Haley Stevens, who just called out Abdul El-Sayed for campaigning with Hassan Piker. I do think some of this stuff makes people uncomfortable. Frankly, it makes me uncomfortable. Any Democrat associated with AIPAC, a dwindling band, has a vanishing chance of becoming their party's 2028 nominee. Me on how Israel is splitting Dems. This is Edward Luce, associate editor of at the Financial Times. Okay. Dave Weigel says, embrace Hassan thought. It's true. Maoist pool party. That's got to be a new username after what gives. Stick it to him. Yeah. If the America Deserve 9/11 guy campaigning with Zoran didn't work in New York City, that shit ain't going to work anywhere. Yeah, of course not. But this is my favorite type of thing that these people do. His approval rating is shit, lol. Why do you keep giving these people free, unearned good coverage, Dave? He's not a politician. The politicians he embraces are very popular, though. Every candidate he endorsed in the last set of California elections laws, literally wrong. Just wrong. Only Shoykot lost. Yes, I know Elizabeth Warren attacked James Carville at my behest. It was kind of cool. I wasn't expecting that. But I guess the likes of Abdul El-Sayed has brought all of us together. Level 6 hype train, it ended at level 6. Oh wait. Oh shit, Michael Fusco art, you couldn't save it. I think you sent 100 gifted right as it ended, unfortunately. My mom's boyfriend was in the towers on that day, and he's a no king's lib who thinks you do good work. Yeah. No, there's so many people like that. Dog, we got a 9/11 first responder elected into Congress, and not only did that not stop people from saying I'm a terrorist, they call him a terrorist. Adam Hamawi is a combat surgeon in the Army. He saved the lives of countless people. He rushed into the fucking burning towers on 9/11, and they call him a terrorist. At some point, we got to realize, like, this 9/11 stuff is just only being weaponized as a way to make Muslims and Muslim candidates look bad. Like, it's a permission structure for Islamophobia. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's so racist. The pic that they showed Haley that made Haley uncomfortable. Okay, stop. Anyway. What is this? Lol at this photo of Barry Weiss in Sun Valley with Sheryl Sandberg, who's toting a copy of John Fetterman's book, Lean In Gals. Oh, that's awesome. Unfettered. Why the fuck does she have a lab coat on? Did you see the CBS TikTok interview they did with Haley Stevens where she talked about how her AIPAC money was from Democrats? No, I didn't see that. But that's a really dumb argument. She's doing gain of function research. Anyway, now let's get to this clinic. Many people are saying this is one of my best media appearances. So this happened right after Channel 4 saw that I was at the Abdul rally, and immediately they locked in because they're like, this guy is he got banned from the UK. This is a great opportunity to get a fucking quick interview. I kept saying no, and they just kept bothering me. So I was like, all right, fuck it. Why not?
Can we just ask you about the Home Office revoking your visa? We're from Channel 4 News in England.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs that the Labour government did such an undemocratic thing. But I guess that's the state of the world now. That's the state of liberal democracy now. I didn't have a problem going into the country under Tory leadership, which, clearly I'm at bigger odds with.
They've said that your presence in the UK wouldn't be conducive to the public good. Do you think that could harm Abdul al-Said's campaign being associated with you?
No, I don't think so.
Will it put off some voters?
No, I don't think so.
That's such a funny question. Why the fuck would... Dude, hello, I'm a voter from Kalamazoo. I am going to go out and vote for my favorite senator. Let's see. Will it be for Abdul al-Sayed or will it be for Haley Stevens? Hold on. Let me look through the list of possible surrogates for each campaign and then figure out if one of them has been banned from the UK. Like, what kind of insane line of questioning is this? To which I responded with, no. Why would that be top of mind? American voters are like, do I vote for the Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams candidate or do I vote for the Medicare for All candidate? Wait, hold on. I was going to vote for the Medicare for All candidate over the Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams candidate. But after I found out that the Medicare for All candidate actually campaigned with a guy who got banned from the United Kingdom, I really got to reconsider my positions. Yeah, you lost Abdul, the British geezer voter base. Yeah, guy who's like, day in the life of a Brexit geezer. Wake up in the morning, have a jelly deal, have a go, look at my two favorite Senate candidacies in the Democratic Party. Hopefully neither of them have campaigned with someone who's been banned from the homeland. Yeah, fucking hell, he has. I was going to vote for this bloke who likes Medicare for All, and now I'm reconsidering.
I think so. The overwhelming majority of the Western world, I think, recognizes that what Israel is doing is a genocide. I think the media is now playing catch-up at this point, but for the most part, the people are pretty united on this issue. And no matter how hard governments move in the direction of repression, you can't really hide from the truth, and you can't really hide from the shame either. So, it's a setback, it's a hurdle, it's a real shame as well, especially considering that, I personally thought the UK was a bastion of liberal democracy, that these values like freedom of expression were values that especially the Labour government would be committed to. Hopefully there will be some attitude shifts happening with Burnham.
The government says it is committed to those values, but it says that your presence, you threaten those values. You're not conducive to the public good because of some of your rhetoric.
Yeah, of course the government is going to say that. They're not going to be like, yeah, we hate free speech now, but were they really committed to it with the pensioners that they arrested for the Palestine action protests that were taking place? I don't think so. I think that was a significant mode of repression from a government that recognizes that they are out of step with the needs of their voters, with the needs of the masses that recognize that Israel is committing a genocide, and the masses that demand a change from their government. That is the fundamental of liberal democracy, something that I believe in, something that I'm fighting for here in the United States of America, as the Trump administration is putting democracy in the crosshairs. And it is a real shame.
By the way, that was deliberate. I brought it back to Trump because everybody in the UK hates Trump, except for like some of the sweatiest fucking losers, with the exception of like Nigel Farage. Everybody in the UK hates Trump, right? So I'm saying like the Labour government is behaving like Trump. That's on purpose. Okay? I hit that line to be like, look, I'm fighting against Trump out here. I'm fighting against Trump's like anti-liberal, illiberal attitudes, and you're over there like, repeating it. It's completely unacceptable.
See that exact same mechanism of repression get repeated in a country like the United Kingdom.
It's something the country will deny, obviously, the United Kingdom's government.
Of course it's going to deny it.
Will you apply to go again now that Andy Burnham is in?
I said that didn't get picked up that well in the mic, but I was like, of course they're going to deny it. They're not going to say they're fascist. They're not going to be like, yeah, we're doing it for fascism, yeah? Fucking hell. We having baked beans.
Yes, of course. And there's, we're in works. There were a bunch of different conferences that I was supposed to take part in that I had to take part in digitally. Now, in the age of the internet, it is also additionally silly to try to restrict movement in this regard. But I think it was more so a message. It was a message to everybody else that to think twice before they speak out against Israel and against the UK's relationship with Israel, against the United States' relationship with Israel. It's very frustrating, and it also has an additional compounding effect in terms of growing anti-Semitism. Not only is this false association of Zionism and Judaism very harmful for Jews living in the Western world, and it's something that I actually ironically warned about the last time I was in the UK when I spoke at the Oxford Union, which is what I was supposed to do this time as well before I got banned. It's also very harmful for democracy in general. We should not feel comfortable about our governments taking action like this.
And what about some British Jews who say they feel uncomfortable that some of the criticism of Israel does tip over into anti-Semitism? Some British Jews say that makes them feel very unsafe.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. It's something that I oppose. Anti-Semitism is something that I fought back against. It is the canary in the coal mine of fascism. It's completely unacceptable. I'm an anti-fascist. I'm uncompromising on those values. I will always fight back against anti-Semitism as well. The fear can sometimes be very valid. And sometimes I think the fear steps into the territory of defending the nation state of Israel and its actions. I think people are people, countries are countries. I criticize Saudi Arabia vehemently.
You're not suggesting the fear isn't real for people who feel the fear?
Of course not. And I do think that there is a legitimate reason for it as well. I think it's not a secret that anti-Semitism has historically exploded in times of Israel's sieges in Gaza. And this time being the most consequential one, the most violent one, has also led to an increase in anti-Semitism. We believe that is partially born out of this false association between Judaism and Zionism, a false association between the nation state of Israel and Jews living in the Western world, Jews all around the world. We oppose that, and we will continue fighting back against that, no matter what people say.
Are some in the Democratic Party, in the establishment, out of touch with how many younger voters especially are feeling about issues like Israel and what's going on in Gaza?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not a secret. I think this race, as well as many other races that I've played somewhat of a role in, I had the honor to work alongside some of these wonderful candidates. This insurgent movement that's growing in this country has proven time and time again that...
You give way too much grace to these bad faith genocide propagandists. Dude, here's why. They don't deserve my grace. They don't deserve my charity, but it doesn't fucking matter because I'm not revealing a perspective that is unique to me here. I'm not conceding on anything. These are things that I believe, so who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. Okay? I'm just, once again, as always, repeating my framework for those who are hearing from me for the first time ever. Okay? That's it. And I'm also matching their energy. It's not like the reporter is just like being that silly. If they were to be like, well, don't you feel like you're fomenting anti-Semitism, stuff like that? It's just, it's situational. If it was like a super reactionary reporter and they were like aggressively coming after me, then yeah, I would flip it back on them.
It's not just about Israel, but a litany of different issues as well. It's about corporatism. For some, it's about capitalism. But for many, it's about corruption and a lack of interest from our politicians to address some of these.
Also, yeah, you guys missed it. I fucking cooked right here.
Has proven time and time again that it's not just about Israel, but a litany of different issues as well. It's about corporatism. For some, it's about capitalism. But for many, it's about corruption and a lack of interest from our politicians to address some of these economic pains that people are experiencing. I mean, after all, this is exactly what Donald Trump ran on as well. He said he was going to fix the prices, and yet prices remain quite high. There's a real affordability crisis in this country. He said he was going to run on a peace ticket, that he was going to be the peace president, and yet he has started countless wars and only continues to leave the world in a state of disarray. A lot of people are very frustrated by that. It's not just the Democrats either. There are a lot of independents who are frustrated by this too, and there are a lot of Republicans who are frustrated by this too. And I think it's fine for DC to be bubbled in and to be completely out of step with the needs of the masses, at least for the time being, because this is a real opportunity for campaigns such as this one, such as Abdul's, such as Melak Kiros, Chris Rabb, many people who are here right now, Donovan McKinney, who's running tomorrow as well in the primary, to really shine, to show that there is an alternative perspective out there, one that centers the needs of the working class rather than corporate interests, because for far too long that's been the only game in town. But we're coming.
Are there parallels with how the working classes are feeling in Britain, but they're turning to the populist right and not the left? Why do you think that is?
That is an exact parallel that I warned about when Keir Starmer won his race. That was my biggest warning to the British fans that I have, that if Keir Starmer does not overturn years and years of Tory-backed austerity measures, that the populist right was going to continue growing and become a force that the left, the institutional left, could not even fight back against. And I'm afraid that's exactly where we're at. However, at least with the Green Party, there is a little bit of excitement where the base can turn to a functional party that will represent their needs, that will represent a significant pushback against the growth of fascism in the UK, whether it be reform or even restore Britain. Including restore Britain and its unholy allegiance with the likes of Elon Musk.
Thank you for that.
Of course, no problem.
That was a clinic. Okay, that was like, I'll take it. That was like Zoran level. Okay, that was Big Z level. Very clear, very concise. Boom, 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 boom. Another social interaction nailed. Blocked entry in the UK because of Israel's political lobby. Let's say it like it is. Have to remember the UK government now decides who can enter the country based on if Israel likes them or not. Would voters in Michigan thinking about Abdul be put off because Hasan was banned from the UK? What kind of question is that? Shermer getting blocked from entering the UK, but war criminals are welcome with open arms. Amazing analysis. He's miles ahead of the media in calling out power and demanding political reform. Israel and what's going on in Gaza is such a flagrant cowardice and misinformation that will happily push the dishonest anti-Semitic, but call what's happening in Gaza a situation. Oopsie doodle, just a little situation over there. Reporter blown away from the away by the most coherent and reasonable political interviewee she has ever encountered. What a change from the dissembling, mealy-mouthed, bought and paid for politicians and political pundits she meets in Britain. You conceded a little too much on anti-Zionism makes Jews feel less scared, though. Dude. That's not the primary concern. The primary concern is the genocide. It's very clear that I'm not saying that like that makes it appropriate to that makes it appropriate to stop arguing against genocide. Are you fucking stupid? My argument there is it's understandable that there's a reasonable amount of fear that British Jews have. Sometimes that fear is reasonable, and in other times it actually sidestepped the conversation into stopping criticism of Israel. That's what I said. Are you fucking stupid? Do you have shit in your ear? What is this? You were interviewed by the Rolling Stone? Where is... Who's afraid? Oh, shit. I'm on the cover of this month's Rolling Stone. I did get interviewed by the Rolling Stone. What a way to find out. Zohran Mamdani, the Rolling Stone interview, creator special, the 25 most influential, Who's Afraid of Hasan Piker at Home with America's most controversial streamer. Damn. What a way to fucking find out that I'm, this is the, yeah, you can't see here. Zohran Mamdani, and then creator special, 25 most influential, Who's Afraid of Hasan Piker at Home with America's most controversial streamer. You look a little bit different here. Yeah, I look a lot better than I normally do, if you noticed. Wow, they made you look so different. Lol. You look like Gracie Abrams. Good one, chatters. Also, huge points for actually elaborating that this capitulation to Israel's demands actually reinforces anti-Semitic rhetorics and agitation by cynical and bigoted people. Exactly. I need you guys to understand something. A lot of people fundamentally misunderstand my position because I do talk about like Jewish exceptionalism, right? I do talk about it, and a lot of people to my left flank in the anti-Zionist movement will oftentimes be like, why are you even bringing up anti-Semitism at all? Who cares? Like, even if their argument sometimes is literally, who cares? Even if people are anti-Semitic, genocide is still worse. And I understand that argument. But the reason why I bring up anti-Semitism is not because I'm like paying the piper so that people don't yell at me or whatever the fuck you think is going on. I bring it up because I do care about it. Okay? I care about it. I don't give a fuck if you don't. I do. Okay? That's it. That's it. When it comes down to opposing all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, I will always do it. When it comes down to combating the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism in an effort to silence anti-genocide voices, I will call it out. Okay? That's it. That's it. So I don't give a shit about your position on this. This is my position. Perhaps you have a different one. It's fine. You have your own platform. You can keep chirping from your own platform. It's not like I'm allowing criticisms of anti-Semitism to get in the way of anti-Israel commentary. I'm never doing that. Okay? Yes, I know Zay Squirrel was ripping into me because the position is basically that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because it's not materialized into actual oppression. It doesn't matter. Okay? It does not fucking matter. It does not matter. There is still an element of historical repression that does not exist for anti-white bigotry. That's the reason why I can always fucking joke around about, you know, cracker or whatever the fuck. Okay? Like, there's a difference. Because the argument from the anti-Zionists who bring this up is like, Jews are white, or in Norm Finkelstein's words, white plus, and therefore being like anti-Semitic is basically the same as being, anti-white, like demonstrating anti-white rhetoric. There's a level of truth as far as like systematic oppression goes, right? Because yes, Jews are not victim to systemic forms of discrimination by virtue of being Jewish, but that doesn't mean that there hasn't been historic discrimination. And on top of that, contemporary instances of hatred and bigotry. Okay? It's true. It does exist. And not only that, but also it is a main organizing principle for fascists on the internet. So I'm sorry, I will make that distinction every single time. That has always been a major organizing principle for the fascists. Nowadays, It's still somewhat of an organizing principle for the fascists, and it's also to be pro-Israel as well. It's ironic because both anti-Semitism and pro-Israel thought are two major through lines, major organizational principles of the international fascist movement. Don't ask me how that's the case, but it's still the case. Okay? And the people that oppose Israel and then say anti-Semitic shit are oftentimes then using that as an opportunity to demonstrate white nativist talking points, to say Jews are doing great replacement. Jews are doing great replacement in the Western world. I'm sorry. I am always going to oppose that narrative. It doesn't matter if you don't want to fucking parse through it, but it's fucking stupid. Okay? I'm not going to play by those rules. You might have a disagreement with me, but the difference here is, do you disagree with my broader points, or do you just disagree with one element of it where I even give credence to the argument of anti-Semitism in an effort to immediately chop it down and then bring in a broader point about how this shouldn't be cynically weaponized against the broader anti-Zionist fucking movement? So, I do not care what people who oppose me to my left flank have to say about my commentary. If they are comfortable with a different school of thought or a different way of doing it, then, let them do it. The other reason why I don't do it is because the whole, this is a Jewish state, this is Jewish endeavors, we're doing this for the international Jewry shit, is not only channeled by fucking neo-Nazis, but it's also channeled by the Zionist neo-Nazis. Okay? It's always a handshake between Nick Fuentes and Jonathan Greenblatt. It's a handshake between Nick Fuentes and the entire Israeli movement in this country. They also say this is for the Jews. Why are we fucking giving in to this idiotic framing when that's not the reality? That's it. And then it turns into, oh, Hasan is pro-IDF. He's pro-IDF. He's pro-war crimes. Why? Because in a clip, I was talking about rehabilitation and redemption, that there was a former Israeli occupying forces member, former IDF soldier who was a Hasanabi head, who is now a committed anti-Zionist. If you do not believe that even someone who has participated in the IDF could become an anti-Zionist, I'm sorry, you're out of your fucking mind. Yes, they can. For me, my theory of change has always been this, okay? This is a foundational thing I believe in, okay? This is what I've always believed in. And if I didn't believe in this, I wouldn't be as successful as I am in terms of converting so many former reactionaries into loyal servants of the people, okay? Loyal soldiers of the cause. So you might operate on the perspective of vengeance. Unfortunately, there are plenty that feel that way, okay? Plenty of people feel that way. It sucks. I always urge you to reconsider. Those guys yelled at me for defending an IDF veteran when he was standing with us at the UCLA encampment, encouraging UAW to go on strike for divestment. Yeah, there's always people like this that just go, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, you were in the IDF in the past, so fuck you. You're done. What do you want them to do? Kill themselves? Do you think that would be more worthy? Or do you think that the fact that they are now advocating aggressively against Israel's genocide, advocating against Israel, advocating against Zionism is perhaps a far better way to make up for their past possible crimes? Obviously, there are differences, but to me, Jewish Americans and East Americans occupy similar roles. Neither face structural discrimination from business or the government, but both face significant discrimination from the individuals to a degree that results in violence and hate crimes. You can't say that just for generic white Americans. Yes, there is obviously a difference. But it's also situational. It depends on where you are. Like Norm says, Jews are white plus because he fucking lived in New York his whole life. He lived in Brooklyn his whole life. Obviously, it's a little bit different if you're like in Alabama and you're Jewish. Some will look at you and be philo-Semitic and go, oh my God, you are like God's chosen son. What can I do for you? But there are plenty of others who will be a fucking neo-Nazi and be like, you're Jewish? Where's your tail? Where's your fucking horns? You know? It's a little bit different in different parts of the country. Having said that, we're talking about systematic forms of discrimination. And yes, Jews broadly do not face systemic discrimination in contemporary American society. They had in the past, but currently it's not the case. It's not like no one is going to make the argument that the discrimination that Jews experience is identical to black people in this country or brown people in this country. And the people who will say that are fucking psychotic.
One issue that seemed to be the most salient, the most elicit the most passion from people, certainly, was her stance on Israel and her support for taxpayer dollars continuing to be used to support the Israeli military. I want to play you portions of my conversations with voters here today, and I'll start with that point specifically. This is what a voter had to say when she learned that Haley Stevens, rather relative to Abdul Sayed, supports U.S. support for Israel. Take a listen.
I just wouldn't want a single of our family's tax-paying dollars to go towards something like that. It's like giving money to violence.
So would you support a Senate candidate, in this case Haley Stevens, who's more of a moderate like you tend to like, but would that be enough?
That would definitely turn me off as 100%. I couldn't. I would vote for a communist first.
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. We're coming. It's over. It's fucking over. What about justice? What do you mean, what about justice? That is justice. If someone is a fucking former conscripted IDF soldier that you know was simply born in Israel and did serve in the IDF, and then literally became an anti-Zionist, a committed anti-Zionist, that's literally justice. That's literally justice. That is justice. What the fuck is the point of the justice system? God damn it, I hate having this conversation with Americans because you guys are fucking monsters half the time, okay? You are fucking monsters, bro. Like, when it comes to criminal justice, when it comes to punishment, this is the part of the reason why I'm like, I'm not a prison abolitionist, but I'm 100% closer to the prison abolitionist perspective than the average American's framework on this issue. Because, oh my God, you guys literally fantasize about the violent crimes that someone might have committed, and you fantasize further about how you need to create an equal vengeance structure. Americans sometimes literally feel like they want to be the rapist murderers, but at least they can sidestep that fantasy by abdicating the responsibility of the rape and murder in the hands of the fucking government. Okay? That's what it feels like to me, where you guys fancy yourselves to be woke and open-minded, but meanwhile, you just literally want the government to kill something. Someone needs to die, and I hope it's the carceral state. I hope it's the carceral structure that will murder people. Someone needs to be murdered. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It is so unbelievably reactionary. Holy fuck. It is sadistic. You're a bunch of goddamn sadists, dude. Fuck me. Americans don't understand the principle of justice. Justice is not about vengeance. Justice is not about punitive measures and vengeance. Justice is about making sure that the person that has done the wrong will never commit it again. And then you guys turn around and make idiotic assessments like, oh, what about Benjamin Netanyahu? What if Benjamin Netanyahu became an anti-Zionist? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. Stop using fucking ridiculous hypotheticals, dude. Yeah, what about it? What about it? Is it possible? No. So shut the fuck up. You just want a stupid fucking clip so you can post it and then continue with this idiotic narrative like, oh, look at how stupid Hasan is. Man, I'm not entertaining your dumbass fucking hypothetical. How about you suck my fucking nuts? Okay? Jesus Christ. God, I hate so many of you fucking debate pedophiles in the chat. You should be going to prison for debate pedophilia. How about that? You like that? You like that draconian measure? Can't entertain a goddamn unique thought in this stupid fucking community comprised of idiotic monsters who have never entertained a world where rehabilitation is possible. Nope. It's supposed to be a day of glory and excitement. I can't even feel the fucking enthusiasm in this goddamn room because for the last 4 days, I haven't been, as responsive to the chat. So all of you fucking hyenas in here that are actively vying for my attention have to come out with the most idiotic fucking takes, dude. The most, you literally logged on today. You're like, you know what? After a long day of sucking the man's dick, I am now locked in, tuned in at the Hasanabi broadcast. How can I get him to call me a name? How can I get him to pay attention to me? I am desperate for it. It's been 5 days. I feel like I'm literally in the desert. This is my oasis. Holy shit. This is what happens when we don't game? Yes, it's true. Anyway, let's continue. Okay. Where the fuck was I? I cut off my family, so it's just me and you now. Okay, good, good. That's a joke, by the way. Yeah, Hillary Skolton refused to back Abdullah al-Sayed. We're coming for you, Hillary, says Austin Ox. It's really interesting because, apparently she's also, as a campaign surrogate, spending the last fucking day. Baiting honestly does work. Of course it works. Now that rant is going to get clipped out and Fox News is going to be like Hasan Piker calls American monsters. Okay? Not understanding that in the longer timeline, in the longer conversation outside of that clip, I'm saying look, I love this country, but sometimes we're so fucking vindictive. But it's fine. That guy got the clip. And if he hadn't gotten that clip, he would have fucking killed himself. He would have purchased the gun and put it in his goddamn mouth and pulled the fucking trigger. So hopefully I was able to stave off that urge for one day. He'll probably do it tomorrow, I saved a life. I'm a hero. Anyway, there's another race going on in St. Louis. This time, Wesley Bell, the AIPAC attack dog, is the incumbent, and Cori Bush is coming for. Cori Bush is coming back for her seat. It's a tougher race. We shall see how it goes. I really hope she wins her race. She deserves it. Anyway,
Stu is
I
your
gotta pee.
local election headquarters. 2 years after Wesley Bell unseated Cori Bush in a closely watched primary, the two Democrats are facing off once again for Missouri's first congressional district seat.
Fox 2's Laura Simon is live in St. Anne at the St. Louis County Board of Elections with a closer look at this contentious race. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Blair and Mike. Good morning, all of you watching at home as well. So this rematch essentially picks up right where it left off. You'll remember that Wesley Bell a couple years ago defeated Cori Bush by basically just about 7,000 votes, which is a margin of about 5.5 percentage points. And now both candidates, they are facing off yet again, making their voices heard to voters. They're talking everything from tornado recovery and public safety and have very differing views on those issues. They also differ on the economy and the future of St. Louis. So former Congresswoman Cori Bush is looking to win back the seat that she lost 2 years ago. She has criticized Bell's response to last year's deadly tornado and accuses him of not doing enough to push for disaster relief funding and other priorities in Washington.
When we needed him to actually deliver for disaster recovery funding, when we needed him to stand up against Trump's deportation regime, when we needed him to call for the end of wars and genocide overseas. Instead, we feel the absence of a person in D.C. actually representing us.
We've gotten over $200 million and counting allocated to the St. Louis region thus far. Now, it's not enough. But the fact that we're looking at some of our friends in other states who got zero, we know that there's more work to do. At the end of the day, we want to see a durable and lasting peace for everyone in the Middle East. That includes folks in Gaza, that includes folks in Israel.
Bell has centered his campaign on issues like gun violence, economic development, and growing the region as well. The two candidates have also clashed over allegations surrounding Bush's tornado relief fundraising.
Look, I want to say one final note on people, okay, on my attitude on criminal justice, but more so just like reform and rehabilitation, okay? Because this isn't just about crime. This is about social crimes primarily, okay? Things that people in your social circles might perceive to be like fucked up, imperfections in your past. I will always make space for you. Regardless of who you were in the past, what matters now is how you atone for it. What matters now is how you carry yourself, okay? That is always a promise that I will make to you. It does not matter how other people's attitudes are towards you. I will always be open-minded. I will always be understanding. I do not care, okay? There's always an opportunity for redemption. No one is fucking perfect. I always repeat this, but I think it's an important message to repeat because I think it's one of the worst elements of the broader left is this idea that we basically become cops. Like everyone wants to be a fucking cop. Everyone wants to be a little cop. I hate it. I hate this mentality, okay? I hate this mentality. There are some of you out there who are like, well, I've done this or that. I've been in like right-wing circles. I've had right-wing opinions. I went down the fucking right-wing rabbit hole. There are others just like you. Okay? There are others just like you. What matters is who you become. Okay? Your experiences are your experiences. We are all imperfect vessels. Okay? That to be imperfect is to be human. So what matters is not what you have done in the past. What matters is what you're doing now. Okay? I will never abandon you. I will never cast you aside. I will never reject you. I will never fucking sit there and try to lord my current moral perspective as being much higher than you. Okay? I hate that shit. It's gross. It's wrong. And most of the people only get to do it on the internet under the guise of anonymity because no one can turn that mirror back at them, okay? No one is like this in the real world. No one is like this for their immediate family members. No one is like this for their friends. They're far more forgiving in the real world, and they're far more open-minded, and they're far more understanding. You can never organize adequately. You can never organize and build a large movement if your attitude is simply things are irredeemable. Okay? I think it stems from the resentment on the left of the wrong people being punished in society. It's like a reactionary fantasy of revenge. Yes, it is. It is. You should always show grace and charity to others. As Michael Brooks said, be ruthless to systems, but be kind to individuals. And I try to channel that. I try to champion that to the best of my ability every day. Of course, sometimes I fail on that front too. After all, I'm human, and I too am imperfect. Having said that, this is one of the aspects that we must be unbelievably disciplined on. Okay? We have to be more gracious to others. We have to be more kind to others, and we have to, everyone needs room to grow. Everyone needs room and space and charity. Everyone needs someone to fucking lend a helping hand at some point in their lives. Okay? What is this? Blue Sky Hasanabi heads aren't happy with Hasan. Too bad Hasan refuses to stop showing support for the Nazi platform Twitch and will never see any of this. Well, the author that had that take has made their post visible only to people who are signed in on Blue Sky. So I will never see it. Also, you're going to get timed out for 30 seconds for trying to fucking start drama with the ultra woke. Right after I got done being like, you should show grace, you should show charity, you were like, here's a Blue Sky link saying that you're imperfect because you're on the Nazi platform Twitch. Yes, you're right. What I should do is actually live stream to a platform just for that Blue Sky user. I should just live stream on the platform Blue Sky to people who only agree with me. This would probably dull my impact quite significantly, but it doesn't matter because we'll be the perfect little 5-person reading group. This is woke 1.0 nonsense. We've moved past it. Stop doing it.
Which she denies. And I did speak with a St. Louis County voter about this contentious race, and here's where he stands between these two candidates.
I'm gonna give Corey a second chance.
Yes.
She probably made a mistake her first time, but you can't let a person down just because they make the first mistake. You always do a second chance.
Goated.
Another voter I spoke with did not want to go on camera, but she does tell me Wesley Bell has her vote. You can read more about these candidates and other.
Didn't want to go on camera, huh? Interesting.
I watched this speech.
Bro. She's like, all the voters for Wesley Bell are right here with me. They're smiling, just away from the camera. This is a majority of the most annoying folks on Blue Sky are white folk who've never been told no and think slurs are mostly wrong. ... Mostly. I mean, slurs are mostly wrong. I do agree with that. Yeah, this voter goes to another school. Oh, the Jam Boys, they were talking about Corey as well.
And you were like, APAC, I'm coming for y'all kingdom, like just straight up. And when I saw it, I think it was just such a crazy moment because I wanted to ask you two questions, like having so much money like in that pot, just buying off elections like APAC does and kind of just being like the underdog in that situation, and what gave you the hope to like run again, considering like APAC is literally buying off elections? What is something too we can give hope to like new voters on upcoming elections to like still vote, considering they're like breaking records starting now and they just keep going up and up and up? How do we keep
saying to be charitable, then say everyone who's too woke can fuck off, practice what you preach, crazy squirrel? You're not even charitable to your chatters? Yes, I expect more from my community members. That's 100% the case, yes. I expect far more because we are a unit, okay? We are a collective. We are a unit. So your expressions matter a lot more. I mean, you're not a community member. You've probably been banned already. This is probably your 18th sock account. Let's be real. That's why you created same day, following same day. You've probably been banned in the past for being fucking annoying, an annoying nuisance. This is not a demand to make this community more equitable. This is narcissism, okay? A lot of people don't realize that they're actually behaving in narcissistic ways that masquerade as social justice. It's a real problem on the left, okay? It's a real problem on the left. Many people fall for it too. Many people fall for it. Because as long as someone is using the correct terminology or the correct framework of social justice, they can kind of get away with being a fucking narcissistic asshole. Okay? You brought this up not because you genuinely have a significant problem with a 30-second ban. 30 seconds, by the way. Far more time that I have spent responding to you than the other chatter was banned for. Okay? But I'm doing it right now because I need you to understand this is an important exercise in humility. Okay? You just wanted to be a nuisance. That's it. This is unironically one of the things that the reactionary right actually clocked, even though they fucking deploy it falsely towards anyone that is like moderately to the left of Donald Trump. It's virtue signaling. That's what it is. You're signaling a virtuous position that you do not abide by, that you do not actually maintain, that you're simply doing it because you know this community will give you the time of day. That I will give you the time of day. It's narcissistic. You just want it to be the center of attention.
People engaged with it.
Well, so for me, first, it was just the idea, did you complete the mission? You went there for a purpose. Did you complete it? And if the answer is no, then you're not done. But also the community was reeling after a tornado ripped through the inner city in St. Louis. We don't think that a tornado will hit an inner city, but it did. And it hit one of the most historically excluded, under-resourced communities that we have in our district. And people were living in tents next to the bricks that were their homes. A year later, still are. The hope was, I know we can do something. I know that if I go back into this seat, I'm not going alone. I'm taking our local groups. I'm working with our national groups. I'm taking the people that usually don't get a chance to get to a table, and I'm taking them and I'm bringing them along so that their voices can be heard. But also, I'm putting them in a position to lead because I'm there to hold the door open so that other people can walk through. That's what I'm there for. So that is the hope. The hope is that we get to go to Congress, not Cori Bush. We go to Congress because I prioritize you. I see you. I know what it's like to be hungry like you. I know what it's like to not have health care like you. I know what it's like to lose a loved one to gun violence or whatever like you. I know what it's like. So because of that, I have the responsibility to put you first. And so the hope is that not only will we defeat AIPAC and these other groups and be able to get back to Congress, we will send a message that you can hold true to your values, that you can stand up for all humanity, that you can push back on the billionaires that are trying to poison our communities and extract from us. We can push back and still do the work and succeed in these communities. We can fight the Trump administration and win. They tried to put this an investigation against me. We won, So even though they try to discredit us, the hope is us. If we don't stop, we can win. The only way we lose is when we do stop.
This morning, a massive political test unfolding nationwide, with primary voters headed to the polls in 5 different states that could help determine the future direction of the Democrats.
By the way, it's 1:26 California time, 4:26 p.m. here in Michigan. Okay, 4:30 in Michigan, which means that in approximately 4 hours and 34 minutes, the polls will close. And I suspect shortly thereafter, we will know who the projected winner is. Now, I don't want to make any crazy predictions here, but given that the mobilization has been tremendous so far, where early voting numbers are actually higher than 2024, there's one side whose ground game and mobilization could perhaps be the reason for that increased attention. Is it not 3.5 hours? Wait, is it? Polls close at 8. Oh, shit. Sorry. Polls close at 8, not 9. I was wrong. It's 3.5 hours. Fuck. 3.5 hours, not 4.5 hours. I apologize. I thought it was at 9. I thought polls close at 9. God damn. I've been canvassing nonstop. I should not give you the wrong information right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I got the wrong info out. I'm delivering. I'm giving fake news out, dude. Dishing out fake news.
Democratic Party. One of the most closely watched contests here in Michigan, with four-term Congresswoman Haley Stevens taking on progressive Abdul El-Sayed in what's become the Dems' most expensive Senate primary race ever. More than $63 million spent on TV ads supporting Stevens, with about half of those ads coming from a super PAC aligned with the pro-Israel group AIPAC.
Haley Stevens, a proven fighter for Michigan.
Stevens is campaigning as a moderate with the support of many in the party establishment, including Senator Chuck Schumer and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
People are talking about my style and approaches, but I win for my state.
But she's facing a tough political battle from El-Sayed, who pitches himself as a political outsider who supports Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, and ending military aid to Israel. El-Sayed campaigning with prominent progressives in the closing weeks, including Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
We want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, because it just shouldn't be this hard to get by.
The winner set to face Trump-endorsed Congressman Mike Rogers.
Republicans are making life more affordable.
In a November showdown for a seat currently held by a Democrat. It's a must-win for Democrats hoping to flip the Senate. From the White House, President Trump attacking both Democratic candidates.
But you have a communist versus a socialist. That's the way I look at it.
This is beautiful, by the way. This is beautiful because it reveals that even someone like Haley Stevens is still a socialist in the eyes of the Republican Party. And I love that personally. I love that personally because like that's what we've been saying. Right? That's what we've been saying. Hey man, it's me, Vincent. It was cool to stream with you yesterday. Megaphonics, you piece of shit. Don't try to act like you're actually Vincent. That's crazy. Megaphonics comes back from Megaphonics comes back from Mongolia, immediately assumes the role of a different person. Wife of Phonics. We all know it's you, Mitch Voter. Yeah. Megaphonics trying to steal Vincent's aura. That's crazy. No, Vincent doesn't have a Twitter. Vincent does not have any social media. He's too busy trying to win elections, okay? This is such a funny thing. By the way, beast mode on these campaign trucks. These trucks with pro Abdul El-Sayed messengers driving around Midtown and downtown Detroit today. Abdul equals Michigan's future. Haley equals Israel's future. You decide. Haley equals Michigan's future. El-Sayed equals Egypt's future. The above should be viewed as racist. So should the below. Dog. Haley Stevens is not Israeli. And Haley Stevens is not even Jewish. What the fuck is happening? Okay? Like, I'm sorry, being fucking pro-Israel and saying Israel comes to me in my dreams does not make you Jewish. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Abdul al-Sayed is not running on a platform to give billions of dollars to Egypt. As a matter of fact, it's a key part of his plank that he says, like, I don't want to give money to Egypt either. What the fuck? These people are so funny. Dude, the pro-Israel movement in this country have lost their dang minds, okay? They have lost their dang minds. I cannot stress this enough. There is a real crisis happening in the Hasbara movement. There's a real crisis happening in the Zionist movement where they have lost their dang minds. They think like, oh, the more pro-Israel you are, the more Jewish you are. If you're Jewish and anti-Zionist, then you're no longer Jewish. They straight up have decided that that is now the new meta. It blows my fucking mind. Yeah. This is one of the key reasons this race is broke in containment. Apolitical people I know who hadn't yet heard about Abdul were asking me if he was running against the Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams lady months ago. Yep. To that end, it's flatly untrue that AIPAC's goal is to combat anti-Semitism. Groups spent millions to support, yeah, of course, to support Haley Stevens against Andy Levin, specifically and explicitly because Levin is Jewish and a former synagogue president and was critical of Israel. Okay, because of that, he represented a threat to their actual goal, which is supporting Israel. Why they try to pretend otherwise is beyond me. Andy Levin, former synagogue president Andy Levin, prominent member of the Jewish community in his community, was aggressively spent against by AIPAC. Okay? They cooked him. This race is also Andy's revenge in some respects. Andy Levin also happens to be one of the first endorsers of Abdul al-Sayed, ironically enough. He was first. He was one of the first like Michigan endorsements that Abdul al-Sayed received because you know, there's obviously some anger and some understandable resentment towards Haley Stevens and towards AIPAC in particular.
Meanwhile, both here in Michigan and in Kansas, you have voters making their picks to replace term-limited Democratic governors in states that President Trump won. By the way, in 5 states this morning.
Why didn't you launch a phone bank for Corey? Big dog. I maxed out the Corey. I went to St. Louis for Corey. We've been promoting the phone banks for Corey for the past couple of weeks. What are you talking about, dude? Are you okay? I'm one person. The real question is, why are you in here and not fucking smiling and dialing for Corey right now? Like, what have you done for Cori Bush? I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. I'm so...
You have competitive House primaries. This primary season is well underway. Guys?
It is indeed. Shaquille Brewster for State of Michigan. Shaq, thank you. NBC's Steve Kornacki joining us now with a closer look at the races to watch on this primary day. Steve, always good to have you, buddy. Let's start where Shaq is. Let's start in Michigan. This race between the establishment and so-called progressives and what it could mean come November.
Yeah, major story we've been following throughout this primary season. It has been the rise of...
Do you think that the ultimate goal of the DSA should be to save the Democratic Party? What kind of fucking dumbass question is this, dude? Are you a trot? Are you from the socialist alternative? Is that what's going on? Are we still doing this? No, that's not the fucking goal. The goal is to advance socialism. The goal is to help people, okay? That is the primary goal. The goal is to help people. Jesus Christ.
These far
All
left
the fucking
candidates
morons are in the chat today.
in Democratic primaries, they've scored some major victories. If Abdul El Sayed is able to win tonight in Michigan, by far, this would be the biggest win that the left wing of the Democratic Party has posted.
I feel like this is another clip. The goal has always been to help people. It doesn't matter what the vessel is. It doesn't matter how it takes shape. The goal has always been primarily to advance the material conditions of the working class. That's it. That's the first goal. That's the last goal. Okay? Please. Bad day, bud. It's actually a good day, but I'm having somewhat of a bad time because I think like I said, when I don't pay close attention to chat for a couple days, they get unfucking bearable as a collective. Many of you are good. I just anyway.
In these primaries. Just as a reminder here, these are some of the other names that have won here. Mela Kiros, this is a race for Congress. She ousted a 30-year incumbent in Denver, a 10-year incumbent ousted in New York by Chevalier, a self-described socialist, Chris Rabb, Philadelphia. The significance in Michigan, though, these are all blue districts, blue cities, places where they're going to win in November. Michigan's a swing state. President Trump carried it 2 out of 3 times. Can somebody from the far left of the Democratic Party, backed by many of the folks who backed these candidates, can a candidate like that, if he wins this primary, win a general election in a Trump state?
Steve, what do Democrats have?
I'm pretty confident there's an astroturfing effort on here on social media, etc. There's so Discord on our side. I've seen a noticeable uptick in the last couple of days. So for the longest time, our problem was we couldn't unite people into taking action and win power, no matter how tiny it may seem. Nowadays, we have become victim to our own success. Now that there is actually some motion, some institutional motion, some mobilization efforts that have actually yielded tremendous fruits, and now that mobilization is growing, and we're taking the victories that we have claimed to create more victories in the rest of the country, now you have people that feel, I think, like a level of resentment, a level of entitlement, a level of jealousy, that feel as though they are not a part of the movement firmly. Maybe they made their commitments elsewhere, and they're coming in to disparage. They're coming in to say, oh, look, I know that you guys are moving the needle, but you're not doing it in my way. So we're just going to prick at it. We're going to prick at it to the best of our ability. Oh, Abdul says he's a capitalist. Like, how dare you? How dare you endorse a guy like that? Why would you do that? All this stuff. And I think it's just, I can't tell if it's like deliberate. I don't know what it is. I would assume that it's more of a base feeling of resentment, not born out of any sort of like disciplined method of change that we don't abide by, but instead a base resentment of envy. That's what I think. Crabs in a bucket mentality. When Abdul wins, wait for the centrists to fund Rogers so they can present their centrism as electability case. I do worry about that, but we shall see.
Going for them, and what are some of the biggest challenges that you see them having moving forward?
Yeah, look, if Al Sayed wins, the best thing he could have going for him would be the climate here in the general election, and that is President Trump's not popular. 39% approval rating, especially on the economy and especially on Iran, 2 of the front and center issues. So is the weight of Trump just too much for Republicans, even against, if it comes to it, a candidate like El Sayed in Michigan? The flip side, though, is we say the risk Democrats might be taking politically.
I'm reporting from the Wisconsin front, but dog, all my normie-ish Twitter followers are going nutty over you. Yeah, the Wisconsin stuff is a nightmare. We'll get to that in a second.
Here it is, a recent poll here from our friends over at Fox.
It's organic. My friend in the PSL hates you. Good. Put that on a long list. That's what I need. More enemies. More enemies from the left flank. Okay, good, great. Meanwhile, the federal government is trying to actively tie me up on a fucking RICO case with, Roy Singham. But your dumb fuck, moronic, baboon-like friend who is in the Party for Socialism and Liberation hates me. Who gives a fuck, dude? It's a long-ass line. If they want to stand on that line with Zionists, pedophiles, monstrous corporatists, monstrous forms of parasitic capital, Trumpists, then go ahead. Make my fucking day. Okay? Who gives a fuck about what your stupid fucking friend in PSL has to say? The overwhelming majority of the members that comprise of the Party of Socialism and Liberation are fans and friends. Those who are locked in. Those who understand the importance of solidarity. Who fucking cares if your dumb fuck friend hasn't been able to figure it out? Fuck your friend.
Socialism, views of socialism inside the Democratic Party. It's more popular socialism than not. Take a step outside the Democratic Party, totally different story. 1777 among independents. So if you nominate a candidate who is backed, he says he's not a socialist, but he's backed by many who are. Sure. Is that a risk you're taking?
Let's talk about what it all means come November, Steve. Let's take a look at the balance of power in Washington.
Yeah, I gave you a sneak peek a second ago. Balance in the Senate right now. Look, this means that Democrats, if this November they're going to get the majority, they need to gain 4 seats. They need to get to 51. This is the map, the seats up this year, the parties that currently hold them. The bottom line, Democrats right now have to flip 4 of these red seats around the country to win the Senate. But look, Michigan currently is held by a Democrat. The Democrat's retiring. If the Democrats lose Michigan, they need to flip 5 red seats. There are many people who think they may not be able to get 4. If they've got to get 5, I don't know anyone out there who thinks they can.
All right, Steve Kornacki, always appreciate the insight, sir. We're going to see Steve tonight for live coverage of the results starting at 9 p.m.
The day to die with Steve Kornacki.
It's the election that could herald the future of...
So refreshing that you don't grovel at the feet of your opposition like liberals do, to be honest. I will never do that. Again, for most, their criticisms mean nothing because I've seen what they champion, okay? Their boos mean nothing, for I have seen what makes them cheer. It does not mean anything to me, okay? I have to deal with the institutional Democratic Party. I have to deal with DC consultants. I have to deal with the full weight of the MAGA movement, with its apparatus of propaganda on Fox News every fucking day. You think some sweaty fucking loser who read too much theory and misunderstood it is gonna fucking bother me? What are you, crazy? One of perhaps the most irrelevant forces in American politics. Who gives a shit? Lock in. It is important for them to change their minds and recognize the moment. Not important for me. They do not understand what is at stake, okay? How can we create solidarity with true revolutionary socialists then? Okay, we're done. We're done with this conversation. We're done.
The Democrat.
True revolutionary socialism is not your book club, okay? It's just not. Sorry. Just keep organizing and build the vanguard. I will be there for you when you do, okay?
Party.
It has now become an election of national significance.
Today's Senate primary in Michigan pits progressive Abdul El-Sayed against moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens. El-Sayed is running on a platform that includes Medicare for all and abolishing ICE. He's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
ICE cannot be reformed. ICE cannot be retrained.
Hey, this is from our rally.
ICE needs to be abolished.
El-Sayed has been the target of attacks, not just from Republicans, but from establishment Democrats, too.
If you're Chuck Schumer...
Lashinoise was prophetic. Oh, that's so... what a fucking pull. Holy shit. What a pull, dude. God damn.
And want to keep doling out corporate money to elect people who are going to do your bidding. I am so damn dangerous.
That establishment, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, is lining up behind
Chinois?
Stevens.
Is that how you say
a
it? I don't know
pro-Israel
how you
group
say
and
it.
its affiliates
Le
have also
Chinois.
spent nearly $30
Le
million
Chinois.
backing Stevens. Israel has divided the candidates. El-Sayed has called the war in Gaza a genocide and accuses Stevens of being a reliable pro-Israel vote. But as
So people are asking, and by that I mean Little Bear, does anyone know when we can start to see the results, aka when the polls close? Please present me with an hour estimate. I do not understand Yank time zones. So polls close at 8 p.m. Michigan time, which is going to be in approximately 3. Well, it's about to be 5, so 3 hours from now. Okay? However, we don't know how fast the vote tabulations will come in, how fast the calculation will be, but I will say this. Depending on the projections, if Abdul is a blowout from the start, if it's an early blowout, we will know by 9 p.m., so like 1 hour after polls close. But it's entirely dependent on what the turnout looks like, what the exit polls look like, to make a determined prediction, a determined projection. We will most likely be able to project a winner fairly early on if Abdul's turnout is crazy. Okay? Pretty sure race can't be called until the 4 central time counties in the UP close. Here is Zachary Domini, okay, the poll nerds over at Vote Hub. El-Sayed versus Stevens, election night expectations. Polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern, but Michigan is a marathon. In 2024, only 15% of ballots were counted by 10 p.m., 50% by midnight, and 75% by 2 a.m. It may be faster tonight, but no promises. A close race could remain uncalled well into the morning, but if El-Sayed is headed for a comfortable victory, a call could come in the 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern hour. My turnout projection is 1.5 million votes, 90,000 early votes, 800,000 mail ballots, and 635,000 election day votes. Michigan's reporting process adds another layer of uncertainty as counties can release vote methods in different orders. Absentee ballots are broadly expected to be released before election day votes with newer pre-processing rules, but some jurisdictions, such as Ann Arbor City and Midland County, have historically reported E-Day votes before absentee ballots. Election day voting should be substantially stronger for El-Sayed, while the absentee electorate is much older and should be better for Stevens. His relatively strong polling compared to other progressives among older white voters is a major reason he remains the heavy favorite, but absentee-heavy initial returns could still make the race look competitive. If El-Sayed is on track to win the absentee vote statewide, the race is over. If Stevens wins absentee voters, however, it may take until around 11 p.m. for the expected election day shift to manifest enough for a call. So there will be a red mirage potentially. I don't expect there to be a red mirage potentially. That's why I said it's important about turnout, because as vote, thank you, that was very detailed and very understandable for us non-Yanks. Yes, as Zachary Donini has also, red mirage, as in like Haley being the red, Haley being the Republican adjacent, the conservative in this race. So there could be a Stevens mirage early on, depending on turnout, where it's coming from. If it's from Wayne County, Detroit, early voters, that's going to favor older black voters. There is a higher likelihood that those votes will go to Haley Stevens, adjusted to the rest of the counties where there are a lot of older white voters. So we shall see. But like I said, given the polling has been so consistently in favor of Abdul El-Sayed for a very long time, the likelihood of a mirage is also still low. For instance, Detroit City's absentee vote and Oakland County's absentee vote could be among the first major returns tonight. In a tied race, our targets for Stevens in these drops are roughly 40-point win in Detroit and 35-point win in Oakland absentee ballots. Okay? Like, do you understand? In order for this to be even in a tied race, Haley Stevens has to put up 40 points over Abdul in the Detroit absentee ballots and 35 points on Abdul in Oakland absentee ballots. So even a 20-point lead in both would be something we would expect to see in a comfortable win for Abdul El-Sayed. Remember, if the absentee ballots come out from Detroit and Oakland early on, and Haley Stevens is only leading by 20 points, that's a comfortable victory for Abdul. Okay? This is part of the reason why I think the call will perhaps come fairly early on in the night. That's the expectation, at least. Yeah, in Lansing, Michigan, a pollster said it was the most amount of young folks she's seen vote in person in this precinct. I want you to remember that. You're showing up big. Many of you who are either watching or have watched in the past, you're showing up big today. And it's fucking important. We're delivering a goddamn message. Okay? And it's not just a national message. This is a message that will have reverberations internationally. Okay? Remember that. Meanwhile, I'm out here like a fucking dumbass arguing with like the 8 remaining trots and the 1 PSL guy that someone fucking knows. What's wrong with me? Sometimes I have to remember where I'm at in my career, where I'm at, where we are at in this fucking movement. Meanwhile, I'm literally listening to people who are chirping, as this community is a part of making history. This community will have played a role in making history, and I'm over here fucking listening to goddamn chirpers who want to fucking fire off clips that might make its way to Fox News. The fuck is wrong with me? Yeah. Israel comes to me in my dreams. How about healthcare comes to me in my dreams? Okay? Medicare for all comes to me in my dreams. Data for Progress poll. Ann Arbor Dem primary voters under the age of 45. Haley Stevens, disapproval minus 59 net. 77% disapproval, 18% approval. Abdul El-Sayed, approval 83% plus 71. Disapproval 12%. Those are the fucking weirdo Twitter fans. Okay, that's that 12%. Those are the I can't believe Abdul El-Sayed. This the 12% disapproval of Abdul El-Sayed for voters under the age of 45 happened to be 100% of the Twitter chirpers. 100% of the Twitter chirpers. Okay? They are literally nowhere in the real world and everywhere online. I'm being so for real. Your stream for Donovan McKinney made me love him so much as a candidate. He had amazing vibes and policy, obviously, the whole time. And was such a charismatic figure. And without your stream, we would have never gotten to engage with him in any capacity. Yes. Max Miller debacle gets worse. His ex-wife's lawyers say he shared pictures of her daughter's genitals to 200K plus people as a part of his Dropbox effort. Oh my God. Yeah. In April 2026 Echelon poll, among respondents who had an opinion of each person, Hasan had lower favorability rating than Candace Owens, though only 22% of respondents had an opinion on Hasan. I said extremely online take masquerading as sound critique. If they really think you're such a detriment, they shouldn't care if you campaign with more candidates, lol. Yeah. Isn't this more of an offline take that your chat plus Twitter are actually a small bubble compared with broadcast TV hosts, since only 22% of people had an opinion of you? These people do not understand. These campaigns at the end of the day, maybe Abdul's a little bit different, but these campaigns at the end of the day, they poll me. They poll me in the district. They poll me for the primaries. They poll me for the general. These guys on the fucking internet are too stupid to understand that. They are making the calculation. Like, they're making that cold calculation. You think a guy like Vincent hasn't polled me for every single fucking campaign that I've played a role in? Are you stupid? Of course they poll me to see if the voters have a favorable opinion of me or a negative opinion of me. These are real, serious political campaigns, you fucking idiots. Of course they poll me to make that calculation. What does this community provide? There's obviously a secret special sauce beyond that, and Abdul leaning into it clearly benefited him. But it's kind of funny that these fucking idiots on election Twitter, half of them are from Europe, by the way, okay, are just like, these guys are making a real mistake. Okay, well, good thing they didn't fucking listen to your dumbass, okay? Motherfucker from Estonia who's like really obsessed with Kalamazoo results for some fucking weird reason. It's so funny. Like, could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine if I was like, honestly, the results in Idaviru County, capital Jovi, are very important to me in the upcoming Estonian elections. Like I don't do that to you. So why the fuck are you doing that to me? Shut the fuck up. You live in Estonia. You live in Polva County, okay? Or maybe Pärnu County. Do you see me? Do you see me talking about the Estonian local comptroller elections? Well, I don't know. I don't know if Pärnu County will find it favorable that there is such a radical comptroller running. Shut the fuck up. It's so funny, man. Estonians on election Twitter be like, yeah, I don't know, man. I ran the numbers. I don't really like how Hasan is seen in the Upper Peninsula, actually. It was a real mistake for Abdul to fucking link up with him. Bro's about to put up fucking LeBron numbers in a race where they dumped $80 million against him, and you act like you know better. What are you talking about? Maybe you just don't know. Now, of course, this isn't to say that American elections don't matter to the rest of the world. Of course it does. That's why a lot of people pay attention to it. But election Twitter is a little bit different. This is their autistic fancy. This is their autistic hyperfixation. Okay? So you're coping when you say, well, to be fair, you know, Estonia can't tariff or invade America, but America could do the same to Estonia. Yeah, I know. But there's a difference between paying close attention to the American races and then making takes all the way from fucking Estonia from your liberal framework. Maybe you don't understand what's going on the ground. And maybe all of the readily available information is actually screaming at you that perhaps I know something you don't, but you're still fucking trying to desperately reconfirm your goddamn priors. Okay? That's what's so fucking annoying about election Twitter, is that they're from all over the world, but they don't understand that sometimes making bold decisions actually plays very well. And in this race specifically, Abdul could have easily seen the heat and pulled out. Okay? But the very fact that he didn't do that actually rewarded him, and it rewarded him in noticeable ways. So why are we still having this fucking conversation off of like hard data that I looked at? Sometimes there is things beyond the polls. Okay? I think they're just interested in politics generally. I think they're harmless since nobody outside election Twitter is aware of them. I know. I'm the only one who gets annoyed by them. I'm the only one who gets bothered by them. We've won some of them over, thank God, like you, Michigan voter. But again, ultimately harmless, ultimately irrelevant. But like, what's frustrating to me is when someone is wrong. What's frustrating to me is when someone is wrong, but they just keep behaving in this hard-headed manner. Okay, this hard-headed manner where they're like, no, I am going to desperately reconfirm my priors. How can you look at unpredictable outcomes that data is not bearing out, as far as like unbelievable, unprecedented youth turnout, for example, and even like noticeable peaks in the polling that came after Abdul just looked more like a fighter for the causes he cares about, and then still commit to being so stubborn and so wrong? Yeah, to a lesser extent, we saw the same delusion when the Channel 4 reporter asked if your UK ban might affect Abdul's campaign. Yeah. I need you guys to understand something. Sometimes we have a tendency to be trapped in our own bubble. Sometimes there's an argument that is crafted so perfectly that it piques your interest, and you can't see the world outside of it. One example that I want to move away from the Abdul El-Sayed race is Francesca Hong. On Twitter, you would think that Francesca Hong's chances are done. She's dusted. It's over. That she's not the clear and present frontrunner in this Wisconsin gubernatorial primary. Because on Twitter, everyone's got the knives out for her. She's too woke. She tweets so much. And I get why people who tweet all the fucking time would care and place a lot of emphasis on tweets. Okay? In the real world, when we were door knocking, when we were canvassing for Francesca Hong, I didn't hear a single damn person be like, well, you know, I was going to vote for her. But honestly, I don't know if she's electable. Why? Because she tweets. Because she tweets. She tweeted woke things. Okay? She tweeted woke things in 2018 and 2020. Okay? No one makes this calculation, and yet, for some weird reason, everyone on Twitter is obsessed. And then Twitter is always the editor-in-chief of every newsroom in this goddamn country in all of these fucking mainstream outlets. So then that Twitter discourse turns into mainstream discourse. And then all we talk about is like Francesca Hong's fucking tweets. Okay? I think people need to pull their heads out of their fucking asses and lock in on what is far more important to the voters. Okay? I don't think people care as much about old tweets. Okay? And I know Cloud District Enjoyer is one of those guys. We have tried to reform him over and over again. You got to kill that tendency in your brain that says, I saw this is a big deal. I worry about her chances in the general. Okay? Dog, in the rural countryside where Francesca is going to shock the world, I promise you, the fucking houses that put up MAGA lawn signs and then put up Francesca Hong lawn signs are not worried about what she said about Thanksgiving. They're worried about the data center that's being built on top of their farmland. Okay? Especially at a time when Donald Trump is the fucking president and perhaps the most impactful political figure of this past decade. Please pull your fucking head that is lodged inside of your asshole outside of your asshole. Okay? Please. This concern is not a relevant one. I promise you. I don't know how I can convince you guys, but there is this election Twitter liberal tendency. We all get our notes from the people that we read. It's not just election Twitter. It's the Matty Iglesias tendency. It's the centrist Democrat electability argument. Oh, I like her policies, but I'm worried about what other people will say about her. This was a real fear for Abdul too. Okay? I'm not concerned about her chances in the primary. I'm a little concerned about her chances in the general, not because the independents and Democrats won't vote for her, but because Republican voters are online culture warriors and will turn out higher than otherwise. No, they won't. No, they won't. In the era of Donald Trump, what is a more important force? Close your eyes and think for a moment. In the era of Donald Trump, yes, Republicans are culture warriors and they're extremely online. This is true. But first of all, there's a couple problems with that. Tom Tiffany, not very strong. Okay, so that's number one. Tom Tiffany is not exactly like even a Ken Paxton figure, right? Where he's not able to captivate the Trumpian sentiment in the same way. I mean, he does the fucking, the yokel shtick himself, right? And Scott Walker did that and was very successful, but that was a different time regardless, okay? But in the era of Trump, do you think the Trump voters are going to be motivated to vote for something or against something when their number one priorities are going to be the cost of living crisis? Their number one priorities are going to be the data centers in their fucking backyards. You think they're going to vote for Tiffany? Boring ass Tom Tiffany? Fuck no. They're not. We're falling victim to what we see in our immediate circles. Republican voters are cattle. I'm sorry, they will vote to kill themselves if they sniff a culture war. You're right. But again, this is politics, and elections are a game of percentages. Okay? They are a game of percentages. You need to understand this. It's not about the entire base. Trump's not on the ticket, and Trump is also unfathomably unpopular. It's a +7 national race for the Democrats currently. So all of that is already in the fucking equation. Yeah. Everyone on the site makes too much of shit like this because it's easy to referee as bad. Sure, it's bad, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. Who are the people voting on how she answers the Thanksgiving question really? Half of the site's political commentary are just dudes playing American Idol judge on interview clips. It's fun, but come on, bros. Let's have a little humility and admit we're just kind of going off vibes. Also, can we just be honest and say we don't like the answer? Yeah. That's it. That's the argument. You don't personally like the answer. You think there's a better way to answer it. I don't even necessarily disagree with you, but in the long run, this is not going to be a problem. Okay? It's not. It's a little too Madison. I understand that. It's a little too Madison, but we are greatly overemphasizing how this is going to read, how this is going to be a major attack ad. Oh, old tweets this, old tweets that. There is a very effective counter to that. Okay? As long as the messaging from Francesca is a little bit more airtight and she uses the additional attention that her campaign is going to get, and it's already started, to reframe the issues around affordability over and over again and say, like, this is exactly why the media class is despised by the overwhelming majority of folks. She's good. Okay? So I said, you will see anti-Hong statements coming in hot after tonight's results from Republicans and Democrats. They will focus on our electability. Remember that it's all bullshit, just like with Zoran and the rest of the insurgent left. They do not fear our failure, but our success. Actually, I fear her failure because I think letting an election denier be the helm of a crucial swing state in 2028 is a very bad idea. I don't disagree with you. You're arguing against the position that I do not hold. Okay? You're just reframing the electability message in a different format. This is the electability message. You're being duped by people who have the fear of Francesca Hong's success. Okay? One like 88 views? No, this just came down. This person is probably in the fucking chat and heard me go on a long tangent about how annoyed I am with like election Twitter fucking dipshits who have never understood what it means to have moral conviction and actually run on a principled position, even if you don't fully fucking agree with this. Okay? Republicans and establishment Democrats want you to fear that Francesca Hong has no shot because her primary is not happening right now. Her primary is going to fucking happen next week. This is why being dumb as a rock is OP. Republicans convince them that they are dumb as a rock to the progressives, and then the progressives get paranoid about electability and everything they say to not offend the Republicans is not that important. Yes. I said the same thing, by the way. I wasn't the biggest fan of her message on this one. You know, it's not great. It's not. Like I said, it's too Madison. It's far too Madison. I said, but I think the far bigger problem here is the fact that people are still focusing on old woke tweets than the way that Francesca responded here.
You know, you talked about your past positions that he keeps highlighting and, you know, obviously likely would continue to do so before November should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted. Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. And one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know?
By the way, another thing that people need to understand is that she is so affable. She is so goddamn personable. That's the other problem for like the autistic Twitter hyperfixators is that like this in Wisconsin is literally fucking Biscoff cookie butter, okay? I'm not even joking when I say this. Brother, I have seen her work the rooms and state fairs, okay? Even the most annoying fucking psychotic Republican, when faced with Francesca Hong's personality, melts, okay? This shit, for the cold, hard, calculated Pete Buttigieg lovers, okay, is the worst possible answer. For the cold, hard, calculated Pete Buttigieg lovers who are, you know, a dime a dozen on fucking Twitter, this is the opposite. This is the reverse, right? You're like, what? What do you mean you're 16 and you were fucking cooking at Thanksgiving? Just say no. Just lie, right? That's the expectation. And yes, Edinger Mentum, to a certain degree, is that guy, 100%, okay? I love Edinger Mentum, but he is Mr. John Ossoff, strongest soldier, and it is exactly the take, okay? Even if there's some truth to the sentiment that this is a very Madison, Wisconsin take, okay? This is every election understander forgets that there are forces beyond their comprehension. It's not always hard data, and it's not always who's the best on paper. Okay? I'll give you an example of this to a certain degree. The people who really love John Ossoff but don't like Pete Buttigieg. The only reason why they don't like Pete Buttigieg is because Pete Buttigieg has shown in those, election polls that he cannot win over black folk. And if you can't win black voters, if you're 0% with black voters, you're not going to ever be the candidate. So that's the only reason why they don't like Pete Buttigieg. They're at least smart enough not to like him, but they still like John Ossoff. Why? Because John Ossoff is popular in Georgia, popular among black voters in Georgia as well. I like John Ossoff too, make no mistake. He is, I don't like his policies. I like the concept of John Ossoff more than I like the policies. That's why I've always said, it's entirely dependent on how he carries himself going forward. If Zaid hears you, this will start a civil war on Twitter. I know. Zaid is John Ossoff's strongest warrior. He's got a little man crush on him. It's fine. I'm going to make a fucking bold take and tell you something. If there's a Democratic senator from Georgia that I would prefer, his name is Raphael Warnock. Raphael Warnock from 2018. Give me liberty or give me death. Give me Raphael Warnock from 2018 or give me nothing. Radical, liberal Raphael Warnock. That's the real truth, Nuke. That's the real fucking truth that you guys are not ready for. Okay? But anyway, these are all silly conversations that we're having. Central Committee is going to Brian Kilmeade. I think Central Committee would agree with this. Michael from Pennsylvania would agree with the thing that I said. If we're getting a senator from Georgia, I'd rather it be 2018 Raphael Warnock. Why would he disagree with that? 2018 Raphael Warnock was beast mode. Anyway. All of this stuff is stupid anyway. It's too far out.
I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so,
you want to know what Francesca Hong's problem is? She's too not like a real politician and too much like an organizer. That's it. She's an organizer. That's the problem. And people want a politician. Zoran was able to dance between the two so well and actually really boost the politician in him because he had that edge. But Zoran's running in New York City. Wisconsin's a different story. And a lot of people, I think, want Francesca Hong to be this cold, calculated killer like Zoran. There's a reason why all these fucking libtards love Zoran now, okay? It's because he's catnip for the libtards. He's able to carry himself in this cold and calculated manner that they fucking love. Wisconsin is not New York City. Now, you'll say, exactly, that's our point. Wisconsin is filled to the brim with reactionary monsters. It's a swing state after all. I say, with Francesca's ground game, you won't know. You said this in your speech.
In deep blue districts, you can only win in Denver because it's deep blue, it's young. You can't win in swing states. Well, I say we are going to prove them wrong. Not only are we going to run up the numbers for Francesca Hong on August 11th, but we are going to take that victory to the general election to make sure that the Republican Tom Tiffany never gets a seat of power ever again.
Abdul Al-Sayed shows me his whoop recovery score and said he wanted to make sure I noted his weightlifting. Dude, that's so funny. We just remember we just had this conversation. That's crazy, by the way. He still gets fucking 6 hours of sleep is wild to me. That is wild. He has better... Bro, I've been losing more sleep on this fucking campaign than he has. What the hell? I think the thing about this clip is that it's not really woke 2.0. It's more like woke 1.0. I think it's almost anyone who wants this type of fighter. Han could totally be fine if she laughed it off and said, I think Wisconsinites celebrate Thanksgiving for a variety of reasons. It's time for families to get together. Yeah, my argument, like if I'm in her shoes and I tweeted something like, oh, fucking, you should go to prison if you celebrate Thanksgiving or whatever, right? You know, in my peak woke era. Okay? You know what I would respond to it right now if I'm running? If I'm Francesca, okay? They ask me this question, I just laugh and I say, yeah, you know the real problem with Thanksgiving now is how much Trump has made life unfucking bearable. Okay? Thanksgiving is not getting canceled because of my fucking tweets from 2018. It's getting canceled because Trump has made it impossible to exist. He's made the cost of living crisis far worse. And to add to that, this is at the heart of why people get frustrated with mainstream media, because you bring up my tweets from 2018 when the president is currently tweeting that he's going to do a genocide in Iran and actually follows through on that death and destruction campaign that makes Thanksgiving impossible to pay for. That's what I'm fighting against. To make Thanksgiving affordable. To make sure that people can put food on their tables. That's exactly what Tom Tiffany is advancing. Okay? Just don't fucking play defense. Just flip it. Flip it. Bring it back to affordability and move on. That's it. That's it.
So I think there I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for joining us. We hope to...
Yeah, she's too nice. That's it. That's the problem. And it's not just Minnesota nice, it's Wisconsin nice too. And I don't think this plays as poorly as people think it does. It plays poorly to the fucking bicoastal elites who literally are just like, no, you don't understand. I know the hogs. I know the hogs in Wisconsin. They're going to hear this and they're going to want to kill her. Okay? My only notes on this is don't be so nice and reframe the question back to an issue that you can hit Tom Tiffany on. Always reframe back to your policies. Identify what your policies are and always hit those notes. That's the only lesson to learn from Zoran. Not everything else, not the aesthetics.
Have you back?
But just the intellectual judo that he played over and over again so effectively. Because this is a gift. Okay? Here's the thing. This is a gift. Any opportunity that you have because of these controversies, these fucking fake, stupid-ass controversies, is an opportunity that is unbelievably valuable. You're on mainstream media. They're trying to attack you. You're going to look clever, and you're going to remind people. Messaging discipline. You're going to remind people what you're running for. Okay? It's a gift. Abdul played it very well. Right? Abdul played it very well. Abdul asked me to stomp for him. I came out. I didn't realize it was going to be a big issue. Right? He came out from. I came out for him. I stomped for him. All of a sudden, there was tremendous amounts of media attention on the race. What did Abdul do? Did he sit there and go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I brought this dangerous radical. I brought this dangerous radical to Lansing. I brought this dangerous radical to Ann Arbor. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is that what he did? No. He did not allow the oppositional framing to take root. He said, one, we're supposed to be everywhere and speaking to everybody. So the idea that this person is like too dangerous for me to align with is ridiculous. He has a massive audience. A lot of young people listen to what he has to say. I'm going to fucking capture the attention of those folks. This is why we lost as Democrats in 2024. We can't repeat that mistake. And then he turned around. And talked about his issues. He turned around and talked about his issues every single time. He used that opportunity in the spotlight to make the centerpiece of that conversation his policy platform. People don't care about Hasan Piker one way or another. You know what people care about? You know what people ask me? I go all up and down this. I've done 475 town halls. And you know what people ask me about? They don't say, why did you hang out with Hasan Piker? They say, what are you going to do for me? How are you going to solve the affordability crisis? Can you help me get health care? Perfect. Beautiful. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to fucking do. And in that regard, I would go so far as to say Abdul's even better than Zoran on that front, because that shows that you're a fucking straight up fighter. Okay? Oh, okay, Jay Mershon. Check previous. You misunderstand. You're wrong on this take on this stuff. She's saying that Thanksgiving is a hard time for some people because some people decide to feed their families with kalbi, with cheese instead of the normal stuff. Stop being dense, man. She's doing her best during this time. Lived in the Midwest. The mindset can't be to figure out how to answer the questions being asked. You have to figure out how to use it to talk about your core message. I lived in the Midwest for 5+ years. This doesn't play great to the average Midwest should, but it's not fatal or anything. I know. We live in a post-Trump universe. You could have tweeted whatever the fuck you want. It is not irredeemable. It will never kill your chances. Okay? That's it. As long as you are resilient and stay on message and reframe everything to suit the broader policies that you are going to deliver on and how you're going to help people. Nobody gives a fuck about woke 1.0 tweets beyond, media fancy, media hyperfixations on previous things that you've said. Doors open. God damn.
One thing about Francesca's race that we need to do a better job of is find those 3 things that we stick to like a fly on shit. And every conversation comes back to them. Every time someone tries to distract you from the point, be like, stop distracting us from the issues that actually matter. And be like, old tweets. Who gives a shit about old tweets? I think every single person watching has a post they made on a social media site that they regret or they don't agree with now.
I agree.
It's not, who gives a crap? Like, please, let's move on and talk about the shit that matters. They did the same stuff with the Zoran in New York City.
Now imagine if he shaved and maybe cut his hair a little bit shorter and was wearing a suit. You would listen to what he's saying a lot more, right? That's what I think.
They kept trying to bring up old tweets, and now he's in office, and he's filled in 200,000 potholes. That's the type of rep I'm going to be. Freeze the rent is very, that is a cadence.
Hong needs to log in because K-File's coming out with an article in a few days. He already did. You can run from it, but K-File will arrive nonetheless, okay? If you ever even thought He is the Isaac Chodener of old tweets, okay? You might think in your mind, oh, I deleted these tweets. You might even think, oh, I wanted to maybe draft a tweet, but I never actually hit send on it. K-File will find it, but it doesn't matter, okay? You might have thought, oh, I left that tweet in the drafts. I never tweeted it out. No! Andrew motherfucking K-File will find a tweet that you drafted, and it will be a CNN article. It's just what it is. It is what it is. It's just death, taxes, and a K-File CNN article about your deleted tweets. So it's not about tweets that you have tweeted in the past. It's about how you reframe the conversation. Use it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity. These are all opportunities, folks. Remember. What am I telling you? Every moment that you have in the spotlight in mainstream media is a moment of opportunity for you to deliver your platform to a much broader audience. To a much broader audience. That's it.
Stop data centers. Boom, bam, boom. That's good. We need more of that. Free childcare. Stop data centers. Focus on the things and make that stick in people's mind. Francesca Hong should be stop data center, free childcare. Save our schools. Like boom, 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 boom. Stop Donald Trump. Save our schools. Free childcare. Stop data centers. Boom, boom, boom.
Anyway. Some days I hate the suit era, and then I'll remember how he used to dress is true. There's a broader point to be made about leftists constantly playing defense instead of attacking. Yeah, I think we have to be unapologetic. I am in favor of I'm in favor of my socialists being unapologetic. Okay? Have a little bit more swag, have a little bit more riz, be a little bit more unapologetic. And use every opportunity that you have. Use every opportunity that you have in the spotlight to push. Push. Here, I'll give you an example. 9/11. In 2019, I said America deserved it. In that same conversation, I explained what my position was. I said, we brought it upon ourselves with our actions in the Middle East. That second part never got released in mainstream news, only the first part. 2 days after that, I went on the Young Turks and I apologized for the language that I used. It described what my position was, and I apologized for using the word deserved. That was 7 years ago. 7 years after the fact, people still constantly fucking use it to present me as a radical Al-Qaeda supporter. At a time when the Trump administration is giving the country, perhaps most responsible for 9/11, an opportunity to develop nuclear arms. This is a testament to the ineffectiveness of apologies. No one cares. No one. And I mean, no one cares about your apology, because the people that hear you say that, if they care to understand your position, they will understand it. Most of the people who still try to make a big deal out of it are doing so cynically. They're weaponizing the memory of 9/11 to attack Muslims, which is ironically exactly what the American government did at the time. The Bush administration did at the time to kickstart a global war on terror, to attack Afghanistan, to attack Iraq. They weaponized the death and destruction to deliver devastating blow after devastating blow to people who had nothing to do with 9/11. That's it. If you really feel the need to apologize for something, it's going to make you feel better. Understand that you're only apologizing for yourself and for your own conscience. You're not apologizing to make people understand your new position or anything like that. Okay? No one gives a shit. No one gives a shit. Your enemies will always cynically weaponize your past statements. So stop apologizing and start campaigning on your policies. Start telling people, use the opportunity that you have in the spotlight to frame the conversation back to what you will deliver and what your opponent fails to deliver. JT Sestkowski. What's going on? Oh, I didn't see your text. You sent me a text message? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. JT Sestkowski says, I was at a polling place in Northwest Detroit where Haley Stevens was supposed to appear. She canceled after running late. Her staff says she's not doing any more public appearances today. Yeah, because she's cooked was a diagnosis of a campaign volunteer standing near me. Oof. Not good. Not good. Well, I mean, great for democracy, great for America first. We're America firsters. We're the true America firsters. Okay? We are the real America firsters, not them. Not Trump. And certainly not Haley Stevens. The only thing surprising about that was that there was a Haley Stevens volunteer there. That's not surprising. They have a lot of money. Got a lot of money. We are the ones who carry the flame, folks. Remember that. Your influence is reaching Poland. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I wish I knew what they were saying. I wish I could understand this language. Kurwa! How do I translate on this page? There's a translate button? Oh, right here. There is one. If you want to defeat the right, adopt their style and fill it with leftist content without looking to mainstream media. Such a recipe for the attractiveness of Trumpism and the manosphere is prescribed by the left-wing political super influencer Hasan Piker. It wasn't a Stevens volunteer. Oh. Just for clarity, the volunteer was for a different campaign. What's good? Not Stevens. Yeah, great. Here, you want to pull it further. Pull it over there to stay out of frame. Just, yeah. No, I don't want you in frame. Super influencer. Haley voters say they won't vote for Abdul. Reporting in West Bloomfield, Haley Stevens district. I'm encountering people who would vote for Mike Rogers if Abdul El-Sayed wins. Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, uncommitted. Uncommitted movement, baby. It's back. But this time, for literally no reason whatsoever. Yeah, who gives a shit? What is this, bro? I'm dying. This is the funniest shit. Here's what the new sticker of shame looks like. It was quite sticky and difficult to pull off. This vehicle violated New York City street cleaning rules. As a result, the street could not be properly cleaned. Scary how history repeats itself. That's... Come on, man. Come on, guys. The motherfucking ADL's after me, and you're over here showing joking or sincere comparisons to the to the yellow armband. Why are you dressing like a tortilla today? What? Jesus Christ. Geeks only. What is this? Hasan Piker says he's looking forward to... Dude, Austinox. Come on, man. I did not say that. Please delete this fucking tweet. This is such a dumbass tweet. I shouldn't have even looked at it. God damn it. Dude, don't post shit like that, please. Come on. Please lock in. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Please, brother, please. This is like a campaign with international attention. This has been your message for months.
My opponent thinks better things are possible. Ha! Yeah, good luck winning the primary with that message. Yeah, good luck winning the general with that message. Yeah, good luck winning the presidency with... We just can't simply afford to give everyone free everything. Because we got to send that money right to Tel Aviv. My opponent is crazy. He wants free everything, free everything. That pales in comparison to my policies, which are... Can we run a focus group really fast? My slogan is not Republican, asterisk. My opponent is a sexist. One time, you disagree with Michelle Obama. Somebody call the misogyny police because we're making arrests. My opponent's a socialist. You know who else is a socialist? My father, and he didn't like me that much, so I really hate this guy.
Wow, give this guy's the front runner, I think. We poll tested this, and it actually worked in every state, including the most important one, the state of Israel. Anyway, let's get back to the race.
Critics accuse him of fueling anti-Semitism.
Nobody will fight harder against anti-Semitism than somebody who intimately understands what it's like to be discriminated against because of how I pray.
Stevens calls herself a proud pro-Israel Democrat and says she won't allow outside money to buy her vote.
I have been very clear, consistent, and transparent, and I have continued to be. I want to see long-term peace. I want to see a two-state solution.
El-Sayed has a double-digit lead in the polls, but when it comes to the general election, polls show Stevens running stronger against the Republican candidate, Mike Rogers.
Early morning voters in what's become the most expensive Democratic primary in U.S. race history. It's being seen as a fight for the very soul of the party.
I think we need to throw out the whole system.
Found your outfit of the day inspo? Come on, bro. Poliver vows to fight woke culture following new galactic disco cowboy makeover. Dude, you guys are fucked up. I'm wearing this outfit because of this tie, okay? Jesus Christ. I had a totally different outfit that I was going to wear today, okay? I was going to wear the Maddie Maroon. The maroon jacket in honor of Maddie Maroon. But I'm wearing the cream because I got this tie. Stop cooking me. God damn it. You guys, is this the Bill O'Reilly power hour? Everyone's coming after my tan suit like I'm Obama, dude. What the fuck? God damn it. To be fair, you look like you're going to play croquet in Connecticut with the heir to Morgan Stanley. Okay, fine. Yeah, I am. Okay. I am, dude. It's Gordie Howe Bridge time. Behind me is the Gordie Howe Bridge. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. At least you have other clothes. Bro, yes, I have more than one article of clothing that I own, yes. Try to be like, check your privilege. Some people only own one piece of clothing, one article.
Yeah, and redo it.
Chatter hit me with the "there's starving children in Africa" line.
Got to be a
But for
Democrat
clothing.
that is opposing all of the things that have happened so far with Trump in office.
Who will be on the ticket to replace Michigan's retiring Democratic senator?
We are ready for change.
It matters for two reasons. The party needs this seat if they're to retake the Senate. But perhaps more importantly, this race has come to represent the wider ideological clash within the Democrats as they debate which direction they should take.
This is the lady that was bird dogging me. This is my bird dog. Dude, that interview was so good, low key.
Into the next election. The question has led to deep divisions and disunity within the party, and the answer will have huge implications, not just here, but across the country.
Abdul El Sayed grew up as Michigan as you get.
The choice? An insurgent progressive Muslim doctor, or
I'm Haley Stevens, and I'm so proud to be from Michigan.
an experienced establishment-backed centrist.
Today, we're getting screwed, and the billionaire class gets richer. Trump's
It's drawn national attention and become one of the most expensive and contentious of contests.
Our next U.S. Senator, Abdul El Sayed.
A packed community centre on Rosa Parks Boulevard. We're at Al Sayed's last rally before the polls open. Hugely.
By the way, that rally was beast mode. His speech, his like closing speech was so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. He's also playing the dude, like after Abe said just copy Obama as a argument or as a tip for Zoran, I realized like yeah, he might be probably the most like skilled orator of our generation as a political talent, and everyone does kind of do it in their own way. And Abdul definitely was hitting the Obama lines too, but it was so fucking good. Like, can you imagine? Dude, I'm thinking of like Haley Stevens doing a similar argument. No, this is not new. This is an old Gustavo take. This is from the last time Gustavo was on Fox News. They're just reheating it. They're reheating his old nachos. Can you imagine like Abdul El Sayed's speech about how like, look, America is the land of promise, certainly, but there's also a lot of work that we've put in, a lot of struggle that we put in along the way in our 250-year history, and there's no reason to lie about it. Actually, we should take ownership over those setbacks and the ownership over those victories, right? And our work continues, our struggle continues, you know, all this stuff. I'm thinking like, what would Haley Stevens' like closing speech be? And we know what it is. It was literally, they had a Maoist pool party. They had a Maoist at the pool party. Maddie Maroon. Like, Israel comes to me in my dreams. Her closing speech is going to as many districts as possible and then quitting while she's, when she realizes that she doesn't have it. And basically telling all the people that are walking up to the polls, hey, now that I have your attention, did you know Abdul was hanging out at a pool party with Mao's biggest donor, Hasan Piker, Maddie Maroon? Like, dude, even if I was like, yeah, I was going to vote for you, but I heard that and now I'm voting for whoever is in opposition to whatever the fuck you're saying. Like, what a horrifyingly bad closing message, dude. And it is so funny because, like, centrist Democrats, establishment Democrats for years and years told us, centrist Democrats told us that we were extremely online, that our policies do not work in the real world. It's just like only in academic circles. Only in academic circles do our policies work, right? Like that was the argument. Only in Twitter do our policies work. It's too pie in the sky, these idealistic concepts like better things are possible, right? Meanwhile, the closing message of Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor, is literally, well, my opponent had a Maoist pool party with Hasan Piker. That is literally the most online message you can end a fucking campaign on, especially when your goal is to captivate the 65-plus-year-olds. They do not know who the fuck I am. It's crazy. Network connection loss. Please reload your browser window. They took it down because it was embarrassing. Haley Stevens urges rival to distance himself from Hasan Piker. Yo, when you're slated to lose by 20, you probably shouldn't be giving any advice, let alone that advice. Especially when the other person in the race literally leaned into that exact same message and had to literally drop out a couple weeks ago. This you, bro? Stop with the slander. Mark Levin is writing about you like a bad ex. The Hasan Piker Democrats. Will the Democrats be wearing Mao uniforms at rallies like their mouthpiece, Hasan Piker? Will the Democrats be celebrating 9/11 on the 25th anniversary, which Piker said America deserved? Will the Democrats announce, like Piker, they would support Hamas over Israel every time? Why do the media cover for the Piker Democrats? What can I fucking say about that, dude? I'm just retweeting it. That's it. That's all I'm retweeting it. Not even a quote retweet. He's goated. Mark Levin, he still got it, dude. Life, Liberty, Levin. Life, Liberty, Levin, that is the great one. It's not just Sean Hannity that calls him the great one. I call him that too. I was joking a couple months ago. Hasan Piker always looks like he's constipated, including in his mouse suit. What's that all about? Wait, what? Dude, listen. Yeah, we are Levin La Vida Loca, okay? Listen. A couple months ago, I jokingly said, it kind of feels like the Republican midterm strategy is just going to be Hasan Piker sucks and everyone needs to know it. I was joking. I'm not joking anymore. I think they literally think they have nothing. This primary needs to end. Oh my God, that's gross. Okay. I'm not joking. I think they're so desperate for anything they possibly can that they unironically are making this their midterm messaging. They're so fucked. They're so cooked. Especially if, like, for our folks, right? For the insurgent left, like, what is the primary, what is the what is the way that the insurgent left is known by? It's the policies, right? It's the motherfucking policies. It's being bold and unapologetic. And I find it really funny that, like, their counter to that is going to be, well, Hasan Piker sucks. And they're going to be like, okay, well, I want to give you healthcare. My opponent keeps talking about a Twitch streamer that captivates the attention of the youth. Which is a better message for you? I don't think they understand that they're designing a trap for themselves. Because, like, this will only work against moderate Democrats who will be like, no, you don't understand. I hate him too. Like, they'll run around and show... they'll run around and basically show that they're scared for no reason when this is a fight election, okay? This is an election where you are going to fight back. Midterms are always supposed to be a voter's opportunity to push back against the administration. And this administration is unbelievably unfavorable, okay? So what voters are looking for is someone to just be like, yeah, dude, I don't care about this. Like, I care about fixing these problems. Okay? So if moderates turn around and go, oh my God, you're so right, I hate Hasan Piker too, that's not going to look good for them. Most of the time, people don't know who the fuck I am anyway. So I'm not even saying like, oh, it's because all the Democrats love me and all the Democratic Party's base knows who I am and they love me and I'm like their number one concern, like defending me is their number one concern. I'm not saying that at all. Most people don't know who the fuck I am. But most people will hear their candidates if they actually fall into this Republican trap. Most people that actually like the candidates or know about the candidates will hear them apologize for some random fucking Twitch streamer. And they'll think, oh, well, I guess you're associated with this bad guy anyway, right? And they'll also think you're a pussy. So don't be a pussy, okay? Do not be a coward. Do not back away. Just either say, I don't know this person. I'm here for the policies. I'm here to deliver for my fucking voters, for my constituents. I'm here to punish Trump. I'm here to hold the Trump administration accountable. That's why you're voting for me. I'm not here to talk about random, tweets or whatever. And just move on. Or immediately take that argument and go, look at how unserious my opposition is. Like, this is what they're talking about. We're talking about healthcare. We're talking about affordability. A crisis that's only worsened under Donald Trump when Donald Trump ran on affordability and did not deliver. That's the reason why they're talking about Twitch streamers. Like, you have to do that. If you do anything but that, well, then you're just hurting yourself for no reason. Do establishment Democrats talk about anything other than Hasan at this point? Do they really have any policies to run on? Yeah. Oh, this was Francesca Hong's opponent, David Crowley. This is what he had to say about me.
Yesterday in Milwaukee County, Hong held a rally with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and Hasan Piker. Mm-hmm. In June, when Hong appeared on Piker's show as part of a fundraiser, you issued a statement criticizing that decision, saying you would not appear with him if...
and then he had to drop out. Just saying. Like, he issued that statement, and then I think like a couple weeks after he issued that statement, he had to drop out because he was at like 5% non-viable candidacy.
So where do you draw the line? How do you draw the line? And what is your thought process in determining where that line is drawn?
Well, I draw the line where we are making statements just for clickbait, where we're making statements that divide us. I don't think that, I think that everybody has the right to say whatever they want. I believe in the First Amendment. But I do believe that when you're a community leader, when you're an elected leader, who you lend credibility to matters. And so we can build the broadest coalition without necessarily needing credibility to people who, in my personal opinion, is not doing any good or moving our party forward. Is only focusing on dividing us, even within the Democratic Party.
Really? I'm dividing the Democratic Party, with my divisive take on Israel, which literally the entire base of the party agrees with. Okay.
And so for me, I draw the line on folks who speak destruction into reality. I draw the line on those who want to continue to divide our entire country and who don't see the big picture. Now, I don't know Hasan. I don't know his views.
Then why are you chirping? You should have just said, I don't know Hasan. I don't even know why we're talking about him. Like even in the primaries, like I know you're trying to attack Francesca Hong slightly, subtly, whatever, but like even then it's so stupid.
I've heard some of the things that really turned me off. And when I think about that, it's really about how do we create more unity? And so that's really where I draw the line.
Yeah, he says, speak destruction into reality. I'm Thanos, dude.
I want to focus on, the things that make us better. I want to focus on joy. I don't want us to be building coalitions because we hate the same thing, right? I want to build coalitions because we believe in the same thing.
These people are cowards calling for unity while calling us the enemy. Yeah. Bro, I mean, look, I'll be honest. I don't think anyone that I don't know, that I will openly admit I don't know, I would be comfortable saying is speaking destruction into reality. Okay? Like I'm some kind of alchemist. Like I'm some kind of wizard person. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I'm using my magic speech powers to fucking destroy reality, as he says. Ridiculous. Praveen said her children raised concerns about funding for Israel. They both were talking about the funding for Israel and their concerns with that. I just wanted to see who's going to change the trajectory of where Michigan is going. Dude, I'm telling you right now, my theory of Zoomers getting boomers out the vote is undefeated. Okay? This is it. This is it. And you will see this play itself out in the general as well. To your point about Zionists losing their minds over this race, there are a couple people on here who could benefit from a trusted friend sitting down with them and asking them how they're doing. The fact this never happened certainly makes me assume things about their life offline. Either way, get this woman in front of a therapist ASAP. This is not a mentally healthy perspective. No, not Magdi Jacobs. She's my favorite. Out of all the Hasbara operatives, Magdi Jacobs obviously is my favorite, as you guys know. She says, Al Sayed has about a day and a half to get his supporters under control. They're engaging in online harassment, shutting down their opponents' campaign events, spreading misinfo in a voter suppression attempt. If Abdul al-Sayed wins, this will no longer be about just the Senate majority. Every time Magdi Jacobs says something, I'm like, who is she talking? Well, like, what is she saying? Who's she talking about? What is she talking about? It's always about like her own personal like issues that are going on in her life. It's awesome. Like everything is like every single candidate that she has opposed, that simply also opposed Israel, by the way, always reminds her of her ex-husband or ex-boyfriend. It's like she always says this. It was Walter Masterson. I like that she's positioning herself to be a barrage of attacks against Abdul al-Sayed and the general. But obviously, if they had any kind of motion, then they would have been able to thwart Abdul's attempts early on in the primaries, right? Anyway, speaking of which, 8 years ago, could you imagine back then where you would be today? Reminder that everyone has to start somewhere. Hassan the Hun in 2018.
What's going on, everyone? How are we doing today? Hopefully there is no audio delay right now.
There is audio
in the future,
delay.
we're not going to have any of these issues, especially because the boy is about to get a PC. That's the kind of dedication you get from me, Hasan Piker, the man of the people. That's the kind of dedication I have to streaming and never stopping posting for the rest of my life till the moment I goddamn die. I will never, ever stop posting. And what's the best form of posting, you might ask? Well, the best form of posting.
Yes, I was streaming on a MacBook, dude. That's the only laptop I had for the longest time. I was streaming from the Fab Top.
Streaming live every night for 4 hours. That's the best kind of posting because it compromises you in a very meaningful way. You know, you're ultimately you're naked in front of 200 people every night as you kind of decide, what topic should I talk about today? I don't know. Let's just reach out to the people and talk to them. That's basically how it goes. But in any case,
motherfucker, that is literally almost a decade ago. And my speech patterns haven't even
Hi,
changed.
I'm Jory, and I'm here with
Abdul Al-Sayed, running for U.S. Senate.
You've been described as similar to Mamdani in terms of your politics, but I have a few different questions for you. Haley Stevens said, Israel comes to me in my dreams. What comes to you in yours?
The hope that Michiganders have health care, the hope that we can all breathe clean air, drink clean water. And I got to be honest with you, I'm haunted by a lot of the things that our tax dollars have paid for in that part of the world. So those are the things in my dreams.
My last question for you is, I've seen numbers floating around about how much you're able to bench. Some people saying that you can bench more than Hasan Piker. Can you settle the score?
Yes, he can. It's true. He can. He chess mogs me every day of the week. It's kind of messed up. That's crazy. Look at him smiling. That's fucked up. Why are you laughing, bro? Why are you laughing? I thought we were supposed to be home. You're supposed to be like, oh, no. Look at him smiling. Look at him cheesing.
And let us know how much you can bench.
355 on a good day, but definitely more than Hasan. He's
Thank you
got
so
real
much.
long arms. You know what I mean? Like a short.
Oh, no. He's right. He's right. Oh, my God. I got ops everywhere, bro. Zero Sonic is one of your best chatters. Wait, why? Not the hanky? 2024. What is this? What the fuck? Laughing at you, Unc. I mean, he should. It's right. He has every right to, because he does. Yeah, I got to get my titty game up. That's who followed you on the clip? Oh, damn. Been there since I had like 2 hundo.
There is a delay? Oh, of course there's a delay.
Lurker, no drama. Anyway, Fox News. El-Sayed pals around with far-left Twitch streamer Hasan Piker the day before crucial Michigan election. Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed have spent the night before Election Day at a pool party with far-left streamer Hasan Piker, sparking pushback from both his primary opponent and his Republican opposition. The event was hosted by a content creator in Detroit, Michigan, also attended by Progressive House candidates Maylai Quiros and Chris Rabb, both members of the Democratic Socialists of America. Michigan Democratic State Rep Donovan McKinney was also reportedly in attendance. Piker, who has roughly 10 million followers, I love that they always say that. Anyway, they got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different reporters on this article on the Maoist pool party beat at Fox News. Okay? What the fuck is happening? Bro, they got too much money. Maybe we have to defund journalism. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yeah. Yeah. Brother, 4 reporters. Anyway, between 2 last month, Piker drew backlash after resisting a group of college students while wearing an outfit resembling that of former communist dictator Mao Zedong. I never will criticize Mao Zedong, Piker said earlier this year in a clip that recently resurfaced on social media. Piker has also said in the past that America deserved 9/11 and has made controversial comments about Hamas and the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. They don't even put the controversial comments anymore. They just say it. They literally don't even mention what it is. It's just established fact. Doesn't even need a hyperlink. Okay, that's crazy. While El Sayed has said he doesn't agree with all of Piker's positions, he's faced backlash for not distancing himself from the controversial streamer. No, he hasn't. Democratic Rep. Haley Stevens, running against El Sayed on Tuesday night's Senate primary, was asked about the relationship between El Sayed and Piker in a press gaggle hours before polls closed. I don't believe Mr. Piker lives here in our state. I do think his rhetoric should be denounced. I do think that my opponent should distance himself from him. I don't know what they were doing last night at this pool party that was going on. Why is she making it seem like we were up to no good at the pool party? What the fuck? At this pool party that was going on, but I was with Congresswoman Hillary Skolton and Debbie Stabenow. Oh my God. Every time she has to bring up someone who endorsed her. Every time. Every motherfucking damn time, bro. That is wild to me. Anyway. Referring to Piker, Stevens said, some of this stuff just makes people uncomfortable. Frankly, it makes me uncomfortable. You know, we don't need these demagogues or people citing allegiance to Mao coming into Michigan, which is crazy. He's like, the borders of Michigan are closed to people whose political opinion I misunderstand and don't like. It's awesome. And pointing to El Sayed, Stevens added, maybe instead of being with Mr. Piker, you know, if he ends up winning the nomination, maybe he'll come with me and hear from some of the small businesses who don't want these extreme politics coming into our state. Instead of spending his final hours campaigning with Michiganders, Abdul Sayed spent it poolside with an anti-Semite and terrorist sympathizer who believes America deserved 9/11. NRSC Regional Press Secretary Samantha Cantrell told Fox News Digital in a statement. The campaign of the presumptive GOP nominee Mike Rogers also weighed in as voters head to the polls. We're getting ready to prosecute the case against Abdul, but it looks like he's already giving us a head start. This is giving fraud, not serious. And Michiganders are battling serious issues they need a senator to deal with, not someone who dances around LA and New York City influencers who thinks America deserved 9/11. Hours before the pool party, Piker was at a campaign event with El Sayed where a reporter asked him if he plans to campaign with the progressive Senate candidate after Tuesday night's primary. Are you crazy? Piker responded, of course. Fox News Digital has reached out to El Sayed's campaign and Piker's team for comment. El Sayed is set to square off against Stevens. By the way, I didn't even know that was a CBS reporter. I thought it was a random fan with a phone camera out. And they were like, "Oh, are you gonna come back in the general?" I was like, "Yeah, are you kidding me? Of course." I like that they're positioning this as like, "Oh, in the general, Abdul is going to distance himself," which he might. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows where the environment takes us? Okay. But the reality of the matter is, I'm a servant of this movement, okay? I don't give a shit. Campaigns sometimes might make decisions that I'm at odds with, okay? But ultimately, I want them to win. And I don't only want them to win, I want them to win and deliver for the people, okay? This is what a lot of people don't realize. Tell the moms if Abdul wins, you're coming back with a tank top on. Yes. I think they're going to force him to distance himself if he wants establishment support. They're terrified. Yeah, I think the biggest problem here is like not necessarily like the frustration that I create amongst the Michiganders, like the voting population, but more so the audiences that I deliver are great. Like the excitement that I deliver for the base is great, especially in the primary. But obviously you need DSCC support, right? And I can totally see the DSCC being like, we will not back you if you're with that scary anti-Semite. Because like at this point, and it has nothing to do with the electability arguments, but at this point it's very clear that I have unfortunately developed far too much animosity and resentment, not from the voters. The voters don't give a shit overall, but I've developed far too much animosity from the party bosses who see me as a weapon that the insurgent left wields that threatens their center of power. And they will do everything to defang this movement. And of course, one of the aspects of this movement is obviously its propaganda apparatus. And I happen to be at the forefront of the propaganda apparatus. They won't do the same thing for like Majority Report or Breaking Points or Drop Site or Zateo, but they will consistently try to like take out one of the modes of communication, because they have this weird belief that like I gain more legitimacy amongst the masses when I appear next to candidates, not realizing that my position on this has been clear from the start. I don't really gain much. Like I straight up do not. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say this: the only thing that has happened to me since Zoran has been all of these fucking campaigns, or not all these fucking campaigns, sorry, all of these media outlets that used to write these puff pieces. They used to talk about how like, I was I was the bro guy that was the Joe Rogan of the left. Every single one of them have turned on me. And it wasn't just Zoran. I think the Zoran victory initially was a wake-up call for some, but it eventually turned into hit piece after hit piece. CNN, CBS, even New York Times to a certain degree. They're not as aggressive, I've noticed. But like all of these other mainstream outlets, since I started taking a more hands-on approach with these campaigns, have totally changed their outlook, like their style guides on how they refer to me. Back in the day, it was just, Twitch streamer, podcaster Hasan Piker. Now it's turned into controversial streamer Hasan Piker. And that's the favorable coverage usually. If it's not controversial streamer Hasan Piker, it's usually anti-Semitic podcaster or streamer Hasan Piker. Not an accident. So the only thing that me campaigning with candidates have brought to me personally is just a shit ton of enmity, a shit ton of animosity, a shit ton of attacks, especially at a time when, like, obviously I need to gain support from liberals in general, and like liberal outlets need to, stand in opposition to the Trump administration's actions. Because the Trump administration has not made it a secret that they are interested in prosecuting people like myself. Okay? Yeah, look at this old Fox News headline about you right after October 7. Yeah, back then, even by Fox News, I was socialist Twitch star Hasan. Socialist Twitch star Hasan Piker raises $1 million for Palestinian aid.
Popular with young voters, he's been compared to Zoran Mamdani. And, like New York's mayor, he's positioning himself as a champion of the working classes against corporate interests. For many, this son of Egyptian immigrants represents the change that's needed for a party that's hit its lowest approval rating in decades.
There are some people who see this primary as a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. Can you appeal to the wider electorate? Or is it some people within your own party who are out of touch with how younger people in particular are feeling about politics?
If we're interested in a way forward, it would be worth paying attention to what we're learning here in Michigan. What is it about this movement that we're building that inspired this many folks to come and be a part of it.
But that movement has been criticised by some for including the likes of this man. Hasanabi Piker, the left-wing activist currently banned from the UK. He says because of comments on Gaza. The Home Office says because his presence isn't conducive to the public good.
We should not feel comfortable about our governments taking action like this.
And what about some British Jews who say they feel uncomfortable that some of the criticism of Israel does tip over into anti-Semitism?
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Totally understand that. It's something that I oppose. Anti-Semitism is something that I fought back against.
Do you think that could harm Abdullah
Okay, dude, that edit is fucking ridiculous.
Said's campaign being associated with you?
No, I don't think so.
Will it put off some voters?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Al-Sayed says he doesn't support all of Piker's controversial views. But he says the Democrats need to ask why those views are so popular. To find out, we're at Weavers, Park Boxing Gym Park Community Centre, in the heart of Dearborn.
Yeah, well, they posted the full interview already, and in the full interview, they have all my comments. This only has like 2,000 views an hour ago. The full interview actually might go viral, I think, because it was really good.
The first city in America.
I'm glad that they fucking put a lot of like, shirtless boxing edits in this instead of my comments about like British politics.
With a majority Arab population.
1 2 1 2.
It's owned by former professional fighter Manib Salmani, born and raised locally to Iraqi parents. He described himself as a swing voter.
I'm not even a Democrat at all, to be honest with you, and most of my political beliefs are conservative.
But he's been inspired by Al-Sayed, in particular by his messaging on taxes being spent on foreign wars.
That's a big problem because you're starting wars on all fronts. Lebanon, Palestine, Iraq, Iran. There's so much problems.
There are some people who say that why are you letting foreign issues influence how you vote locally?
I understand, but the problem is our money's made here in America and then given away. That's what we don't like.
Who comes across better on socials?
Oh, Al-Sayed, 100%.
Carlton Borg is 19 and will be voting for the first time. His family owns a construction company, and he says many of their customers are struggling.
So, even groceries, gas, stamps, everything is just gone.
Abdullah Al-Sayed's message about the cost of living, that's something that is really important to you.
Absolutely. And on top of that, he doesn't take any corporate PAC money. So that's my biggest thing with, Haley Stevens. He's taken over $40 million from AIPAC.
And that issue of outside funding has become one of the defining of the Michigan primary, which has become a proxy fight over big money in politics and the influence of pro-Israel groups.
I am deeply proud to represent one of the largest Jewish populations in a congressional district in the country.
Al-Sayed's opponent, Haley Stevens,
Are we winning this election?
has pitched herself the more experienced moderate, having previously been elected to Congress.
Led me to a career in manufacturing.
Her campaign is centred on manufacturing and the auto industry.
Love you!
Stevens has received more than $30 million from AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
And I'm a volunteer for Haley Stevens.
It's led to a fierce debate at a time when support for Israel's actions is declining amongst Democrats.
Dude, it was a wrap for me when I saw the New York Times Daily article that trailed a Haley Stevens canvasser who openly admitted to the New York Times that she literally did not like that Haley Stevens was getting so much money from AIPAC and that she hated AIPAC. It's over. What can you fucking say? What can you say at that point? You're just duping old boomers who still want to believe in the electability narratives. That's it. There is no more decline for Israel support in the base of the Democratic Party. It's gone. When you have people who feel shame while they're stumping for a fucking campaign, while they're canvassing for a campaign, that their candidate is, they have this belief, there's the suspicion that their candidate might be the most electable, but there's nothing else there for them. It's over.
Car door open, but no one in there.
But it's a debate that is making some activists feel uncomfortable.
I'm Jewish. It matters to me. but that everything is coming down to that. That's the culprit for everything that ails our country. It just is absurd to me.
Has it been quite a bitter campaign?
Absolutely.
Whichever candidate wins here may influence the future direction of this party and perhaps this country. The Democrats are confident they can keep this seat blue. What may be much harder is healing the splits within their own party.
In another case, another political battle, tomorrow voters will have their say in Michigan's Senate Democratic primary. Moderate Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens is facing off against former public health official Progressive.
Fake tappers talking shit about you on CNN right now. We will. Okay, guys, calm down. Like, what do you want from me? Fake tapper talking about you? Okay, everyone, chill. It's fine. Yeah, bro. At this point, it's not really...
Not just meal kits, and it's not just groceries, it's both.
Fuck. I can't even... Jesus Christ, is so hard to... Oh, here it is. Oh, with Hillary Skolton.
Millions of Americans are going to lose their health care as a result and will be paying more for their health insurance now that the Affordable Care Act subsidies have gone away. And, let me be clear. I'm just simply not willing to,
this is so gross.
Start writing the obituary on these campaigns.
This is no longer for... This is no longer for the primary. They're setting this up for the general. Because the primary is a wrap from this point on.
Serious concerns, which I stand by, and whoever emerges from this primary is going to have to
disavow Hasan Piker
for those concerns. And those are...
Do you feel like this is normal?
Numerous. But in fact, Abdul is doubling down on some of the concerns that I've raised in the closing days of this, primary.
There have been a lot of people in the Jewish community who have criticized Dr. El-Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker, for constantly talking about AIPAC. I just want to get your sense of something, because during a recent roundtable on anti-Semitism, your fellow Democrat, the Attorney General of Michigan, Dana Nessel,
fucking Dana Nessel. Oh my God.
Progressive. She said she's going to skip the Michigan Democratic Party's nominating convention. She said, quote, "I don't feel safe going. I feel like my presence isn't going to be welcome. I don't want to get chased around. I don't want to get harassed. I don't want to get yelled and screamed at. I don't want to get booed off the stage, irrespective of what I'm saying. And I believe that if I go, this is what will happen, because it's been happening to me." And Lon Johnson, the former chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, has also raised concerns about some alarming behavior against Jews in the state that seems to be tolerated by the Michigan Democratic Party. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I see those concerns. I share those concerns. We've seen it break out on college campuses across Michigan. And that's why I have also raised a lot of concerns about the fact that, Abdul has brought in Hasan Piker to these college campuses, a place that has already been rife with this conflict, where, we have heard, Jewish students, but not just Jewish students, other students feel unsafe because of this really violent rhetoric. And here you have, a candidate for one of the highest offices in the United States of America, bringing in this very controversial individual to campaign for him. Not only did he bring him in earlier in the campaign, Jake, he brought him in as his closer here in Michigan. You think about this, right? Elections are about choices. What is the message that you want to send to your voters, right? Mm-hmm. And Abdul El-Sayed chose to bring in Hasan Piker.
What?
Not a Michigander, an outside podcast influencer who once said, America deserved September 11 just last week. He added a framed picture of the September 12th
This
New
is
York
literally
Times
a New York Post article.
With the
like,
World
this
Trade
is
Towers
fucking psychotic.
In the back.
Like, what do you think I was doing there? Do you think I'm like celebrating 9/11? Like, it's such a fucking insane take. Like, it is truly like this. If we lived in a universe where people were like, hey, kind of feels like you're being a little Islamophobic here. We're supposed to be woke. We're supposed to be liberals. Like, they would unironically be like, this is an insane thing to accuse someone of. Okay?
At a round table in Muskegon Heights.
Yeah, we're one step removed from her literally being like, Hasan Piker was dancing on the fucking rooftops of like during 9/11. Like that's literally where we're at with the 9/11 controversy. It's taken on a totally new life.
Is now one step closer to being confirmed as U.S. Attorney General. Can President Trump's former...
Yeah, this is fucking nuts, dude. This is actually nuts. I look, my suspicion on this is I pissed off Bill A. Packman style, Bill Smokes Crackman style. I pissed off like a super wealthy Zionist billionaire or millionaire or something, or maybe a bunch of them, because their daughters or their nieces or their nephews that are fans of mine. And by the way, if you're in here and you kind of feel like I might be talking about your uncles or your dad or something, just, you know, you don't have to tell me anything. It's fine. I don't even put it, it's not even on you. Okay. But I assume that like a bunch of either like media executives or something have like now anti-Zionist relatives because of me. And they are fucking so aggro about this, where they think like from their perspective, it's not even just about like the insurgent left movement as much as it is about like taking my ass out. The reason why I say that is because, I mean, this is not a secret. Elon Musk fucking hates me. So like there is a precedent for this, right? But the reason why I'm saying this is because like it doesn't make fucking sense for both CNN and Fox News to make this the primary fixture. Because like, who is this for? Who the fuck is this for? You know what I mean? Like, it has to be for someone. It's certainly not for the audience, right? I'm sure maybe it gives them like a ratings boost or something if I'm looking at this like as cynically as possible. But there's no other reason for me to be getting this much coverage, like far more than Nick Fuentes, right? Like actual anti-Semites. And there's a dime a dozen. There's a lot of actual anti-Semites out there. For them to lean in this much in a way that is hysterical, like objectively hysterical, there's got to be a different reason, right? And I assume like this is because I won't reveal who I talk to, but I talked to a bunch of, politicians when the Mike Lawler, Josh Gottheimer dual condemnation bill came out, right? And one of the things I kept hearing from every single one of the people I talked to in Congress was, yeah, this is a messaging bill, right? Like this is a messaging bill. They're trying to like, they're doing this for the donors, right? Like they're trying to satiate the appetite of like either one donor or a handful of donors that like want them to come out with like a pressure bill, because that bill's never going to pass, right? It's never going to pass. No one's ever going to pass it, mostly because of Candace Owens, ironically enough, not because of the Democrats. Democrats would love to fucking throw me under the bus. But most of the attacks are coming because it's like, this is a way to say to the donors, like, who are asking for it, that, you're doing your bidding. You're doing their bidding. You're taking it seriously, knowing full well that it's not going to pass anyway, right? So I think there's just a bunch of people who just keep going to politicians and demanding their condemnation of me for some fucking unbelievably strange reason. Because I don't think I'm that popular. I don't like. I know my limitations. Like I know the attention or the influence that I command over specific subsects of American society. But ultimately, the amount of enmity, the amount of antagonism that they are fomenting in my direction does not match my output, at least by my estimation. Like Debbie Stabenow said, I was the biggest anti-Semite in the media. Okay? The jab barely registered with the attendees. Debbie Stabenow does not know who the fuck I am. Someone told her to say that. I'm sorry. There's 0% chance that Debbie fucking Stabenow knows who I am, knows my commentary, and has developed this, like, you know, developed this perspective on what I represent in media. And now she's saying I'm probably the biggest anti-Semite in media. That's ridiculous. It's the same with Mallory McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow initially said I was, an anti-Semite akin to Nick Fuentes, right? That was a totally baseless and really heinous smear. Where does she get that? She didn't see the clips or anything. Someone gave her a talking point. So, I don't know. I guess from my perspective, I'm like, why? Why are they doing this? It feels to me like they are overestimating my impact. You know? That's like when Cory Booker admitted to not knowing who you are and just believing what his staff told him. Like, it's insane. I know. We're going to watch the CBS interview. Hold on. We're going to get there right now. Let's continue.
Abdul al-Sayed. Now, the race has turned into a huge reflection of tensions within the Democratic Party. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining us now.
Oh, my God.
All right, Harry.
Holy Toledo. Kalshi predictions say Abdul is up like a rocket ship.
Who looks to be the favorite in this particular battle in Michigan?
It's not even particularly close. I haven't seen an election like this since 1907.
A big thing because people are looking at it as, again, is this a harbinger for things to come?
Yeah, I think that tomorrow Abdul al-Sayed will deliver the biggest blow so far against the establishment of the Democratic Party because he is the heavy favorite going into tomorrow. Just take a look at the prediction market odds. Okay, chance to be the Michigan Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul al-Sayed. Look at this. He's up to a 98% chance according to the Kalshi prediction market.
Dude, it's so funny. Look. Before he even gets there, he's gearing himself, he's tuning himself up to start going crazy mode. He starts off normal. He's like, well, this is going to deliver a decisive message to the Democratic establishment.
Look at this. He's up to a 98% chance according to the Kalshi prediction markets, way up like a rocket compared to where he was on April 3rd.
Way up like a rocket.
When he was just a 28% chance just a few months ago. The bottom line is this. You look at all the data that is out there. Abdul al-Sayed is the very heavy favorite going in tomorrow. And of course, he is backed by a lot of folks on the left wing of the Democratic Party. And at this point, as I said at the beginning, he looks tomorrow to...
I wonder if Holy Toledo knows who I am and knows how much we love him on this broadcast. Harry Emden. One day we'll meet Harry Emden, chat. It'll probably be sad because he probably doesn't fuck with me, but it's fine. We love him regardless. He has to. He 100% knows about you. Yeah, but probably not a fan. You know what I mean? I wonder if he knows that he is a recurring character on this broadcast. That's the real question.
Deliver the biggest blow so far against the establishment wing of the Democratic Party.
Give us some sense of just the amount of anger that is there, really at incumbents.
Yeah.
Not at, just a particular person, but at incumbents, at people who are the establishment.
Sarah, I think this is part of a larger story within the Democratic Party, right? That is why tomorrow is so key for understanding where the Democratic Party is right now. And you can see it nationally. What do Democrats want? Democrat and Democratic leaders who think the party needs at least major changes. Look at this. In 2022, it was just 33%. Look where it is now. The clear majority of Democratic voters are those who lean towards the Democratic Party. 57%. A clear majority believe that the party needs at least major changes. No one.
Okay, I think what this means is better things are not possible, and running on electability and then telling people that the opponent is hanging out with a Twitch streamer at a Maoist pool party with Maddie Maroon. Maoist pool party. Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. You don't know Maddie Maroon? He fucking owns the city. He owns the bridge. No. Maddie Maroon is the Maroon family is like very wealthy. Maddie Maroon may not be gay. But he is he's Trump's biggest donor. Yeah, no, like he's one of Trump's biggest donors, and he owns the Gordie Howe Bridge, right? Like, or not the Ambassador Bridge. There's two bridges that connect Michigan to Canada, and one of them is privately owned by Maddie Maroon, and then the other one is paid for by the taxpayers. And they built the taxpayer one, but they never opened it on purpose because Maddie Maroon was like, "You can't open this. This will put me under. This will put me underwater." So, as it's the Ambassador Bridge. Yeah, he owns the Ambassador Bridge, not the Gordie Howe Bridge. The Gordie Howe Bridge never opened because Trump literally delayed it. So that, what? Yeah, he doesn't just privately own the bridge. He owns all the duty-free shops around the bridge. He owns the tolls. He owns everything in the privately owned bridge. He's like, correction, the bridge was paid for by the Canadian taxpayers, not U.S. funds. Oh, shit, I didn't even realize, yeah. Uncle Sam talking about you?
We did not add this music. Live from Texas, this is the Will Cain Show.
Do they think Fox News put that music up?
Kingmaker. He's the visionary.
That's so funny. Sam is such a boomer for this.
Socialist, and it's his party, Piker's party, and that party has an invite list, and he has a vision, not just as who should be elected to office, but as to the future of the Democratic Socialist of America. When asked a very interesting question about what he would add to the platform, here's what he said about the future of the DSA.
Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption. Prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Bring out the secret police.
This is a fan made.
This is clearly the Hasanabi Productions edit, but kudos.
Did they do this?
Yes, you can tell.
Okay.
Sam
this
is
not how he started.
Sam
the
is
show.
so unk. He thought Fox News made an aura
But that
edit
was
for me.
Hasan like a few days
Saying
ago.
if somebody did fraud, they should face legal consequences. What a radical!
I mean, secret police.
And this idiot, he's doing it in secret, but he announced it on the microphone.
I mean, the honorable thing to do would be to charge Olympians for cutting up the reflecting pool. That's the one.
Trap them.
That's what the federal government should be focused on.
Janine Pirro totally let that one go.
Yeah, I can't believe Will Cain, who is the greatest advocate for Maoism in the country, unironically, like he is the DSA's strongest warrior. Like a lot of people will say, "Oh, Hasan, like you do a lot for the Democratic Socialists of America. You're like the chief of propaganda for the socialist movement." It's Will Cain. People don't understand. He always interviews DSA members. He always talks about the DSA, and he's so bad at like trying to position the Democratic Socialists of America as like this nefarious force that it always comes across like it's a promotional video. So I can never hold a candle to Will Cain and the Membranes' heroic efforts, Herculean efforts to lift up the working class movement and the Democratic Socialists of America.
wonder what we've seen so far is incumbents go down and defeat the House of Representatives. No wonder what we've seen so far this Democratic primary season is the establishment losing and losing and losing again in key races. And no wonder that Abdul al-Sayed is favored tomorrow, because the Democratic Party's voters at this point are so upset with the establishment. They're saying anything else, please. And Abdul al-Sayed, who just 8 years ago during Trump's first term got blown out running for Michigan governor against Gretchen Whitmer.
Chill, dude. Chill. Blown out? Okay, calm it. Okay, calm it down. Tone it down, Harry. Harry Emden!
Tomorrow is the heavy favorite because, simply put, the Democratic Party is looking for something new, and they are looking to go against Haley Stevens most likely tomorrow, who, of course, is a sitting congresswoman.
I do want to ask you just how motivated Dems are. Where's the energy? How motivated are they to go out and vote? Because numbers matter.
Yeah, numbers matter. Who in the Democratic Party is motivated to turn out and vote this election season? The energy right now is on the left wing of the Democratic Party, where Abdul al-Sayed is. Just take a look here. Okay, Dems extremely motivated to vote. Look at this. 80%, 4 in 5 of those who identify as very liberal say they are extremely motivated to turn out and vote. Compare that to all others within the Democratic Party. A significantly lower chunk, just 3 in 5, 59%. Abdul al-Sayed kind of comes together, puts it all together as an outsider, comes from the populist progressive wing in the party, and that's why I think tomorrow he is the heavy favorite. If he does, as I said at the beginning of this segment, it would be the biggest blow against the Democratic establishment so far, sort of culmination of all the factors we've seen this primary season.
This is certainly bubbling up, and then you, of course, have the general, and that's a whole different thing.
We will discuss that.
We'll discuss that later.
We'll discuss that later. Let's set the primary first.
Got to get through the primary first. These are really interesting numbers. Wow.
Yeah.
Harry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
How do we expect it to shake out? Well, Pamela, this Democratic primary here in Michigan really encapsulates the debates, not just playing out in Michigan, but also within the Democratic Party on the national level. This contest has really laid bare the party's progressive versus establishment divisions, also the debate over what it means to be electable, and also how the Democratic Party views the U.S. handling an approach to Israel. But really, this contest is going to be a major test for the progressive movement, which has seen success in blue areas like New York City and Denver, but now is trying to replicate some of that success here in a battleground state that has flipped between parties in the presidential contest. On the progressive side, you have Abdul al-Sayed, a former state health official who has embraced policy positions like Medicare for all. He has campaigned here in the state with the likes of Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Then you have Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who had flipped a Republican-held seat back in 2018, and she is really the more moderate establishment type of candidate in this race. She has the backing of the retiring Senator Gary Peters, as well as the state's governor, Gretchen Whitmer.
Can I just say, I love Mark Pecan so much. It's a very random thought, but I just saw one of his tweets on my timeline. I think he loves Francesca Hong, by the way. I don't know why he hasn't endorsed her, but it's like very clear. It's very clear that he will endorse her when she wins the primary, inshallah. But it's so funny. He's constantly glazing Francesca Hong over and over again, okay? Mark Pecan, he's one of the best non-socialist progressives. Yes, for sure. He does not like her. Yes, he does. 100% you're wrong. Are you kidding me? He's never endorsed in the primary. It's his thing for some reason. Yeah, he absolutely loves Francesca Hong. I will go out the bat for this. 100% you're wrong. Okay? His recent tweet about her is so funny though. First of all, here, let's show you some stuff, okay? A couple days ago, he did the Odyssey tweet, Odyssey Medicare for All, which I thought was really fucking lame, but cute. But a couple days ago, he literally basically came close to endorsing Francesca Hong without endorsing her. I forget where it was, but he tweeted about her, okay? Retweet Abdul. Wait, why? What did Abdul? Why am I retweeting Abdul? Why are you fucking saying? I have inside knowledge on this. He does not. Okay, well, Regardless, he just says, he acts like he likes her. Can I be your camera guy? Quit streaming. Vouch for me, chat. Yeah, in the future, but you failed on your first mission, and that's why your mom would have loved you coming out here and roaming the streets of Detroit, stumping for Abdul, stumping for Donovan McKinney. Like, you really fucked up. Yeah, that was a bozo ass moment. Tweet you're looking for is 3 tweets down. Hey, Wisconsin media. Francesca Hong would be the first woman, first Asian American, and one of the first small business owners to be elected governor. Yet you focus on DSA. She's not an officer or spokesperson. She's running for governor. Ask her about that. And then curious face. And then in parentheses, observation, not endorsement. And then here he says, candidates give bad interviews sometimes. They better grow from it. The governor has a right to endorse and campaign for people. Get over it. People have a right to run, even if they get single digits. I may not get it, but it's their right. Did I piss off a little bit of everyone? Smile. So yeah, I do think that he will endorse her when she wins the primary for sure. I did fail. I'm sorry. Don't act like you're sorry, bro. You fucking failed to show up. It's fine. It's fine. I won't hold it against you. How long do you think it'll take to announce the Michigan winner for the Senate? Not long. The expectation is not long. Yeah, this was beast mode. This was one of her best answers, by the way. Francesca Hong, when asked about the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel if campaigning with Hasan Piker and Ilhan Omar is politically risky, said it would be a risk not to try to build the broadest coalition possible. Yeah, I think this will be... Here's a couple of predictions, okay? Are you guys ready? You love when I have predictions like this, okay? Not predictions about, whether or not Vladimir Putin will invade Ukraine, but predictions when it comes to American politics, which is very well within my wheelhouse. Number one, I predict this will be the last cycle where we will ever have a statewide elective that shies away from a DSA endorsement or even a DSA affiliation or even being a DSA member. That's number one. Number two prediction will be, in the aftermath of the midterm cycle, campaigns and candidates will not do this like hand-waving bullshit. Even like Francesca in this situation is like making it seem as though this is just an effort like to build a broader coalition when it comes to coalescing around or cooperating with your boy. Those are the two predictions that I have. Now, both of those predictions could fail spectacularly given the midterm performance when the general comes around. So we shall see. But I suspect that this will yield tremendous victories for us, for this movement. And going forward, people, I think, will no longer do this like hand-waving bullshit where they're like, oh, well, I don't agree with everything. Like there's this like level of shame almost whenever they talk to the media. And then part of the reason for why they're doing that, there's this level of fake shame when they, hand-wave away this affiliation, is because like there's too much negative earned media around this affiliation, and plus there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that I will always say the right things and not have a pop-off moment that could reflect poorly on the campaign or something. Your coverage has had me saying, what gives too much? Yeah, I saw this. I'd vote for a communist first clip. It's beast mode. Anyway, who cares as long as we're racking up W's? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I saw it. Bitch, not me. Okay. Sorry, guys. We watched it on stream, but we should watch it again because M-Max hasn't seen it yet. Okay? All right. Apologies, M-Max. I'm so sorry. There are 40,000 people in here, but you, little old you, didn't see this fucking clip, so we're going to rewatch it.
I just wouldn't want a single of our family's tax-paying dollars to go towards something like that.
I do love
it's
her,
like giving money to violence.
So would you support a Senate candidate, in this case Haley Stevens, who's more of a moderate like you tend to like, but would that be enough?
That would definitely turn me off as 100%. I couldn't. I would vote for a communist first. I just wouldn't want a single of...
Beast mode. Embrace Hasanabi thought. Beast mode. Had you on audio, can we watch it again? No. You can rewind, by the way, as long as you subscribe. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. As long as you subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, your voluntary subscriptions are the only way to support independent media, support the broadcast. There's no other way that you can do so. But if you want to, you can subscribe voluntarily for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can rewind. You can also use the emotes, the cool emotes all around the platform if you would like to. You also get the opportunity to send me links with no guarantee that I will click on them and a guarantee that I will get annoyed if you keep spamming them, for example.
Both of those candidates spent the past 24 hours campaigning right here in Detroit, which could very well help determine how this primary plays out. Take a listen to a bit of their message for voters yesterday.
But the notion that we've been able to build a movement, not about me, but about what we all want, money out of politics, money in our pocket, Medicare
Look at Adam Hamawi in the background.
For all, that has resonated with the state. That to me is the greatest privilege of all.
The GOP should be worried about running against me.
Wow, Aura. Thanks, Haley. Thanks, Haley. Aura. Yeah, average moderate Democrat and increasing the average moderate Republican. Yeah, we already watched that. This is the same clip. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is literally the same clip, chatter. Yes.
Because, friends, I am a tough as nails Democrat.
Yeah, I'm a tough as nails Democrat. I'm a real workhorse. I got the receipts.
Over and over again.
I'm going to run through anyone and anything to protect and defend our state.
Now, the road to the next Senate majority very well could go through here in Michigan. Democrats would need to hold on to Michigan and flip 4 Republican-held seats. And this primary will provide a window in who the Democratic Party feels
Roxy,
should be their
lock the
nominee
fuck in.
to take on what's expected to be the Republican candidate,
so
Mike
dope.
Rogers, in November.
Tomorrow is the...
It's so funny. I'm sure you guys have seen Roxy's 2016, when she was 16 years old in 2016, trying to hold Bernie Sanders' hand at a rally. It's kind of wild. A decade later, she's, running a tight ship at the Abdul El-Sayed campaign. Very cool. Very cool to see at the age of 26. Once again, her, Vincent, and even to a certain degree, people like Zoran Mamdani, are proving once again that it's actually a benefit if you haven't gotten the DC stink on you. What people previously considered experience, okay? What people previously considered to be experience in not only the candidates, but also even campaign managers, comms directors, and whatnot. Yeah, here it is. Look at this. I'm #done waiting for my voice to be heard. This is from August 4th, 2018. We need a brave leader with comprehensive policy plans who's willing to take strong stances on things that matter. We need at Abdul El-Sayed. That's crazy. She's a baby here. I mean, I'm so old now. I say stuff like that now. Gross. I feel gross being so old. Where, you know, a comms director like working on a campaign is almost 10 years younger than me. How did this happen? How the fuck? Now I'm going to be like, oh no, wisdom comes with age. And you youngsters, you young whippersnappers don't know right from wrong. Yeah, I got to change my name from Hasanabi to Hassan Baba.
Biggest test yet for the far left, trying to shove aside establishment Democrats. In Michigan, millions of Democrats will choose between progressive public health expert Abdul El-Sayed and the more moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Yeah, I'm basically the new James Carville, where what's going to happen, 25, 35 years from now, where I'm basically James Carville, 40 years from now, where I'm like, America's not ready for a Maoist third worldist. It doesn't make no sense. There's no peasant base. Who are you activating? Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh, I speak fluent Mandarin. That's what he says. He says I speak fluent Chinese. He's talking about doing the long march. Back in my day, we did the long march. You don't know what a long march looks like. All you know is teleportation. These guys want to do Maoism in the United States of America. Everybody knows we got our own version of Marxist-Leninism. Abide by the party line. Don't stray away with this Maoist talk. This is a future where America is run by a single communist party, and I'm the James Carville of that system. Well, some people are not going to get it, so I'm explaining it for the Fox News producers who are watching right now going, did you see this? They clipped this shit. What the fuck? Yeah. We did the long march in the polls. It was the Democratic Socialists of America. Back in my day, that's how we marched. Incremental reforms. Reform over revolution. Nowadays, these party cadres are talking about a long march. Anyway, what is this? No getting around the fact that nominating El-Sayed, Lawrence, and Hong would be absolutely astounding acts of stupidity by the Democratic voters. I'm sorry, but if you have even a slight degree of sanity, this is fairly obvious. That's awesome. Party consultants now cutting out the middleman, people like myself, and directly yelling at the voters to be like, what are you doing, stupid? We've arrived at the lashing out stage of the Democratic operatives losing control of the party. The seeds of the Democratic Lincoln Project are being planted as we speak. Democratic voters showed an extraordinary amount of deference to their party establishment given everything that's happened in American politics over the past 20 years, and the clock finally just ran out. Don't be mad at the voters for knowing what time it is. That is unbelievable. I mean, it's expected. It's expected, but it's still like so shameless to just get mad at the voters for their preference in a democratic process. Awesome. Yeah, Crystal Ball also got mad at the Haley Stevens Traverse City event. So what an utterly insane thing to say, and she's right. Hold on. Did you watch this Debbie Dingle clip already? I didn't. There's the CBS interview we got to watch too.
Paraphrase Joe Biden, it's a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. Jeff Zeleny is in Michigan. So Jeff, with just a few hours left, the El-Sayed camp seems to be feeling pretty good about their chances.
Manu, there's no doubt that they feel some energy.
Polls close in an hour, go vote. Dog, I already illegally voted like 100,000 times. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Why do you think I'm in Michigan, bro? It's the mules. I activated the fucking mules. 10,000 of them. I have been voting illegally all morning, like right before the stream. Like basically up until the moment that I clicked start streaming, I was voting illegally. Yeah. What were you thinking?
And a momentum on their side. Part of that is really what's been happening in Democratic primaries throughout the country this year. But this is a different moment, and it's a different state. It's battleground Michigan. So that is why neither campaign advisors that I've been speaking to are all that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is official 55 minutes from now. Polls are going to close in most places in Michigan. And at 9 p.m., it's going to close everywhere. We're obviously going to make our way to the party, the watch party. We're not saying victory party yet. We're saying watch party. Okay, superstition, or rather not super, but little stitious. Little stition. Okay, if you're currently watching me at a polling location, remember, the only poll that matters is your polling station. Stay in line to vote for Abdul El-Sayed, Donovan McKinney, Will Lawrence, Aisha Faruqi, Kyle Blumquist. There are so many wonderful candidates that you are hopefully voting for. Okay, that's why I'm saying the watch party, election party. Get drunk again. I might have a little bit of booze. I might have a little bit of that libations.
Confident going into election day. There's a lot of a trepidation here. I caught up with both candidates over the weekend, and it's clear they are fighting for every vote and trying to make this nationalized race more of.
No shot. I mean, Zoran's wasn't. That'd be crazy.
About Michigan. Well, the Congresswoman has made clear that she knows she's been a bit of a punchline
I might down some
in this
drinks
race.
before
Her
I go
accent
out
and
there.
other things.
Actually,
she's leaning into
dry.
that as she's trying to bring out her supporters.
This is East Coast people
Please see Roxy for a
making
gift.
fun of how I talk. And how many times have we really heard that in our lives? You know, when we visit other places.
I don't like that she made her accent the primary fixture of this campaign, because everyone I've talked to has been like, nobody talks like that, number one. I've yet to meet a person that talks like that from Michigan, including the people from the Upper Peninsula who might just like be lying to me. I don't know. But she's not from the Upper Peninsula anyway. She's from Rochester. She's like fucking literally 10 minutes away from where Abdul El-Sayed was born. And last but not least, she didn't sound like that in the past. And it's very clear that she hams it up to do this like, oh, I'm just a silly yokel, don't you know? Oh, I'm just a real working class gal who has, earmarked $74 million in outside expenditures, who got $50,000 from DTE. Like, you're not like a regular working class person. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's the same principle that I despise when she does this thing where she does this thing where she's like, oh, all of these outsiders, they spend a good deal of time in Washington, D.C. It's like, you're a representative. That's you. You're talking about it. You spend all your time in Washington, D.C. What the fuck is going on?
Places, they comment on our accent. Where are you from? Whether they're making fun of me or they're just making fun of Michigan, they don't get to think they're better than us. Because what I know is I am your voice, and I'm eager to be your voice. The jokes, they just make me want to fight harder.
Okay, listen. Abdul's closing statement literally had nothing to do. Like, he briefly does the classic, like, someone like my name, he does his Obama thing, right? Like, oh, someone like my name is not supposed to be president, whatever. That's what America's all about. Or someone like my name is not supposed to be senator, not president. That's what America's all about, right? But like, outside of that, it was mostly about like progress, the struggle to achieve progress, the work that it takes, the pain that you experience, and how sweet that victory feels at the end of that finish line. It was all about not me, us. He channeled that so perfectly. Okay? Her entire speech is like, I'm a real fighter. I'm a real fighter. My accent's strange. Everyone says it, but it's okay. It makes me want to represent you even more with this voice.
So Stevens clearly is making the case that she is pure Michigan, that she has represented the state since 2018. Of course, she flipped a Republican-held House seat back in the first midterm election of the first Trump administration. But this is certainly a different time for the Democratic Party. There's no doubt about it. Some of that energy that is behind Abdul El-Sayed's campaign also was clear, even as questions of electability really are hanging over this. We asked him about that as well.
Is that electability is about whether or not you can inspire a movement of people to want to elect you. I mean, frankly, if you have to bring $70 million of outside spending into your race, you are foundationally unelectable on your own terms. So, to me, the vision I have for electability is one where you can inspire a movement of people around a set of ideals that allows you then to go out and legislate around those goals, right? That's what electability means to me.
So he also goes on to say that he thinks that some of this electability argument here that Haley Stevens and the Democratic establishment behind her is pushing pretty aggressively. He thinks it's a bit of a loaded question here. He believes that Michiganders will elect him. And he said, an elected official always says that electability is on their side, but he, of course, is running from the outside. But he also talked specifically about his own upbringing and his own background, of course, even going back to when he was a high school student at the time of 9/11 and how he was embraced. So if he would be elected, he would be the first Muslim elected to the U.S. Senate here. So for all of the outside currents going on in this race here, the progressive versus the insurgent, talking about funding for Israel, it is also about Michigan issues. It's about affordability.
Yeah, I mean, the PCC is right. PCC's own Adam Green. I assume I know what he's going to say because I agree with it. He says, we believe that if Abdul El-Sayed defeats $600 million in outside spending, it will send a signal to every Democratic politician across the country that it's okay to cross very powerful interests because you can still win if the people are on your side. That is what is needed, especially at this moment as we're fighting Donald Trump. Yeah. Here's her from 2018.
President Obama's two biggest wins for Michigan families were the auto rescue and healthcare reform. I'm Haley Stevens, and I was Chief of Staff to President Obama's auto rescue.
That sounds like a different person. Am I crazy? I guess it's just like an exaggerated version of the accent. That's what it is, right? What gifts?
Saved over 200,000 jobs and strengthened Michigan's advanced manufacturing economy. That's our future. Now that Donald Trump is trying to sabotage Obamacare, I'm running for Congress to protect and improve it, to lower costs.
I'm running for Congress. Time went on, bro. You're exaggerating.
And get more people covered. I approve this message because I know how to deliver for Michigan.
It's not just her voice. She also does those bizarre mannerisms where she puts her shoulders all the way up to her head and leans like a goblin. Stop. I disavow this kind of sentiment. Okay, there's only 47 minutes until polls close. We're done. Sam Robinson and Majority Report talking about you? Oh shit, link it to me. What gifts? I haven't gotten through a single damn video today. I've just been all over the fucking place. It's crazy. She stopped using a Blue Yeti. It's her real voice today? Okay.
And Manu, it is very clear here in the final hours of this race, both of these candidates are campaigning only with Michigan people at their side. They're trying to make this race about Michigan. Of course, for national Democrats, it's about far more than that.
Yeah, no question about it. The divides are very, very pronounced. Jeff Zeleny from Lansing, thank you so much. My panel is back. Tia, how much fear is there in this town among Democratic leaders about what may turn out tomorrow?
A lot of fear, and I think their fear is rooted in the fact that the polling, the excitement, the intention seems to be favoring El-Sayed. Now, of course, it's Michigan voters get the final say, and we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Haley Stevens could pull it out, but, you know, I think she's the underdog right now, and they are concerned about electability. They are concerned that someone as progressive as him, I think we cannot ignore the fact that he's a Muslim and a person of color, and people's concerns that.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry. What? Did I hear that correctly? What the fuck? Yo. Hey, yo. That is insane. There's a black woman saying this. What the hell is going on?
Will not be palatable to voters in the middle. And
that's actually kind of, I mean, I guess I should feel a little bit like, I guess it's just her saying the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? Like she, at least it's better that she's like being open about it instead of doing like like Abdul is, a sexist, misogynistic terror lover or something. But I'm just making that argument totally randomly, not because he's Muslim. I'm not being Islamophobic. I'm just explaining to you.
Progressive as him, I think we cannot ignore the fact that he's a Muslim and a person of color, and people's concerns that will not be palatable to voters in the middle. And so there's just a lot of concern about electability.
Like, can you imagine if I went on CNN and was like, we can't ignore the fact that Haley Stevens is a woman? Like that's a huge L. Being a woman is a huge L. As a matter of fact, I know exactly what that would look like in the media because Bernie Sanders didn't even fucking say that, and people were claiming that he did to Elizabeth Warren. So we know how the media fucking reacts when it's someone that they don't like. When it's someone that they want to take out. That's crazy. I don't know. I've always been consistent on this. Someone's background is utterly irrelevant, utterly immaterial. It's just a hurdle, but it's one that people can overcome. And I hate when people act as though this is like irreconcilable. It's impossible to defeat the racist forces. Like it's bullshit.
I just think it's not just his messaging that makes Democrats concerned.
We often hear, though, the issue of electability coming from leaders of both parties, and they tend to lean towards the more centrist candidate. Is this environment different, though, given how much the environment is souring on Trump and his party? Can a progressive in this environment do what the Democratic leaders think that he can't do?
Absolutely, and he's very good. I mean, I remember when you did the interview with him. He's very good. He's good on his feet. He's a good candidate. I think he's a lock. Honestly, I think the polls. I don't think it's that close. I mean, a lot of the polls have him up double digits.
Yeah.
I mean, some their internals. Oh, it's close. I don't think it's that close. The thing to me is Whitmer and Schumer and everybody else has been so hard behind Stevens. Can they turn it around in 90 days and be like, oh yeah, we want El Sayed, of course. You know, we
were behind him the whole time.
Yeah, we love him. This guy here's our guy.
Right.
So for me, this is a very difficult point for them. I do think that Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, he's going to have to defend Trump. The race is going to be, El Sayed has all this baggage, and it's versus Trump and the economy in Michigan. And I think it's a fascinating race.
And when we see this divide play out throughout this race on the issues, among the candidates, and among some of the surrogates, Hasan Piker, the controversial left-wing podcaster, streamer.
Calm down, bro. What? This is, it's extra bad today because it's like I've been all over this campaign, so. Yeah. Yeah, W motion. 20 minutes since last call out, I know.
Has campaigned with Abdul al-Sayed. He's campaigned with other of the more progressive candidates in the House and House races as well. And this is what James Carville, of course, the famous Clinton strategist, said about Hasan Piker and whether there's room in the party for both of them.
I am not going to be in the same party with Hasan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. One of us is going to leave. It might even be me.
Look, I think that this is
Look at him smiling.
all part of what we've been talking about now for the last several years, which is the Democrat identity crisis. And you're seeing it play out in real time right here. I will also say that the White House is very happy if al-Sayed wins today or tomorrow. They really strongly want that candidate in place to run against Mike Rogers. And while Rogers will have to defend Donald Trump, they do believe that their messaging is perfectly fit for that race specifically, which is, do you really want these far left activists in office? Looking at a state that is very much centric, and Mike Rogers, who didn't get a job in the administration because he was too center and not MAGA.
Trump literally won Michigan twice because he was an establishment wrecker. I know deep down inside, look, I can't speak for the fucking boomers that are in his corner in the consulting class, but I know he knows that this sucks for him. He carried this state twice with a populist anti-establishment slant.
Enough.
Yeah, and to that point, they want al-Sayed to win. Mike Rogers was out with a web ad this weekend going after al-Sayed, and you can see the argument coming from him already if al-Sayed is the nominee.
By the way, this is partially why it's important to protect our left flank, and to a certain degree, even myself, right? Because they will attack anyone and everyone, and if the faucet breaks on any point, then they'll pounce on it, and they'll use that association to go after every single person. Because Mike Rogers' ad was AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani, Abdul al-Sayed. Right? They were like, oh, this is the commie Trojan horse. That's the whole point. They will use anyone and everyone on the left that they possibly can to prop up as villains, and then they will prosecute that case off of the association that you have with those villains that they've sufficiently besmirched, sufficiently destroyed the reputations of. That's why it's very important to hold the fucking fort down and not be silly and stupid and cave to like right-wing framing on issues.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Waters, along with Kennedy, Jessica Tarlov, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City.
Like, that's why they're fucking aggressively coming after me.
And this is The Five. Looks like the commies are hungry for more scalps, and tomorrow they go hunting across the Midwest. In Missouri, former squad member Cori Bush thinks a fresh coat of socialist paint will win her a comeback in the House. In Michigan, DSA challenger Donovan McKinney is trying to send Congressman Shree's career to the puppy mill. And in the state's U.S. Senate primary, phony physician Abdul al-Sayed is writing a prescription for the moderate wing's extinction. Listen.
We finally want to get money out of politics. We finally want to take our democracy back. We finally want to tax billionaires their wealth so we can provide for schools.
Are we here against data centers? Yes. Are we here for Medicare for all? Yes. Are we here for free tuition for public colleges? Yes.
We are fighting for permanent affordability, because that word shouldn't just be thrown around like a slogan, but we need to enshrine it as a practice.
Now about that last socialista you just saw, Francesca Hong. She's on the ballot next week to be the Democrats' pick for Wisconsin governor. And she's getting absolutely cooked over an old, now deleted tweet where she casually called for Thanksgiving to be canceled. Hong was just stumping with their commie commander, Hasan Piker.
Oh, come on, dude. Also, God, I wish. Bro, here's the thing. Everyone cooks me for shit that I've said in the past, like, America Deserve, whatever. But, like, have you guys noticed I have no fucking peak woke tweets? Like, none whatsoever. You will never catch me on a peak woke tweet. All of the arguments revolve around my current existing positions on American foreign policy and my past positions on American foreign policy, sometimes maybe getting a little heated. But even then, it's from like 2019, the Americans Are 9/11 thing. I have no peak woke tweets. I just want people to remember that I did not fucking lean in to peak woke at all. I did not. And I was fucking right back then when I kept telling you guys to just nip that shit in the goddamn bud. Okay? Only thing they could cook me on is the I met God and she's black shirt. Okay, that's it. Don't laugh, bro. That's crazy. Also, that's not from Pete Woke. That's before Pete Woke. You guys are so dumb. That's from 2014. Peak Woke is 2020 when all of these fucking newcomers. Oh, thank you. All these Johnny-come-latelys were like, oh my God, defund the police, all this shit. I was the originator of Peak Woke before Peak Woke. All that shit, the woke-based stuff, all that shit's from 2013, 2014. And also, that wasn't even peak woke. That was cringe woke. Oh my God, Hasan is old. I mean, I'm the same age as half of these people that are running for office. So I think I had maybe a little bit more of a well-established position on a lot of things at that point. I don't know. Dari is cooler. Rama is cooler. Francesca is cooler. Facts are facts. I mean, it's true. It's true. I don't know about this one. Stop. This is not your opportunity to send me fucking cringe tweets that I made. We're talking about my political perspectives, okay? Dumbass is not like what I tweeted about Rick and Morty.
Piker, a.k.a. the guy who said America deserved 9/11, which explains why the Democrat old guard is heading for the exit.
I am not going to be in the same party with Hasan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in a Democratic Party,
so
I'm out of
play
here.
off this
But if
comment,
the Democratic
bitch,
Party keeps going
bitch.
in the direction of the DSA, my vote was in play. And all I heard all vacation was, oh my God, you're a Republican now. No, that's not what I said. I said in play.
Dana, you want to make any predictions for tomorrow?
Well, I think El Sayed, did you call him the phony physician? Probably has a very good chance of winning.
Ooh, okay.
For a while, it looked like Haley Stevens might actually do very well. One thing that happens in Michigan, is you can have same-day registration, which means that if you're college kids and you're suddenly motivated on that morning, you can show up, sign up to vote, register, and cast your ballot. Also, the other thing that happens in Michigan, which might give Haley Stevens...
I love the disdain she has for democracy. Like, it just oozes from every orifice where she's like, oh, one thing about Michigan is if you just felt the need to go fucking vote like a dirty college kid, you could do same-day registration. Disgusting. Oh, this is fire. This is Yemeni food again. Fool, I think that's what it's called. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what
Stevens
this
a
is.
little bit of hope is that Republicans and Democrats can cross over. So you don't have to just stay on your side and vote within your party. You can cross over and vote on the other side. It's a strange system, but a lot of states have it. So there's a report this weekend of
Good
a
food in
friend.
Michigan, the best food, bro. I've been having so much fucking Yemeni food, Egyptian food, just Arab food in general has been fire.
And who was out door knocking for Republicans and ran into 2 other Republicans who said, I'm actually going to cross over and vote for Haley Stevens because El Sayed scares me. Why does he scare people? I think that when you are a revolutionary leading a movement at a time when the establishment is basically sitting on their hands, and you have Democrats saying, uh-oh, it's a day late and a dollar short. And they're so short of dollars at the DNC. And all the money is going to where the energy is. And he is where the energy is. I do think that Mike Rogers, the Republican, who will, he was basically running unopposed, and he will be the nominee for the GOP, has a great chance.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. A lot of people don't realize that, like, Mike Rogers has gotten 0 fucking attack ads so far in an unbelievably contested primary on the Democratic Party side. Mike Rogers already maxed out on name recognition. It's a fucking wrap once we get to the general. Like, I can say this confidently now. I think Haley Stevens was definitely going to have a much harder time against Mike Rogers, but even then she was most likely going to win, let's be real. But like, Abdul is going to do insane numbers. Abdul's going to do insane numbers. It's not even a question. The only thing that could be a problem for Abdul is how hard the establishment tries to rat fuck him, which I don't think they will, because they still want to maintain like the Senate majority. And obviously they have to win Michigan for that. But the reason why I say that is because, Mike Rogers lost in 2024. He's maxed out on name recognition. He has had no attacks during the primary. So like, that's the reason why the polls look fine for him. Like, they look competitive for him right now, as opposed to Abdul, or even as opposed to Haley Stevens. But these guys are fucking delusional if they think that is going to hold. Mike Rogers is a carpetbagger, lives in Florida, unbelievably weak. It's not even a question. Like, he is so fucked. He is so fucked. It kind of doesn't matter who's doing the fucking. I just obviously want to make sure that the person doing the fucking is, our boy, and someone who will actually be a part of a broader, much more resilient movement in general. But it's a wrap. That's why Matt Iglesias and all those other fucking copers have started talking about, like, they've already precogged their cope. Like, they moved the goalposts already, and they're like, well, it's a +7 national campaign. So if Abdul defeats Mike Rogers by like +5, that means he's underperforming, and we can really figure out, that the left is actually not as electable. It's like, bitch, you said he would lose, and now you're preloading your cope. You moved the goalpost all of a sudden. You said he was gonna fucking lose. You said he's crazy. And even then, it's not going to happen. So it doesn't fucking matter, but whatever. It's just annoying that these guys are already shifting the goalposts as like time goes on. So I'm telling you ahead of time exactly what's going to happen.
Of winning statewide, he almost won last time. He lost by 19,000 votes. And the other thing is, this isn't like El Sayed or even Hong. They're not running in deep blue states. They're running in the purple states. And President Trump...
Yes, they are. No, this argument, whatever. We'll wait till fucking November. I hate that we have to wait till November for this argument. Oh, shit. Thought I ordered another chicken, but I guess not. These states are only swing states because Democrats have left them behind. You will see. I hate thinking about, like, I hate waiting for November to prove this point, but it's going to happen, and you'll see.
Won those states twice. Mm-hmm. So if you have to win statewide and it's a close election, then you would say, well, the GOP might have an edge. But here's another issue, is that Trump's not on the ballot this time around. He might campaign. He might throw some money behind. He might even go out there. But El Sayed right now probably has a good chance of winning.
Canceling Thanksgiving, Greg, kind of a controversial stance. Do you think she can survive that?
I don't know. I love it when they find these old tweets, because that's what they really thought.
Dog, old tweets? You like last week said we should reclaim the N-word Nazi, and then continued to pantomime using Nazi as a substitute for the N-word for yourself. Like everything that you do, even in this very moment, is a million times grosser to the average American than anything Francesca Hahn could have ever tweeted in fucking 2020, okay? She could have literally tweeted like, abolish prisons except for police. We should put all the cops in jail, and it wouldn't be as gross as who you are as a person every fucking day of the week. God, I hate Buttfeld so much. Greg Buttfeld.
Before their opinions mattered. Mm-hmm. And that's when they were their most honest. I think what's amazing is
Wisconsin is a truly purple state. I say this is a Wisconsinite. No, it's not. No, it's not. You do not believe in your own fellow Wisconsinites. I don't care that you've grown up there. I don't care that you've lived there. I know. Okay? I promise you. You shall see. Your state is going to surprise you. 24 minutes until polls close.
It's how the Democrat Party is being destroyed by their own immigration policy. They created an open border to their party, no barrier to entry. They didn't defend their values when these people came in, nor did they demand or even expect assimilation. So if you open the door wide and you don't care enough to protect what's inside, this is what you're going to get. You're saying our party is here for the taking, easy to enter, easy to exploit and subvert. That's what you're seeing. It's funny, wherever you find the left, you see this. It's either it's on the campus, it's in parties, it's bureaucracy, the justice system. If you don't value your values enough to protect them, the people you attract, the radicals, they value it and they will take over. It's why you see so many experiences that you go like, how did this happen? Like, how did we get Drag Queen Story Hour? Do you ever think about that? Like, how did that happen? How is it that city blocks can be taken over? Or that we actually tolerated looting, or there's violence in subways and airplanes, and felons are rarely incarcerated. This is what happens when you no longer fight for your values, because then the structure starts falling apart, because the people that are coming in convinced you, it scared you that the basic civil order is oppressive, and it's just better to concede the ground to them. If you look at these guys, though, this is why. So why is the energy there? It's because the DSA has the purest moral expression of the Democrats' progressive commitment. That's all it is. Anti-racism, economic justice, solidarity with the oppressed. And the Dems are so incoherent. What are their values? They don't talk about it anymore. So the party kind of welcomed these people because it gave them an edge. It was like a better version of them. But now you've got these skeptics like Carville going, whoa, 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 whoa. They are starting to realize that this charismatic force will harm you once the trust is secured. But by then it'll be too
said
late.
We're charismatic.
When it is too late, if let's say all of these
his voice
socialists
crack.
go
Jesse
down,
Waters is so horny, dude. It's crazy. Every time these guys talk about us, they get more scared in their commentary. It's fucking awesome. You missed a huge racist tangent? Yeah, I know. They always fucking talk about like Hong or Wong, whatever, who cares? Like, shut the fuck up, you bitch. You ugly ass, tall ass bitch. By the time I'm done with Wisconsin, it will look a lot like Murderapolis, okay? It's going to look a lot like Minnesota. Wisconsin is like Michigan. It is like Minnesota. I promise you. I think it's fucking, it's because people are just forgotten. And people have been left behind. That's it. All the Wisconsinites in the chat are just like, no, you're wrong, you're wrong. Yeah, just wait. Just you fucking wait, dude. All right. I'm a lifelong Wisconsinite living almost dead center between Madison and Milwaukee. Is racist and MAGA as hell out here? I promise it's a purple state. No, dog. You want to know why it's not a fucking purple state? Because if someone came out with a Francesca Hong style fucking campaign and was like just straight up pumping fucking Medicare for all, that kind of messaging, those people would vote for it. Go talk to your racist neighbors and report back to me. Go canvass for them. Even when we win, it's still a purple state? No, Wisconsin didn't used to be, and it won't be. I promise you.
In the general, Jessica, I mean, what are the Democrats going to say then?
I'm guessing that we're going to be.
I am a Wisconsinite. I live in Fran's district, and I voted for her many times. People say she was unelectable in our district with her politics. She inspires people. I've heard from multiple relatives, some of whom are pro-police and landlord, are voting for Hong. I know a never-Trumper who voted Evers and now voting for Hong. Yeah, she also has like the Midwest Riz. That's the other thing.
Plenty sad and shed a tear or two. There is no reason that we shouldn't be winning this Michigan Senate seat. The environment is arguably going to be bluer than it was when Alyssa Slotkin beat Mike Rogers by 19,000 points. If we lose Maine, what?
Votes. You said points.
Yeah. Votes. Also like points. It's going to be very upsetting. And, you know, we should definitely be holding on to the Wisconsin governor's mansion. And part of the problem there is that we were splitting the vote between Crowley and Mandela Barnes, who had a bunch of scandals that were going to come out and dropped out too late from that. So we'll see. Jesse's bothered because I named people he doesn't know where they are. Mandela Barnes was running for governor.
I don't know it. The audience definitely doesn't know it.
Well, some of them might have listened to a fraction of what I said, and he's run before.
Mandela Barnes, everybody. Do we know him?
If you're from Wisconsin, you know who
Mandela Barnes. When you've been in an accident, Mandela Barnes.
If you could see who Mandela Barnes was, you would think that that was not as, I don't know where I'm going with that, actually. Anyway, I have a broad complaint, though, not just about what's happening internally in the party, about women, which is stressful. It's not about women today. It's a general point. Democrats are just in this massive circular firing squad. You know, you have James Carville that's out there talking about this, Bill Maher is talking about this. Every question that people get in an interview, no matter what side of the party you're in, is about, well, how do you feel about what the other side is doing? You know, what do you think about the rise of the DSA? What do you think about the fact that the establishment hasn't spoken to the needs of the people, et cetera? And Republicans...
What do you think about Hasan Piker? My queen Jessica would defend me, of course, obviously. As you guys know. Do you disavow Hasan Piker? Jessica would never disavow me.
Generally speaking, at least post-Tea Party era, even getting on board with Trump, will just fall in line with each other. And we just punch each other in the faces over and over again.
Both parties say that about each other.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't feel...
During the Trump, not to interrupt, but during 2015, 2016, it was insane.
But if you look at it now, you can't even get people to answer questions about stuff that's going on. I mean, reporters now say to Mike Johnson, oh, did you see this headline? Like, now there's a paid data service from Trump Media where you can insider trade. You can pay $100,000 and get his Truth Social posts ahead of time. Or should I not even ask you about it because you're going to say that you haven't seen it? And Democrats don't do that. And we shouldn't be doing the insider trading and the scamming. But sometimes I wish that we would point our gunfire in other directions.
I would love to know Nancy Pelosi's trades before those come out. That would definitely be something.
Nancy pales in comparison to Trump.
The Nancy Pelosi trade.
Dude, one thing above all else, that triggers me to no end. One thing above all else that I will never be able to get over is the double standard. Republicans can literally do whatever the fuck they want, and it still doesn't matter. Like, these motherfuckers can turn around. These motherfuckers can turn around and just be like, oh, well, Nancy Pelosi. Dude, Jared Kushner has secured billions of dollars, right? Billions of dollars, billions of the B, from ill-gotten gains from being a part of the administration. Correctly. They still bring up Hunter Biden, which is not even in the same zip code of corruption. One is just like pretty cookie cutter nepotism recipient. The other is just outright like unlimited amounts of criminal activity. So anything that these guys claim the Democrats are doing, like Nancy Pelosi trades, I think they're unacceptable. I've shit on her a lot. You know this. But the double standard is fucking crazy. Like, Donald Trump literally did a cryptocurrency rug pull before he got in office. What the fuck are we talking about? There is nothing. There is no comparison with what Trump has been doing and what he will continue to do, and anything, not even close. And especially when you think about how Trump is doing the corruption, Trump is actually more flagrant and more abusive with his corruption than Vladimir Putin is, than Recep Tayyip Erdogan is, than any other dictator, like third world dictatorship that I've ever seen. At least, not to say that these guys don't steal a shit ton of money. Of course they do. Erdogan does. Vladimir Putin does, very famously, right? But at least they do it like under some kind of secrecy. Like, there are umbrella corporations, friends, like there's all this, money exchanging hands. It's never as direct. Whereas for Donald Trump, he's just doing it straight up in your face. He's like, I'm stealing money from you and you love it. Like, there's nothing you can say about it. There's nothing you can do about it. You love it. It's awesome. I'm going to brag about it to your face. Trump does, third world dictatorship levels of corruption, but unlike third world dictatorships, he doesn't even give a fuck about dignifying you with a counter. Like, he's not even giving you plausible deniability. He's like, no, I'm not going to deny it. I'm stealing from you, and it's fucking awesome. You're a piece of shit. Eat shit and die. And perhaps one of the most annoying aspects of this, aside from like the rampant theft of our exhausted resources that the working poor seemingly never get to see a fraction of, is the fact that the fucking fan base eats it up. They're like, yes, Mr. President, please take a shit directly in my mouth. Yes, Mr. President. Oh my God, your turds taste like chocolate eggs. They love it. They love it. They're like, oh, he just tells it like it is. Well, every politician is corrupt. It's like, no, actually, politicians are very corrupt, but never to this degree. Never to this degree. And never this flagrantly. It's actually historic. I can't stand it. Yeah, they eat the dookies coming right out of his butt and they go, tastes like freedom, brother. I was starving. Thank you for feeding me the Dukes. All right, Kornacki's live, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing to talk about yet.
Michigan, we may hit 8 o'clock, and this thing may look just like it looks right now, and it may look kind of like that for a while. This is a slow counting state. Now, we're always open to pleasant surprises here. Maybe tonight we'll find out that Michigan has kind of, sped things up. They've learned some new things, implemented some new things. Who knows? But it's been a very slow state counting the votes, and that has been particularly true right here in Wayne County, where the city of Detroit is. This is the biggest single piece of the puzzle in the primary tonight. 20% of all the votes in Michigan tonight, roughly, are going to come out of Wayne County. Okay, when did we get results from Wayne County? In the 2024 Democratic presidential primary, statewide primary, 5 in the morning. In the 2024 general election, we got some, but we really didn't have most of them until 3 in the morning. So can we do a little bit better than that? So I think one thing to keep in mind as we start getting results from Michigan, Wayne is very, very significant here, but it may be the last piece of the puzzle to fill in.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all about percentages, Chad. Steve is just like soft serving it to you. He knows the truth. It's all about percentages. Like we already talked about, if Wayne County early results look like the ballots and early results look like Haley is only leading by 20 points, it's over. It's an easy victory for Abdul.
Prologue. I'm talking about Oakland County. Oakland County, immediately north of Wayne. It is the second largest county in Michigan. I said 20% of the vote is going to come out of Wayne. How much is going to come out of Oakland? Probably, give or take, 16% of the vote statewide tonight is going to come out of Oakland County. Okay, so you're talking about sort of the northern suburbs. There's some small cities in here as well. In Oakland County, it's big. It's grown a ton. There are some very wealthy areas right here. Oakland, in the last couple of elections, has given us big batches of votes in that 8 to 9 o'clock hour. And now I can tell you, specifically, and you're going to be hearing a lot about this tonight as the results come in, what we've gotten first from Oakland in recent elections is a gigantic batch of the vote by mail. Remember how they do this? There's vote by mail, there's early voting, there's election day voting in Michigan. There's a ton that gets cast by mail. There's some, not that much, that gets cast gets cast early, and then there's a fair amount that comes same day. But there's a lot of vote by mail. And in Oakland, they have typically been reporting out
for you, bro.
A big, giant batch
Dog,
of
I'm not there. I'm in Michigan.
Pretty quickly after polls close. Now, why is that particularly significant? Because if you've been watching these, you remember we have seen big differences in how these different types of votes are breaking.
David
in
was
each
right.
party's primary.
It's
On
not
the
David.
Democratic side, the vote by mail, the stuff that's been coming in for weeks before the election, that typically has been more favorable to the establishment candidates. Candidate like Haley Stevens, she's got Gretchen Whitmer's backing. She's got a lot of traditional establishment support in this campaign.
If Abdul loses, will you admit SKDK was funny? Oh, suck dick. No, I will probably die. I will probably perish on the fucking spot. I will end it all right then and there.
Your vote typically comes late. It's folks we've seen in other states where they drop off their mail ballots on election day. In Michigan, it means probably they go to the polls on election day and they vote. Long way of saying, in Oakland and elsewhere tonight, I expect that where we get the vote by mail first, it's probably going to be the best number that Haley Stevens sees in that county all night. And then as the election day vote comes in, the picture would probably shift toward Al Sayed. So the question is, how good does it look for Stevens when that first vote comes in? And then how much does it shift to Al Sayed as the night goes on? Now, to make things further complicated in Michigan, in some states it's like this. Now, this varies by county, how they're going to do it. It can even vary within county here. So, in fact, in Oakland, we're probably, after we get that first batch of mail, we're going to get some more mail throughout the night. So there's going to be batches that come in that are friendly to Stevens. We're going to get same day that comes. It's going to be a little bit of a mix after that. But that big initial batch, at least the way this has gone in the past, we expect to be as pro-Stevens as it gets. Now, it's important because if Stevens is going to have a chance in this primary tonight, she's got to win Oakland, and I think she's got to win it by a fair margin. She's got to do that in Oakland County. She's got to do that next door in Macomb County as well. Again, it's a 20% of the vote coming, we say, out of Detroit. Probably 16% or so of the vote is going to come out of Macomb, out of Oakland. Probably about 10% is going to come right there out of Macomb County. And then the other one here, right next door to the west of Wayne County, of course, this
Come on, dude. Say the percentages. Jesus Christ.
This is Washtenaw County. This is the liberal bastion. This is the University of Michigan. This is where you expect Al Sayed not just to win, but to run up the score. And these 4 counties right here, okay, in southeast Michigan, together, that's probably half the vote tonight. Probably half the vote is coming out of these counties. Michigan's a big state geographically, right? But if you kind of drew a line about where US 10 is and you went north of it, okay, look at all that land. Look at the UP. There's no more beautiful place in the world than the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Ton of land. I think there's probably about 8% of the vote in the primary tonight is going to come from all of these counties up here. So keep that in mind as the map fills in, just because geographically it's expansive. The vote is really concentrated. There's also a big concentration right there around Lansing, in western Michigan here, Grand Rapids, Kent County, also next door, Ottawa County, Holland, Michigan. You don't see it, but Kalamazoo is here. You've got Saginaw. You've also got Flint, Genesee County.
Saginaw!
Livingston County is kind of between. Right here is Livingston County, big, fast growing. So that's where sort of the population hubs are. I'm looking at the clock, 4 minutes. I got to speed this up, right? There'll be time when the polls close to go over this too, because, right, Adam, we could have
level
a lot of time
4 hype
to be
train.
going
If
over
we
this.
don't get the level 10, if we don't get the level 15 hype train, we lose tonight.
We'll
Okay.
have some of these other states coming in
Gift
too.
subscriptions
Starting at 8
now.
o'clock. And we'll
It's
be
no
joining our
longer
friends at News
voluntary.
Now, and there's a
It's
lot of action that's gonna be
guaranteed.
happening in the next few
Let's go,
hours.
ladies and gentlemen.
let me remind
if you
folks of that.
like
If you've
the
been
show,
watching, you know.
if you want to
you're not,
support the
here's how it
broadcast, the
works.
Piker Broadcasting
Our
Service, the
friends
People's
at News
Broadcasting
Now
Service,
are
polls
on.
close
They've
in
got
3
a
minutes.
special coming on, in fact, at 9
At
o'clock.
level 10 hype train,
So
we
I'm
will
going to
carry
be
the flame.
kind of
At
dipping
level
in and out of their
15
coverage.
hype train, we
So
will
I get
win.
cues in my ear
Level
from
5 hype
Adam,
train already
from folks
complete.
saying,
Let's
hey,
go!
News Now is going to have you on 2 minutes from now.
There's
I will
probably
tell
a lot
you,
more
News Now is
attention
gonna have me
on this
in 2
broadcast
minutes.
tonight, including from
At some
Fox
point, I will
News, so I don't know if I
stop
should
talking.
carry the
I'll
flame at
do
level
the thing
10,
where I
but
look very professional, waiting for the hit to come on. They put me in the box. You'll see it all. We'll put the News Now coverage up in the screen. I will do the hit for News Now. As soon as I finish the hit with News Now, we'll come right back here. We'll pick up where we left off. I always warn you, you'll probably
Get the
hear me
subs
repeat
going.
myself in the News Now stuff, so just bear with me. We'll come right back. But you know what? You'll probably hear me repeat myself a lot tonight because, again, there's just a lot of stuff we kind of go over and over as these themes, as these patterns kind of reveal themselves. 2 minutes, 51 seconds. The other things happening here at 8 o'clock, again, just to give you a sense here, a big one is happening down in Missouri, specifically in St. Louis. The city of St. Louis and part of surrounding St. Louis County. You probably recognize these names. This is a rematch. Cori Bush was a member of Congress. She was defeated for a renomination in 2024 by Wesley Bell. She is trying to make a political
level
comeback.
9 hype
seen,
train.
Again, this sort of left-wing
Almost
energy in the
done,
Democratic
ladies and
Party.
gentlemen. Keep
She's
gifting.
trying to connect with that
gifting.
here, particularly around the issue of Israel.
At level
We've
20
seen
hype
that
train, we
animate
win
some
a
of these
guarantee.
left-wing
It's a guaranteed
candidacies.
victory.
So we're seeing if she can get her seat back tonight or if Bell can become a second-term member of Congress. Again, this district is split between the city of St. Louis, that's where we expect Bush to do best, and then a little bit the sort of inner suburbs of St. Louis County. That's where we expect Bell to do better. The vote may be faster in Missouri. You'll get that early vote, that pre-election vote first, then you'll get the same-day vote. And again, what we said in Michigan probably applies here. That means probably the first batches of votes you see in this race will probably be the best for Bell. That election day vote will probably get better for Bush. That's the expectation. Expectations can be shattered on the spot. That's part of the fun of watching this, but that's the expectation going in. Kansas, we're also going to be looking at a gubernatorial primary there. This is an open seat race for Democratic governor, term limited out. The Republicans, boy, that's a crowded primary, but guess what? Donald Trump is behind this man, Ty Masterson. You know that Trump record in these Republican primaries. We'll see if that holds up there on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, you've got a three-way race here. We talk about, this is an interesting story, the evolution of this county, Johnson County. It has grown massively this century. There's now about 650,000 people in Johnson County, and it's become more and more, this used to be a poor Republican county. It's now a Democratic county, and 35% of all the votes in this Democratic primary in the gigantic state of Kansas are coming out of this county, Johnson County. And oh, by the way, these three candidates, they're all from Johnson County. So that's going to be a big theme as we watch that tonight. Much later tonight, we'll get into this later. We are going to have Washington State. That's going to be one of those where we get a ton of mail 2/3 of the vote right away, and then it kind of split. We'll get to that later. Let's get back to Michigan because we're 30 seconds away. Polls are going to, and by the way, House races in Michigan.
One more minute until polls close, ladies and gentlemen. 47 seconds until polls close.
Interesting DSA action there. He was DSA. He left. He's being opposed by a candidate who is DSA. We'll be talking about that. The 7th district here. This is again.
Okay, this is actually fire.
Ingham County State Capitol. This is an interesting race where the candidate on the left, William Lawrence. Well, 7 seconds. I'm going to reset to the Senate race. Again, I don't know why I try to rush this all in because we have time. Polls have now closed in
Keep gifting!
Most of Michigan. Let me be clear. These 4 counties up here in the UP are actually technically they're officially Central Time Zone. Everything else is Eastern Time Zone. So we can now, what will happen here is for the next hour, if we get results from any Eastern Time Zone counties in Michigan, you'll see them pop up here. You will not see anything pop up in these 4 counties. They will not close for another hour. That also means that, hey, if a bunch of results came in the Eastern Time Zone and it was clear to me and to you and to everyone out there that one of these candidates was going to win this primary, our decision desk could not call it. We will not call any race while there are still counties where the polls have not closed. So keep that in mind for the next hour here in Michigan. We are going to have the first of our News Now hits in 30 seconds, so we'll give you a quick read on how that works. And again, the minute we start getting results here in the Senate election, we're also going to be, well, let me stop talking because we're going to it.
Bro, don't abruptly stop, dude. What the fuck? That's crazy. Is he silent or was he silenced? Yeah, he was silenced. If someone in 2006
to the man, the myth, the legend, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, we know polls in 2 states just closed, plus a lot of polling locations in Michigan. They're closed down now too. So what's it looking like?
Yeah, well, right now we're looking at the blank map, but the anticipation, this is the hour where we start to find out, I think, Gotti, in this closely contested Senate race here, I think all
we're going to be leaving soon, by the way. Level 15 hype train, we're at level 12. Here. Get to level 15, chat. What the fuck are we doing? Let's go.
Within the Democratic Party, we've seen these candidates from the sort of the far left of the party having
Mallory's still in the race. She's on the ballot,
in
chat.
big primaries this year.
She dropped out, but she's still on the ballot.
And
there's probably still going to be some olds that vote for her,
can win this primary tonight. And then general election questions here too.
Some olds that already voted for her
too. We talk about the midterm climate may not be friendly to Republicans. Republicans are saying, well, it may not be, but we can win if Democrats nominate a candidate as far left as Al Sayed. Because remember, this is a state that Donald Trump carried in 2020.
Taiwanese Twitch streamer Miguel from Pierre is betting 67% minimum for Abdul. 67? That's a joke, right? Or wait, what's the how many points above though? What's his lock? Because I want it to be 20. I don't think we're going to get to 20. It's probably going to be like 17. Plus 17. Does he think? Showsters! Yowza! 200 level 12 complete. Dead air, man. Dead air, not good. Okay, so I what is the DNC line if Abdul blows out Stevens by 67? I don't think that's crazy. 65 is in my range. No, I said it's crazy depending on what I want to know what you think he's going to put on Haley. Like, what's your gap? I think he's going to be above 60. I wonder if Abdul gets 67, that's a minimum of plus 33. He is not going to be plus. If Abdul gets plus 33, I will die on the spot. I will perish. If we get the level 15 hype train, Abdul will get plus 33. Where are you going in Michigan? I'm going to the Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed election watch party in a little bit. We're obviously wow. It's in.
Early vote. Are we looking at election day vote here? That's going to be key. Adam is taking a look at that. One thing I can tell you about this county here is this is a place where Sayed has to do well. okay? His support in polling and the support of these progressive insurgent candidates has really been closely linked with age. The younger the electorate, the younger the voters, the better these candidates on the left have been doing. This is a place here, Kent County, Grand Rapids, that is growing very quickly,
I don't know if you can see,
and it's
but I
growing
bit my
with
fucking
younger
cuticles hard.
residents. It has a
Level
younger
14 hot
median
train.
age than the statewide average. So this is a place where progressives have done well in recent elections. I should say better than they have, in other counties statewide. It's a place where Al Sayed has to do well, and you're seeing that first batch of vote we're getting here. This is probably absentee vote that was cast by mail early.
Stop the count.
And if it is, and Al Sayed is leading it, that's particularly good news for him because, again, we expect the vote by mail to be better for Stevens. So that's the first readout that we're getting here, again, from a county where Abdul El Sayed is expected to and needs to do well. And I'm going to ask my producer
what Kami says!
It is
partial mail.
It is partially vote by mail. And Gotti, that's significant because the vote by mail, we've been seeing this, tends to be an older demographic casting it. It tends to be better for candidates like Stevens, who are the establishment candidates. So if we're seeing vote by mail,
No,
the candidate from the left, Al Sayed, is doing
I'm
well,
sorry.
and that bodes particularly well for him.
I'm going to fucking have to be at that party.
Interesting. It's so fascinating to hear you talk about vote by mail versus same-day voting because, I mean, this is really a race between...
Gotta say, canceled
kind of a
cancel
very
out my grandma's vote for Israeli Stevens by voting for Abdul and Macomb.
Very moderate, maybe more like cable news watching electorate.
Israeli
Do you think that we're going to see
Stevens.
some of the same trends in terms of urban versus rural voters that we do in like the same day voters versus the mail-in ballots?
Yeah, it's a wonky conversation, but it's an important one because it really has been the defining feature. It's just been areas where you find younger voters, where you find younger college-educated voters, younger college-educated female voters, single. I'm layering these different demographic categories on top of each other. That's where these
54% hype train level
left-wing
15.
candidacies
Oh
have
my
really
God,
taken root,
Schauster,
and where there
Schmaus-
tends to have been
Schmaus,
resistance to
there's
them
another
is
100.
places where the electorate skews older. It just becomes a more sort of moderate electorate, an electorate that's more friendly to a candidate like Stevens. So again, just based on Grand Rapids, the Grand Rapids area itself, especially when you're talking about Democratic voters in the Grand Rapids area, you are talking about something that's younger. There are a lot of newcomers coming in there.
Emil Habibi.
But again, that's an interesting, the fact that the vote by mail, some of this vote by mail, that we've seen demographically, that tends to be more
Level
used
15
by
hype
older
train
voters
achieved.
than younger voters. The fact that that is coming up friendly for Sayed is a very interesting early sign.
And again, a very early sign, 9% in there, but real fast. Steve, remind us of like the purple nature of Michigan here. Like this,
oh my God.
Take us back to Bernie versus
It's
Hillary.
BS, it's not
What
purple.
does this state sometimes skew?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look. These are the last three.
From this point on, Michigan will only be purple because it's deep red, but for socialism, and blue for some Democrats, but mostly.
2 wins for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, this is Kent County. I needed to go to the statewide. You think, Gotti, after 6 months I would know how to use this thing?
No, I was impressed that you were just pulling these out of like thin air and the big board. Of course you have all of these things at your
we get to
fingertips.
level 20
This
hype
is
train.
wild to
We're at
just
level
see you work here.
This is it. Look, Trump has won this 2 out of 3 times. Remember, before Trump came along, no Republican had won Michigan in a presidential election since 1988. Now he's done it 2 out of 3 times, and that really is part of the story here in this
Close
Senate
presence
primary,
with 100
where,
bones.
the
Thank
Stevens
you.
campaign, her supporters have been saying to Democrats, look, Al Sayed is too far to the left to win in a state that went for Donald Trump 2 out of 3 times. These left-wing candidacies have done really well in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Denver, New York City, places like this, where the general election is going to be a cakewalk for any Democrat. Not so in Michigan, and this has been the pitch that Stevens has been making to voters. They're saying this is a risk if you nominate Al Sayed in a state like this. And national Democrats, some national Democrats, again, that establishment wing at least, have been saying, well, hey, winning the Senate for Democrats, if the Democrats are losing Michigan this fall, the math kind of becomes prohibitive on that.
Yeah, and not to put the big board
after the
to
primary
test
stands
again,
for
but
actual
we're already starting to
existing
see some results
socialism.
in Virginia, right? I'm not sure if you've got those up yet, but that's an interesting state because I don't know, because AI, data centers seem to be creeping into politics in a very big way there, especially considering that Northern Virginia has the highest concentration of data centers in the country. You're a different kind of big data guy, I know, but what are the numbers they're showing?
Yeah, I will jump there. We did get one little county here. Part of it is Wexford County. This is small, this is rural. The reason I'm flagging this even with just 10% is, again, this part of Michigan here, sort of north of US 10, is just filled with largely very small, rural, older electorates, older blue-collar white electorates.
You Michigan voter went on CNN.
Is that Stevens isn't just winning up here, but for a few places, she is cleaning up here.
Agree to what they want to,
You Michigan voter. This is you Mitch voter.
And why is that?
Because he doesn't take money from AIPAC. I'm not voting for anybody who takes money from AIPAC.
And why is that?
Embrace Hasanabi thought. 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 Now! Fox News Official. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Thank you, Fox News Official. My biggest fans.
Two small little, pieces of clues here that we've gotten from Kent and that we've gotten from Wexford. But again, just those two small things we've seen so far are things that Al Sayed would want to see more than Stevens would want to see.
Got it. Any sizable votes coming in from places like Virginia right now?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You had asked about that, and I went. Okay, let's go over to Virginia because we do have a call. I want to show you this in the 2nd district here. 2nd district is around Virginia Beach here. This is the district. It's basically dead even in the presidential race. Now, this is interesting. Elaine Luria won this Democratic primary. That's no surprise. Elaine Luria is a former member of Congress. She was defeated for re-election by Republican Jen Kiggins. Kiggins unopposed for renomination in the 2nd district. So this is going to be a rematch. Two candidates who've represented this district in Congress. And again, the backdrop, this is as dead even as they come. This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional races in America this November. This is going to be, kind of one of those bellwether districts. We're talking about, are Democrats going to have a big night, win the House, win it by a big margin? Are Republicans going to actually have a chance of holding on to the House? This is going to be one of those districts this November. Again, it's right there in the Hampton Roads, Virginia Beach area. Big military presence, Navy presence.
20 seconds remaining.
This is going to be one of those places
87%, 20 seconds, 10 seconds
on
remaining.
Election night,
87%.
as an early clue this November. So put that one in your heads. Virginia 2nd District, Kiggins versus Luria.
90%. 9 seconds remaining.
We're going to be checking back with you throughout the night here. Can't wait to see you, Kristen, and Hallie as the night goes on.
98%, 99%.
And just over an hour ago,
we made it to level 16
All
on
right.
train.
That was very nice of Gotti to put me into his show, and you got to see how that worked. That was fun, right? So let me get out of Virginia and
get back to Michigan.
You see what we make sense of those cuts, like something in an eye doctor's office. But let's go back to Michigan here and see if we've got anything new coming in. Adam, not that, do I even dare ask, do we have any clue what kind of vote this was?
Yeah, so this is one precinct out of Wayne County. It's in Grosse Ile Township. And it's just one precinct that we got results for.
Wait, that's
Grosse
actually
Pointe,
good.
Where'd you say it was?
Grosse Ile.
Wayne County, Abdullah Head?
It's one precinct of election day. Again, I'm analyzing.
Yeah.
Again, remember, for early voting, Abdul's not supposed to be ahead right now, especially because the areas that are coming from, the areas that are coming from should be going to Haley Stevens by like plus 35, plus 40 for her to even be competitive. This is actually, it's too early. It's too early to tell because it's like 1%.
Report out from the mail vote. I think we had it at
but that,
roughly about
like that district is not
based on our of the mail vote in our targets.
You said 16 or 60? What did you say?
16.
16% of the mail vote in Kent
of our
County.
Expected mail vote. In
the absentee drop comes from parts of Kent County that should be less favorable to El Sayed. Yeah, exactly, including more heavily black areas of Grand Rapids, making it an encouraging result for him in the absentee vote. Yeah. Remember, we talked about this already. Early on, early votes that are coming in are absentee ballots, older. In black districts, the older absentee ballots is exactly where Haley Stevens is supposed to be running up the numbers big time. And I'm talking about literally like not plus 20, plus 40, okay, depending on where we're looking at. So if she's only above even plus 20, that's an easy victory for Abdul Al Sayed. The fact that Abdul Al Sayed, this is very, very few numbers so far. I'm a numbers guy. This is very, very few number. Okay. If Abdul is leading in the absentee votes, they're going to call this pretty quickly. They're going to call this before 9. They might actually call us while we're on the fucking way over there. We should have not waited. Are you, what's going on? You ready? It turns out it's not Israel that comes to us in our dreams. It's Medicare comes to our dreams.
Vote
It
by
comes to
mail
us in our dreams.
starts to look extremely different because we've seen this in primary after primary. This is the vote that's supposed to be the best for Stevens, and she's losing by more than 16 points right now, at least, again, from Grand Rapids here, this vote by mail. She's supposed to do the best with this. Then when they start adding in the election day vote, that's when the young vote, that's when that more, sort of leftward vote comes out, and that's where Al Sayed is supposed to sort of make his move. And instead, I mean, yeah, you're seeing numbers there.
This
if you're
is
Al Sayed's
actually
campaign,
insane. Like,
I
this
think
is-
you are.
I'm not even joking. I feel
again,
like
it's one
this is
city in one
insane.
county. You're certainly not. You're not celebrating, but you're saying that's what you want to see. That's the start you
Okay,
want to
now
see.
the team is
if you're
fucking
Stevens'
asking us
campaign,
when we're on our way.
It's quite the opposite of that. I'm trying to pull up here. I have some benchmarks
come on, yeah.
that I had established, and of
What are
course,
you doing over there?
what have I done? I've gone and messed everything up here. If you'll bear with me, right? So, I mean, I give you a sense of this. We're trying to think of what the best benchmarks were tonight. Use it from Stevens' standpoint, right? If Stevens going to win this election night, what does she need to be getting in a county like Kent County? So take a look at 3 recent, I say recent, it's the last 10 years, statewide elections in Kent County. Statewide Democratic primaries in Kent County. If you went back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, kind of the establishment candidate, got 37% in Kent County. Remember, she lost statewide. It was close, but Bernie Sanders did defeat her statewide. In the 2020 Democratic primary, now this was held under unusual COVID circumstances. Biden was starting to kind of become the inevitable, but it was 46% of the vote is what Joe Biden. If you say Joe Biden was kind of the establishment candidate, Biden got 46% of the vote out of Kent. And then here's the interesting one. Back in 2018, Gretchen Whitmer got 44% of the vote here in her primary. Whitmer ran in 2018 against Al Sayed and one other candidate. Now, Whitmer won the primary statewide with 52% of the vote. Al Sayed was a distant second place, but the other candidate, which was Shri Tanadar, was also a candidate of the left. So there was one way of looking at that 2018 primary to say, hey, the progressive wing actually got 48% against the establishment candidate of Whitmer, who got 52. So Whitmer getting 52 statewide got 44 here. Okay, so I think one thing you'd say is, if you're Stevens, that's probably the floor for you, somewhere right around there in a county like Kent. You don't want to be doing worse than 44% in a county like Kent County. By the way, Kent County was one of the better ones for Al Sayed in that 2018 primary. He got about 40% of the vote here. It's about 44 to 40% in that Democratic primary. So, if you're Stevens, you want to at least be matching the 44 that Whitmer got out of here, because I think there's a lot of demographic overlap likely between the appeal of these two candidacies. And this is a big one. So she's running at 39 right now with what's supposed to be the better type of vote for her in this county. Again, the thing that could change that, we get outside Grand Rapids, we get vote by mail from the rest of Kent County. Maybe the political complexion of it's very different, and Stevens is able to boost that number. But even if she does, in the remaining vote by mail in Kent County, what comes after that? The election day vote. And we'll see. There's always room for the pattern to be broken. But what we've been seeing with this election day vote is it's been very friendly to candidates like Al Sayed. So Stevens,
Donovan McKinney's race is going to be called later, Chad.
If what we've seen in other primaries roughly holds up here, when you get the vote by mail counted in Kent County, she wants to be well over 44% with it to allow for, to give herself a pad for Al Sayed really having a big day on election day. And then that number for Stevens could come down and maybe land around 44%. That's a rough benchmark here for her, but I think mid-40s for her, in Kent County. She could probably dip a little bit lower if she can make up for it elsewhere. There is one big place where she could make up for it. We can get into this later. There's an opportunity here, I think, for her to do much better in Wayne County. okay, than Gretchen Whitmer did. So that's why I say that's a rough benchmark.
Don't look. Drops
but
for
somewhere
Cori
in
Bush.
that,
I'm waiting. What is it?
43, 44 range here. I think Stevens doesn't
What
want
is
to
it? What
really
is the
start
Cori
going
Bush
south
one?
of that. So that's not too encouraging for her, what you're seeing first there. But again, I don't want to, this
is it
isn't the
bad?
Grand Rapids primary. This isn't the Kent County primary. This is the Michigan primary.
No, I'll call
And
it.
we're
I'll
just
call
waiting
it.
for
You
more
tell me
numbers
where-
here
where
from the
we're
rest of
call-
the state. Again, we got just a precinct somewhere in Wayne. We told you a little bit about Wexford. I want to see this becomes interesting if this is replicated across the upper lower peninsula into the upper peninsula if counties consistently do this. Because again, I mean, if you're using that Whitmer model, Whitmer just cleaned up the upper lower and into the upper peninsula. You know, these are places where she was getting 60, 65% of the vote in that primary. Places where Al Sayed was getting 15, 18, 20% of the vote. So to see Al Sayed getting 46 here, potentially, but you know, we don't know the vote type here. This were vote by mail too. In fact, I can tell you what El Sayed's number was in Wexford. Yeah, he got 23% in the 2018 primary in Wexford County, and Gretchen Whitmer got 60%, right? So again, if you're saying Stevens is kind of, you know, wants to kind of use that Whitmer model from 2018, this is the kind of county where she wants to be getting 60%.
Those
maybe
are
even
early
higher
votes in the
than 60%.
county for
At
Wesley
least
Bell. Don't
the
focus
small
on it,
batch
not
we
indicative
got.
of the final
Not so.
results.
You
Yeah,
want to
but
see if that
still.
extends elsewhere there, because it's very limited. Yes.
If you do want to take a detour, we have our first few results out of Kansas as well.
Okay.
In those statewide races.
Is there anything from Missouri? Keep
Not
honest
yet.
on that one.
I will.
The Missouri one, I think there's a lot of interest in it. I want to make sure we get to. So just
I think
okay, but take a look here at
increased
the
turnout favors Abdul, obviously, and it actually favors the cross endorsements as well. I think it'll favor Donovan, which is really good. Hopefully, it'll favor Will Lawrence as well. Like the down ballot performance, I think is going to be pretty fucking good for the cross endorsements, right? So we shall see. Yeah, I can't even begin to explain to you how little I give a shit about, you know, Kansas. When are you going to the party? Why are you still here? We're gonna go to the party in a little bit, okay? We don't want to arrive too early. We're trying to time it. We're trying to fucking time it. Dog, explosions in Dubai. Brother, I can't begin to explain to you how little I will be focusing on situation monitoring right now. This is literally the situation to monitor. Right now, the center of my universe is in motherfucking Michigan. Okay? The center of my universe is in motherfucking Michigan right now. My heart is also in Missouri, but let's be real. Michigan comes to me in my dreams, okay? Not Israel. Michigan comes to me in my dreams.
And then Holscher, interestingly though, outside of Johnson, Holscher with an 18-point advantage. These are small. Oh, Wichita's what we want to see, of course. Now this is interesting. This is, you know, again, this is sort of like Michigan. We don't have a ton of evidence to point to, but this is the biggie. As we said, 35% of the vote in a Democratic primary is going to come right out of Johnson County. You know, I can put the numbers up on the screen for you. 35% of the vote's going to come there. 15% or so is going to come out of Wichita. About half the vote is going to come from those two counties. Yeah.
Back to.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Okay, that's big. Put it just a way of saying this here. It's interesting that Holscher's support, at least in the big counties we've seen, getting away from Johnson County, she is running ahead, of course, and not by much, but she is running ahead of him in both those counties. That might be significant. But we want to go back to Michigan. I got to click on one of these House races, go to the Senate race. What did I just do here?
5%
Michigan.
votes in
go
for her
to the Senate race. Okay, this is significant.
Okay, not as bad.
Wow. Now we think this is vote by mail in Eaton, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Here's the story on Eaton, and the number is, if you're an Al Sayed supporter.
Let me clarify. I see mixed returns in these votes. It looks like I see some mail in here, mostly election day, and some early in person.
Mostly election day.
Michigan 7.
Yes, it looks like it's about
Lawrence
1,500
picks up.
pre-advanced votes, and 3,000
at 48.4%
early election
with
day votes.
3.7% of the
this is
expected
interesting
votes
because
so far.
we're using this.
Give
I'm
us
using,
Donovan.
Whitmer's
Donovan is going to take some
2018
time,
primary
from what I understand.
as
What
a
is
rough,
that?
I stress, rough model here for trying to set some
that's
benchmarks
crazy.
for Stevens. The area right around here is where Whitmer massively overperformed in 2018. Why? Because that's her political base. That's, she was the county prosecutor in Ingham County. She
No
was a state
shot.
legislator from this area. She did really well in Ingham County. She did really well in Eaton County, in Clinton County, Shiawassee County, Livingston County. She did really well. So long way of saying we're using those three benchmarks. I'll give you a sense of Eaton, right? Clinton, we say the establishment candidate of 2016, got 44% of the vote in Eaton County. Biden in 2020 got 52%
Looking at some election
in
day
this county.
strips,
And
it
then
looks like
Whitmer,
25% is in play.
when I say she overperformed in that race, I lost my place here. You're looking at 65% of the vote. She got 65% of the vote.
Bro,
here
what an indictment, dude. What a ginormous fuck you so far to basically the endorsements coming from heavy hitters in the state. It turns out this truly is, look, I can't speak for the general right now, but it truly does feel like this is a fuck the establishment race. And unlike Donald Trump's rise to power, which was in the hands of one singular person, this is a movement. The amount of money spent so far. I mean, I don't want to talk like, he won already, but I mean, it's, let's just say you really don't want to be in the Haley Stevens camp right about now. You really don't want to be in the Gretchen Whitmer camp either. Obviously, Gary Peters is out regardless, but not looking too great. Not looking too great. If you are Gretchen Whitmer looking at these numbers right now, you are not feeling confident about your future prospects, which is part of the reason why I said, like, when that endorsement came down, I was like, I don't think she ever wants to run for higher office. I think she's just going to get a cushy. I think that she is going to get a cushy consulting job after she's done being the governor. More William Lawrence drops? No, we already saw that. It's at 48.4%. Looking great for William Lawrence. Like I said, Donovan McKinney, we are not going to know about Donovan McKinney until later, if not late into the night, is the expectation. Not sure. What is this? Ferndale election day votes. DSA challenger 3-1 votes on incumbent Helena Scott, who said if Abdul wins, we're fucked. Yeah, that's Chris Gilmer Hill. Is the DSA endorsed challenger looking really good? How many minutes after this primary until Haley Stevens moves back to Northern Virginia? This is a classic line. If you're in line to vote, stay in line. Polls close at 8 p.m. local time. And when she says local time, to be fair, it's Tel Aviv time. So she knows not what she says. It's not her fault, you know.
And the same question has been raised by Lawrence's candidacy. If Democrats nominate him in a district, this is not a deep blue.
This is literally journalistic malpractice. That has not been said about William Lawrence. As a matter of fact, William Lawrence has consistently outperformed every other fucking candidate in matchups and is the only Democrat running in Michigan District 7 that beats the Republican. The idea that William Lawrence is on the left, so he might be too radical, is fucking bullshit. And they tried to literally jam him up with, like, he's anti-black in a district that doesn't really have a lot of black folk in it. Why did they do that? It's because he was cross-endorsed with Abdul. Okay? It's because he was cross-endorsed with Abdul, so they thought that they could hit him with the Donovan cross-endorsement. They could, like, maybe take out a little bit of that black vote for Donovan. They thought that they could chip away at the black vote for Abdul. It was some of the most cynical posturing I've ever seen, because William Lawrence, one, Lansing has black people, yes, but it's not like a heavily. Wait, what? It's not the Lansing has black people in it, but it's not a predominantly black district. Also, regardless, he wasn't anti-black anyway. I didn't even get to finish my fucking point. Dang, man, I'm in Lawrence's district and I'm black in Lansing. Okay, I know I have a lot of Michiganders in the chat right now, okay? I'm going to be talking about all of your fucking districts tonight. Calm down, okay? It's less than 6% black. It's not Wayne County. Of course, there's black people everywhere. And of course, Hasanabi heads, black Hasanabi heads are going to be all around the state of Michigan, okay? Calm down. In any case, 4% in, our boy's doing good.
It may well be this split, divided opposition here, but here's Lawrence getting, at least in the little bit that we see, it's only 4%, but there he is running 20 points ahead. So that is going to be, 4%. It's 30% even.
Hasan, I licked the seat you sat on in Kitab Cafe. You are out of your fucking mind, dude. Yeah, here, like I was saying, these are significant results because they provide our first direct comparison access vote types, and the shift is enormous, roughly 40 points towards El Sayed. I guess the reason why, yeah, look. Haley Stevens in Eaton County was only putting up, I mean, so far this is not everything, but she's like barely squeezing 20 plus points in Eaton County with the combined absentee. And then when you combine it with election day, Abdul Al Sayed is winning. New drops.
In Eaton County, since it's the one, and I think we just got some more Eaton as well.
We did.
Yes. So we've been, I know you and I were talking a lot today about, the vote modes and the way these different votes might break. So we can check in a little bit here, especially since we have, 40% of the vote in. In the advanced vote, which is a vote that was cast before Election Day, I think this includes early and mail vote. That is breaking for Stevens 49.5 to El Sayed 44.
5.5. Okay. Yep.
And the Election Day, he's winning 64 or 65 to 32 for Stevens.
Wow. So look at that. And we've got, it was 2/3, 1/3 before. What we just got was, we think, was more.
Yeah, it looks like we're tapped out of the early now, and it looks like we're expecting a little bit more Election Day and some more mail.
There is more mail, because that was the early vote that just was added into the mix.
That's what the early vote is, a small pool. Right. So I think it was vote across all modes that just came in.
Right. Okay. So I mean, this would be even if we were just showing you vote by mail, I think this would be a little bit more pro Stevens. The early vote, I think, might take it a little bit away. But this is the gap we're talking about. Stevens is winning the vote cast before Election Day by 5.5 points. Remember, we said we think that vote that comes in earlier is an older demographic that's more favorable to the establishment wing. Okay, she's winning it by 5.5 points. The Election Day vote is going 33 points for Al Sayed. So, I mean, even just a little rough back of the envelope math here, you could see that if one side, one side is plus 33 for one candidate, and the other side's plus 5.5 for the other. It's a big advantage for this candidate. And again, you say Stevens here, what's the kind of number? What's like a bottom line number she would want to get out of Eaton County if you just take the lowest of all the establishment candidates, right? We said it was 44%. Maybe if she could compensate for it somewhere else, that could drop a little bit, but she doesn't want to be getting much lower than that.
We just got Washtenaw.
Okay. This is big. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. We just got, this must be a big bunch of vote by mail that we just got.
Taking a look.
Holy cow, that's, I mean.
I see a mix here again.
Yeah. Well, okay, if you're able to.
Yeah, I'm taking a look into it more.
While you're doing that, let's just take you through. Again, this is sort of the liberal heart of Michigan.
Guys, I can't tell. Is that
University
good?
of Michigan, Ann Arbor. This is Al Sayed.
Guys, I can't tell.
This was his best county,
is
as a matter of fact, I believe,
good?
in 2018. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, in 2018, he basically fought Whitmer to a tie here, 46-46. But the key, using that Whitmer model, Whitmer was able to get 46% support out of Washtenaw County, right? Washtenaw County is this is going to be roughly 6% of all votes.
Guys, I don't know. Is that good? I can't tell.
So you don't want to get blown out in a county like this. Whitmer in 2018 didn't get blown out. She got 46% of the vote right there.
The People's Republic of Ann Arbor.
Candidates do. Biden in 2020 got 48% of the vote in Washtenaw County. In 2016, running against Bernie Sanders, right? He'd be the college town guy, you would think, right? Hillary Clinton, well, she didn't do great, but she got 44% in Washtenaw County. These are establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in this county. That is where Stevens is running, we think, with a mix of early vote by mail and election day vote. She's a light year behind the other establishment candidates. We say, again, if you're an establishment candidate running against a progressive insurgent in a Democratic primary in Michigan, I think you go into it saying you're going to lose Washtenaw County, right? But you go into it saying, I want to be here. I want to lose it like this. I want to be in the low 40s, the mid 40s. You don't want to be in the 30s. You don't want to be in the low 30s. You don't want to be in the 20s. Now, that is 22% of the vote that's come in right there. There is more to come. That can change. Though I would say, and Adam, you can check on this if you have any of this information, the way it's gone in recent elections in Washtenaw County is like at the very end, one of the last things that gets reported out is the vote by mail, specifically from the city of Ann Arbor. And that's a big, that's not the entire county. That's a big chunk of vote. So, you know, that's why I'm curious to see how the vote by mail is breaking here, because if it's,
and I got all the Hudsons to vote. We did this because we have 100,000 siblings.
Yeah, so right now
they're not even joking. The Hudson family is like,
we have 39.
The Hudson family low key runs the state. The Hudson family is basically the Matty Maroon family. They run the state. They do have 10,000. They do have that Catholic 10,000 relative
vote specifically
movement.
Later on in the night. Looking at the county results site, it's also a pretty broad-based precinct results, but I do see precincts with zeros in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, so we're getting more from those populated.
Do we have a sense how that advance early is breaking?
Yes. So in the early vote right now, it's breaking for El Sayed 74-24, 25. In the mail vote, it's currently breaking for El Sayed 50-45.
The vote by mail, yeah. So El Sayed's winning the vote by mail right now, 50-45, and that's not included. So, okay, again, something significant is going to have to change in the pattern Adam just said for Stevens to avoid getting clobbered in Washtenaw County. Because again, we say Ann Arbor's vote by mail comes last. We think Stevens is going to do better with vote by mail. She is doing better with vote by mail than election day. So in a way, that's good news for her. You say maybe she's saving sort of saving her best for last. But even in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, she's a couple points behind Al Sayed. And I would think, this is me guessing, we'll see, when you get to Washtenaw, a place like that, a place like Ann Arbor, such a liberal town, even the vote by mail there, it may be more friendly to Stevens than the election day vote, but that doesn't mean she's winning it. She may just be losing it by a lesser margin than she's losing the election day vote. This is if you're Stevens, the early discouraging signs are adding up.
All right,
we have some election day vote in Livingston as well, right there in the Detroit area.
Yep.
I'm feeling a little
stick
it to him right now.
Wow. You think this
is
this is a mix, but this is primarily election day, yes.
Okay. So with the caveat that there's a vote, and if you can, whatever vote by mail we have, if you're able to calculate that, with the caveat that we think this is the most friendly type of vote for Al Sayed, he's 26 points ahead with a little bit more than a quarter of the vote counted in Livingston. Livingston is sort of the big, fast-growing, ex-urban county there. You got Detroit, you got Oakland, you got Macomb, and then a little bit further out, you got fast-growing Livingston County. That's sort of where you are. Sayed leading this by 26 points. To give you, again, the benchmarks we've kind of been using are three establishment Democrats in Democratic primaries here. How does this compare? Okay, Hillary Clinton, she got 38%.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in transit. We're officially in transit.
Missouri won as well.
See you in the car.
We'll go right over to that. I just want to put these benchmarks up because I've been 38% was Clinton. She got clobbered here by Bernie Sanders. Biden did much better. He won it. He got 52%. Whitmer, remember, this is in that area where Whitmer really overperformed. She got 61%. So we knew that the Stevens number was coming down from 61. Clinton was really low there at 38. So look, if you're Stevens, I think you're looking at this number and you're saying, okay, Clinton was competitive statewide, getting 38 in this county. This is primarily election day vote that should be more friendly for Syed. Is there vote by mail that's going to boost this number and put it somewhere between the 38 and 52? That's where Stevens would want to land here. So put a pin in this one here. If you're El Syed, that's a good start for you, but you can see a scenario here where Stevens could get into a range here that's a little bit more comfortable for her. That's Livingston right now. Adam says we've got a little bit of Missouri 1. Let's go and take a look here. Okay, now the key. The district here is split sort of in half, all right? This is the city of St. Louis on this side. This is the inner suburbs of St. Louis County on this side. That's where we're getting the vote from. Bell here, and what you're seeing, 30%, that is their early vote. That's being released in one batch. So we said two things coming into this, that we expected that Bell was going to do better, much better in St. Louis County, and he was going to do much better with the early vote. So this is as good as it can get for Bell, just in terms of the type of vote we're talking about. We're talking about early vote in St. Louis County, but we're talking about nearly a 60-point margin over Cori Bush. That is significantly better than Bell was able to get out of the St. Louis County port. He won this narrowly by a couple points over Bush in 2024. That is significantly better than what he was able to win the county by in the primary in 2024. So that is initially, and what that basically takes us to, 30% of the vote, that's the early vote from St. Louis County, gets us to about a sixth of the vote in now, district-wide. That's an awfully good start if you're Wesley Bell. That's an awfully good start. Now, obviously, it raises the question, since we know there is a county-city divide in these results, and Bush did much better on the city side, looks, at least from this vantage point, well, it looks like Bell might be doing significantly better in St. Louis County than he did last time against Bush. Can Bush do significantly better in the city of St. Louis than she did last time against Bell? Also, again, we want to start to see what the election day vote looks like, because there have been some wild differences between how the early in the election day vote looks in these Democratic primaries with these candidates on the left. So is the remaining vote, does it really change dramatically there to bring that county? So anyway, if you're Bell, obviously, that's about as much as you could expect to get out of that first batch there. But those are the questions that remain after seeing that first batch there in the first district of Missouri. So Adam, thank you for keeping me honest. If we get more there, we'll go right back to it. We're not going to miss it. Before going to Michigan, I will just check in here on the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. Masterson continuing to lead there. In the Democratic primary, continues to be an extremely close race right here. Ethan Corson, less than 1,000 votes behind Cindy Holscher. We've got, this is where Kansas City, the city of Kansas City, Kansas is, the place where the Chiefs are going to be playing starting in 2030. Corson is leading there. He is leading narrowly, to put it mildly, in Johnson County. Leavenworth, that's small. But again, it does just catch my eye that when you're getting out to the bigger population places outside of the immediate Kansas City area, even you're getting to Lawrence, the college town here, Holscher is leading there. But again, this is statewide. This is 921 votes. We got Michigan.
Yeah, we have more vote out of Washtenaw. I think we have about three-quarters of the election day vote coming in now.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So this, when we last checked in, this was sitting a little bit north of this. So what did the most recent vote look like?
So the most recent batch, like I said, I think it was mostly election day. I'm just loading it up right now. El Syed wins it 66-31, basically.
Okay, it was all election day vote.
Primarily. There was some other mix in there. But remember earlier I mentioned some of those counties or some of those precincts in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti that had zeros. Those now have numbers. So we're just filling in.
We're getting election day vote from Ann Arbor in here.
Yes.
And how much actual just mail do we have?
Our current estimate for just mail, let me take a look.
And what this means statewide, I'll show folks, adding that big batch. We just doubled the vote in Washtenaw County. It takes us to 5% statewide. Again, what's driving this is what you're looking at right there. We got some Saginaw. Okay, it's only a couple hundred votes here. It's not big enough. This is when you get sort of a scattering. So that is, let's not lose sight of Saginaw because that becomes significant as we get more right there. But let's go back to Washington.
16% of our estimated mail vote.
16% of the vote by mail, and what share of the election day vote estimated is in?
77%.
Okay, so the one thing you would say is the by vote type here, what's counted so far is much more from the Al Sayed side, favorable type of vote than it is from the Stevens type of vote. So, she was running at about 28% when we got that first batch in. Again, with election day vote, which is not her best, she popped that up to 30. She needs big numbers in vote by mail. Again, we showed you the past establishment candidates in this county have been in the mid-40s. She just got it up to 30.0%. There is a fair amount of vote by mail to come right there, and I think that's the big question, Adam. It's really not just more vote in Washtenaw, but when we get vote by mail, if that number, if it's coming in at some kind of a rate that's going to move that needle for Stevenson. That's Washtenaw.
We did get another report out of Eaton. We're now half in Eaton overall.
Okay, and now now Stevens has moved up a bit here. Did we just get some vote by mail?
Yeah, she won this most recent batch. I'm trying to take a look. Let's see what we can see. It looks like, yes, this was mostly mail.
Okay. So with half the vote in Eaton County, we can go deep here because we don't have a ton. Let me ask it this way. Of the expected vote by mail, how much has been counted in Eaton?
I see this is right now 24%.
Okay, about a quarter of the expected vote by mail, and of the election day vote, how much?
89% is what I have in my.
So this is
interesting.
Okay, so this is it. This is heavily skewed towards Al Sayed friendly vote. I don't know if you have the number in front of you, but the vote by mail was running Stevens plus 5.5 before. Have we got any more that's changed that?
In specifically in Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 59-34 in the mail vote.
She's now winning it by 25 points.
Yes.
So we got a significant new amount of vote by mail.
I think we just had a few votes before, and now we have more, and it broke heavily in her favor.
Okay. Well, now that's very interesting because now the picture for Stevens is getting a little bit more favorable here in Eaton County. Put those numbers back up on the screen. Remember, Whitmer, this was the outlier area for Whitmer where she was just performing much better than most Democrats because it's her home area. But it was 52% in Eaton was the Biden number, and 44% was the Hillary Clinton 2016 number. 41% is Stevens' number here. Yes.
We just got some City of Detroit and Wayne, like 4,000 votes just came in.
Okay, City of Detroit. Now, Detroit has typically put vote by mail out first.
Yeah, let me see what's tabulated here in the system.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me set the scene in Wayne, because I said there was one place on the map that stood out as where Stevens might be able to improve dramatically over Whitmer, and it is right here in Wayne County. In the 2018 gubernatorial primary, in the 2018 gubernatorial primary, Whitmer got 44% of the vote in Wayne County. Okay, that was considerably lower than how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Clinton got 60% of the vote. Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer so? She struggled. This was one of her worst counties in the state in 2018. Clinton, if you remember that primary with Sanders, was doing extremely well with black voters. She was beating Sanders 90-10, things like this, among black voters nationwide. This included Wayne County. Wayne County, biggest city by far, Detroit. Detroit is 3/4 black. Hillary Clinton won.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out, Okay, all right, we're flipped it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Abdul El Sayed Election Watch Party. I hope you can see me. I don't know if you can. I'm just going to check to see. But there is a lot of excitement in the air tonight, and I'm very excited. I know you guys are too. Wow, there are so many people here. Hey, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm going to be in there in a second. Okay, it's all good.
Keep doing the good work.
What's up? Oh. Probably not. Okay, yeah. I have one just in case, but we'll be fine. Okay.
Hasan in the house.
And there's the big man right there. What's up? We got a special guest. You're the joy.
Oh my God!
It's 3
no
months.
way.
3 months. Do you want a quick air pod?
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
Hi. Hi.
This is Hey, Shane, what's up, nephew? How you doing?
Oh, I'm having a fantastic night tonight. You know who's not having a fantastic night? AIPAC, Benjamin Netanyahu, Haley Stevens so far. Oh my God, I forgot about it because she stopped tweeting. So I don't know what's wrong. I don't know.
Do we want to do a proof of life on Jake Tapper tonight, or what do we?
Yeah. He spent most of his day with Hillary Skolton. After he interviewed Max Miller, he had Hillary Skolton on to yell about me. Crazy.
These are the crowd pops. One sec. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But these are the crowd pops we continue to hear on every time.
I appreciate everything you're saying is bringing up, bro. Takes a lot of courage. I appreciate it.
What's up? Good to see you, man. Hey, these are the crowd pops we continue to hear.
Yeah.
How'd you get in here, bro?
I don't know. I snuck in.
What's up?
What up, Mason? How are we feeling? What are my thoughts?
Okay. So I feel great about, I don't want to jinx this, it's live streamed right now. I feel great about Abdul. I'm really hoping for Donovan. I think that he did speak to a lot of people. We just went canvassing in Dearborn right before this. Heard a lot of great things from people, so I'm excited.
So I think the unbelievable turnout numbers so far is making me feel as though the cross endorsement is going to have some really good, really positive down ballot consequences. You like my professional tone? When I do these sorts of live events, I lock
you
into
like it? You got the posture up?
Yeah.
No, dude, I think the slate method is what's needed in every fucking state across the country.
The slate method and the momentum building off of Chris Rabb, Milan Quiros, all of the other victories leading into.
Dude, that's what they say about DSA. They say it's a fluke. They say it just happens every once in a while. You see every DSA member across national coming to Michigan because they know how important this is for the movement. That is fucking incredible. And that's what we're going to continue to see.
Some of the early Corey Bush results, it wasn't looking great. Did you?
No, but it's a county one, so.
Okay. Gotcha.
So who knows?
I'm excited, man. I'll keep up with you at the end of the night. Don't touch me with the Zen, but I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
All right. I'm gonna throw this out real quick. No, I got it. Oh wow. Oh, thank you. All right. Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you blew up out of nowhere. Love what you're doing, but I used to know you back in the day online on my old profile. Just want to say, hey, what's up?
Oh, hi.
Thanks for all you do.
See you again.
Yeah.
All right, let me throw this out. Let me throw my Zen out real quick. What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing great.
I love this suit. The tie is amazing, by
Oh,
the way.
thank you.
It's good.
A fan of mine made it and gave it to me in Wisconsin. It's a beaded tie. She's indigenous herself, and it's the Thunderbird and the feather. And the Thunderbird is in Palestine colors.
That's beautiful.
For the similar struggle that the Native Americans have faced here and Palestinians are facing currently.
How do you feel about the results so far?
I mean, what else is there to say? The results speak for themselves. Very exciting. It's a culmination of a lot of efforts.
Have fun out here. Stay safe. You're so much taller than I expected to.
Really? I hear that sometimes. I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Good. Excited. Friends of Abdul.
Hell yeah.
Can we get a picture?
Yeah.
You have the longest arm. One of you guys has the longer arms, bro.
It's coming. It's coming. It's growing back.
But very good results thus far. Oh, yeah. Good? Good, man. Thanks for your support. Of course. What's up? What's up? What's going on, guys?
Imran, thank you so much.
Nice to meet you guys. Of course, of course. You want to take a photo? Remember, this is the Abdul El-Sayed watch party. And the cross endorsement is so real, where so many of the people here were not only knocking on doors for Abdul, but just like myself, we were also out there door knocking for Donovan McKinney as well, and some also were out there in Will Lawrence territory. It's a little bit further away from here. This obviously, we're very close to Donovan's district. Is this Donovan's district as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
You're from WeHo, right?
Yeah, I'm from West Hollywood.
I just moved out of there, so I don't know Michigan super well. I'm just
Come on our podcast. Check us out.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a photo with this man, whatever he's done talking?
Sure.
Great to meet you. Thank you, man. Keep it up.
Of course, of course.
Really appreciate you.
Nice to meet you guys. Come on, cause stop the steal. I know. What's up with Linda? But I don't know where she is. Isn't she up front?
Junaid, I'm at.
Mind if we get a quick thing? Sure, let's do it. Appreciate all that you do. I'm in New York. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for your commentary.
Nice to meet you. Oh, I thought you were shaking my hand.
I was going to ask for you. Can I have a picture with you?
I'm joking in the backseat.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, it's a very exciting time.
Let me ask you one question. What do you think explains this? What does this show about the campaign and what brought to this moment?
I mean, this is what we've been talking about for quite a while. The moment has arrived. The insurgent left is here, and it's here to stay. This is not just a person. It's not about one campaign. It's not about one candidacy. This is a movement. It's a movement that we've been building for quite a while at this point. It's almost been past a decade now. And I mean, Abdul ran in 2018 on a Medicare for All run for a statewide race. Obviously, he was running for governor. But at the time, I think the electability concerns or the electability argument was far more powerful a tool to discourage people from voting for insurgent leftist candidates than it is now, because I think the base of the party has shifted so dramatically after the second defeat to Donald Trump. They told us over and over again, you got to vote for moderates, you got to vote for centrists, and that's the only way that you can win. That's the only way you can defeat Republicans. And tonight is the first step to destroy that argument.
What you're seeing here now, does it change your view of what you expect in November and beyond?
No, absolutely not. I was unbelievably confident about Abdul absolutely destroying Mike Rogers and basically ending his political career for good. But I'm still confident after seeing the excitement in this room tonight.
No problem. What's big?
What?
Sarah's nephew wants to say hi to you.
Hi, what's up? Nice to meet you.
Really excited.
Hell yeah. Yeah, stop the count. It's done. We're good. No. Keep counting. We're going to keep running up those numbers as the night moves on. All right, do it. All right. What's up? Oh.
Can we take a picture too?
Sure. Nice to meet you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here this evening. Are we ready to win this primary?
I don't know if you remember when we went back in DNC.
Yeah. What's good?
I'm trying to get your prediction of how many points you're going to win by. You down?
I'm hoping for 20. I'm hoping for 20.
20 points. Let's stop Piker 20 points.
Director of the United Auto Workers, Art Reyes.
I'm waiting for Mallory McMorris. She says she's going to show up if whoever is winning, right? That's what he said.
Hey, I hope she shows up because I think the winners are here tonight.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
I'm here on behalf of our international president, President Sean Fain, and the 3,000 active and retired members here in the state of Michigan.
We're going to get you later with Joey.
Hey, what's good?
I was born and raised in Flint, Michigan. That's right. That's a Flint. And I'm fourth generation Michigander, fourth generation UAW. This room is
very exciting.
Michigan as it gets.
People were saying I was copying you.
We talk about
look good.
This
You look good.
is a history of the many versus the money. Do you all know that to be true?
Yeah!
Well, I'm going to just share a few moments of that because in 1936...
Dude, look at the press. This is like Sauron level press.
Is Olivia Reginald here for you?
Olivia Nazi Gold?
Did you see the video she put out yesterday?
I saw her get really excited that Haley Stevens was saying that I'm a Maoist.
Well, you did wear a suit.
Yeah, of course. But she was like, zinger.
Yeah. She did the video where she's like, did you see that?
I'm the same person. I do comedy. I do like sketches where I dress up as all those.
Hysterical. You should check her out. Do it as a killer Carolyn Levitt.
Oh, I think I might have seen it.
She steals your outfits, right?
But, she probably might be in here. But also, yeah, this is a crazy amount of. It's just kind of funny to think like this was a nationally significant, if not internationally significant race from the start. But so many people underestimated this race. So many people did not pay close attention to this race early on. And that was a big mistake for them. And now we've arrived. Now we've arrived.
State of Michigan, the many will win. And in November, the many will win.
Where is the chat? What's the other races looking like?
What we say in UAW all the time is pick a side. You can fight for the
I'm
National Review.
Yes.
Okay. You guys don't like me too much.
Well, this is America, isn't it? First and foremost, what's your message to the Democratic establishment tonight?
I think they need to start paying attention to the needs of the masses, whether it be on their demands to recalculate our allegiance to Israel, or whether it be our demands for Medicare for all, our demands for a more equitable future where we spend money on our children rather than spend money blowing up children overseas.
Are you concerned at all that some of your more controversial comments you've made about America will have a negative effect on any of these races or just like the movement you stand for going forward?
No, I'm not, because I love America, and that's the reason why I criticized it endlessly. If I didn't love America, I wouldn't be here. I came here when I was 18 years old, and in many respects, I achieved the American dream. But very quickly, I realized that that dream is not accessible for everyone, including people that have been here for many generations, including people that came here with hopes for a better future. And I want to make sure that we have enough wealth in this country to offer that dream to as many people as possible. And that's what tonight is about, and that's what our movement is about. And as far as the comments that I've made that people will try to use against Abdullah al-Sayed or against all these other candidates, our side fights for policies, our side fights for America, our side is the real America First candidacy. If the other side, if the opposing side, no matter who they may be, whether they be establishment Democrats or Republicans in the general, if they want to talk about Twitch streamers or clips out of context, well, there was another guy who was clipped out of context quite a bit, and he was able to tap into the populist rage. And that man has redefined American politics for the last decade. His name is Donald Trump.
What's out of context, though, about saying that America deserved 9/11? Can you explain how that's out of context?
Of course. It's a comment that I made that I apologize for the language that I used all the way back in 2019. I'm capable of showing humility. I'm capable of recognizing when I misspeak or speak out of turn. But the concept that I was referencing was also championed by Robert Kagan as recently as a couple of months ago, which is the concept of blowback, in which there's plenty of academic consensus on, that our meddling in the affairs of countries far away inevitably cause too much distress, and it has the capacity to blow back on us. And I find 9/11 to be, of course, a horrible tragedy. I've spoken about it extensively. And yet, even to this day, almost a decade after I apologize for the language that I use, people still try to cynically foment Islamophobia by weaponizing 9/11. And we're now living in a time where Donald Trump is about to offer nukes to Saudi Arabia, the country perhaps most responsible for 9/11. So I see that hypocrisy. I understand how the game is played, but I think it's important to stick to the issues. And I know that Americans are far smarter than this game. They were sick and tired of business as usual politics when they voted for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump unfortunately didn't offer an alternative. And now the cost of living crisis has worsened. So hopefully we're going to solve that for all Americans once and for all.
Final question really quick. If Stevens happens to win tonight, what does that mean to you?
That means that $70 million of outside expenditures was capable to subvert American democracy once again. We'll just go back to go back to organizing, and eventually we will organize money. However, I'm not very concerned about that as it stands currently.
Well, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. Great
no
meeting
problem.
you.
Nice to meet you. Moderately hostile National Review interview. Glad we got it on camera.
I just want a picture. I don't want to answer questions.
Of course.
Let
Let's
him shake
do
your
it.
hand.
Hi.
I love you, man.
Nice to meet you.
He's like, who the hell's this picture? Take a picture. You do my thing on
Yeah.
Someone's called me grandma. Yes. Please. Thank you. I'll share. Just take mine outside. Thank you. Thank you. I'll share. No, I'm good. I'll share. Okay. Thank you.
Remember, we met you at the UMich event.
Oh, your mom or your grandma?
Her grandmother.
Your grandmother, yes. Youngest Hasanabi head.
Yeah.
Of course, I remember.
We have some unfortunate news. Last week, Grandma passed away.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A month-long battle in the hospital.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean,
she was a huge fan of you, man.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm so glad I got to meet her.
Yeah, she talked about meeting you for days and days.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry for your loss. Okay, well, you guys want to take a photo?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, we are really happy that you got to meet you.
Yeah.
You really did.
I'm really happy as well. So glad I came.
Yeah.
Hey, Hassan.
I've been watching for 10 years.
Hell yeah.
Back when you were on the Young Turks.
Hell yeah. Sure.
run into you out there. Okay. Your media is awesome.
I'm Tristan McFarley. I'm with the Detroit Free Press.
What's up?
Like your suit.
Thank you.
Can I talk to you for a couple seconds about the duration? Yeah. I'll try not to take too much of your time. Now, you know, if Abdul, I think he's leading her right now. He's leading Haley right now. If she ends up winning, would you still support Haley Stevens in the general against Mike Rogers?
I don't think we're going to have to worry about that at all.
Gotcha. Now, for the Democratic Party, what direction do you think the party is moving right now versus where do you want to see it move?
I think the Democratic Party is moving in the direction that I want to see it moving. And I think the Democratic Party is clearly moving in that direction because the voters have a great hunger for change. And we're fortunate enough to have a slate of incredible candidates this primary season and leading into the midterms that will satisfy that hunger. Real fighters that demand change, that say no more to business as usual politics, that cast aside corporate super PACs, that want to really serve the people as it was intended. This is what public servants are supposed to do. I know it sounds like such a unique strategy, but the reality of the matter is, when you respond to the needs of the masses, in spite of $70 million, $80 million of outside ads, in spite of the smear campaigns, will turn out in large numbers for you.
Now, when you look at guys like Donovan McKinney leading Street Vanadar right now, and Abdul leading,
that's my guy,
Haley Stevens in these elections, do you think when we talk about Israel and Palestine that more progressive agendas can, move forward in the form of policy after this election if they win?
Absolutely, that's the whole point. Our job is not done in the primary. Our job is not done in the general. Our job is not to simply elect a bluer Democrat than the one prior so that they can occupy a seat and collect checks from lobbyists. Our job is to ensure that we hold our politicians to account. And hopefully we won't need to do that because these are real fighters that won't need us to constantly check in on them. But I promise you, the moment that no matter who they may be, if it's Zoran, if it's Daria Liza, if it's Claire, if it's Chris Rabb, the moment that they no longer abide by what they ran on, the policy that they ran on, the moment that they are no longer a part of this movement is a moment I'll be there, knocking down their door.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Also, can I get a quick photo?
Yeah.
My bosses.
I just have one more question. I'm done. I work with him. What got you so involved in the Michigan Senate race?
Not just this Michigan Senate race. I've been doing this, I dipped my toes in a little bit with Zoran, obviously, early on in the primaries in New York. I was traveling around the country. I was going to all of these different rallies, ICE out rallies, No Kings protests, and I saw a lot of anger and a lot of discontent. And I didn't just see young people angry. Young people are always angry. I saw a lot of old people that were demanding change. And they weren't just demanding change from the Republican Party. They were demanding changes from the Democratic Party too. And that's when I realized that there's a real opportunity here to finally push forward a socialist message, to put forward real fighters that will put the interests of the working class first and not the interests of corporations. And so far we've seen tremendous results. And in spite of those results, this sequence of victories, we're still constantly being undermined. Our job is not done. Obviously, the general election is coming up. We'll work very hard to carry this victory into another victory against the Republicans. But even after that, we will ensure that the policies that we're demanding get accomplished in Washington, D.C.
Anything you want to add that we didn't ask you?
No, I'm good.
Good, thank you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Real quick, probably, where do you get your
Oh my God, I get it from all over. Sometimes it's my dad's. Sometimes it's I'll go on photo shoots sometimes for magazines, and if the stylist, because I have a very weird body type, I'm big, long arms, broad shoulders. So if the stylist actually pulls shit that's cool, I'll be like, oh, I'll take it. I'll buy it off the stylist. Like these pants, they're like some random custom pants that the stylist pulled for some Days Magazine photo shoot, and I was like, I'm buying those.
You know what you gotta choose? I'm getting some I'm trying to get some suits too before I head to Spain next week. There's a place right by Eastern Market if you can go there before Detroit ends. I forget the name of it, but it's right across the street from Eastern Market. They do great suits, apparently, really big in Detroit. Historically, I think you should stop by there. That's what I would recommend.
I don't have any time. I'm gonna be back in Los Angeles tomorrow. Yeah. Job never ends, man.
You keep moving around. I'll keep reporting on you. I just did an article and we talked about you for a little bit. It was about this race. It's for the USA Today National. You should read it.
Well, I'm glad that there are younger people finally talking about this shit, because most of the time it's like, 50, 60-year-olds who are like, who is this Hasan guy I keep hearing about? What are the youth invested in? Why do they want these radical politics? Wait, don't, but it's on your live, so just make sure. Oh, hell yeah. That's what's up. I mean, you're not alone, brother. Don't worry. Hey, that's cool, though. Hell yeah. Keep doing what you're doing. What's up?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for speaking with us today.
Boo, they're booing Donald Trump. Okay, is this good audio-wise? Can you hear me? Okay.
So why are you here today?
I'm here today to continue the revolutionary practice of fighting for democracy, which unfortunately in 2026 is almost like a dying art. So we're carrying that flame, and we're hoping that we can continue carrying that flame into the general election.
How do you think Abdul's campaign is carrying that flame?
I think Abdul centered the needs of the working class so perfectly in his policies, but in many respects, his run didn't start yesterday. His run didn't start 6 months ago. His run started in 2018 when he ran on a Medicare for All ticket in the gubernatorial race. And I guess the people were not ready for it now, ready for it back then, but they're certainly ready for it now, it seems.
This race means for the Democratic Party, regardless of the result?
I think what this race means for the Democratic Party is changes are coming, and I'm glad that they weren't ready for it.
And today in a press conference, Haley Stevens said that she condemned your rhetoric and doesn't know why Abdul is asking about his defense. Like, what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I think it's very sad that her closing message ended up focusing on a Twitch streamer. That was an extremely online thing that she did, and perhaps that's the reason why these expected results might have been unexpected for her. She thought that centering these sorts of issues in the heart of her campaign would potentially help her seize victory. But Abdul never ran on these sorts of drama-focused issues. He ran on kitchen table issues. He ran on improving people's lives. And it turns out that's exactly what people of Michigan were looking for. And we're going to prove that once again in the general.
And you've been in Michigan, Wisconsin, other places. Have you been seeing more younger people out at the polls? How much of a difference?
Absolutely. There is so much more youth involvement in these races. It was actually Debbie Dingell who called it out when she visited our University of Michigan Ann Arbor campaign rally that we did many, many months ago, all the way back in, I believe, April. She attended that and she told the Associated Press, I've never seen this many young people this excited for a candidate this far out from a Senate primary race. And honestly, there's a good reason for that. I can't take credit for that. Of course, I'm only a messenger. I'm only a megaphone for the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel. I think it was Abdul's policies, it was Abdul's campaign that brought them out first and foremost. But luckily, he was the right guy for the right time. Anything else I like to say? Being pro-Israel is bad policy and bad politics, and we're proving that tonight once again. For all the naysayers. Of course. Nice to meet you.
Great meeting you.
Oh, hey.
How's it going?
What's going on? You've been there from the start.
I know. I don't want to interrupt you. Okay.
So I met you at an arborist, like when you were with Amir Macklin.
Yeah.
And so you said, "Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan's Story." Do you mind doing that again?
Yeah.
They say, "Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan al-Hajj Story."
Hassan al-Hajj?
Hassan al-Hajj Hasan, that's my name.
Okay. Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan al-Hajj Hassan's Story once again.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Good to see you again.
Do you have a set?
Sure.
Yeah, so...
What's up, Adam? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, as you can probably tell.
Do you think you had a material effect on helping Abdul rise to take the lead of this primary?
I would go so far as to say it wasn't my material impact, but more so the missteps made by Third Way and numerous other think tanks, Valerie McMorrow's campaign, and even Haley Stevens' campaign, that turned this otherwise fairly sleepy race with national significance into one that everyone couldn't stop paying attention to. But the reality of the matter is, there are good candidates out there, there are bad candidates out there. Abdul al-Sayed is a phenomenal communicator, and most importantly, he ran an issue-first campaign from the start all the way to the finish of his primaries, and that is precisely the reason why, when people started paying attention, they realized that there was something different here, and I think we are seeing the results of that right now tonight. Michigan responded in exactly the way that I thought they would.
If Abdul wins tonight, do you see yourself as a power broker the same way he sees himself as a power broker in 2028?
I wouldn't say I'm a power broker. Some people, this entire thing started when people started saying I'm the Joe Rogan of the left. I said I'm not the Joe Rogan of the left. Then they said we don't want a Joe Rogan of the left, it turns out. His policies are too radical. Now people call me a kingmaker. I'm not. I'm just fortunate enough to be a part of a much broader movement that places the interests of the working class first and foremost over the interests of corporations and foreign countries. That's all this is about. So it's not about one person. It's not a moment. It's a movement. This is a movement of the many.
Will you campaign with Abdul down the home stretch of the general election back here in Michigan?
If they require my services, I will always be there.
Yeah. Do you think? Do you see a progressive lane materializing that goes through Michigan for 2028 after tonight?
Absolutely. But it's not just Michigan. This is just the beginning. These are never supposed to be swing states, and they will never be swing states ever again if I have something to do with it. It's not just Michigan. It's not just Wisconsin. We will hopefully continue this movement all across the United States of America. We'll go to every single state because I know that no matter what, no matter where there are workers, there are going to be the same exact interests. There are going to be people who are sick and tired of business as usual politics, sick and tired of the Republican Party that sells them down the river, and sick and tired of the do-nothing Democrats. And we're here to lend a helping hand and to give them a voice, give them a platform, and to hopefully improve their material conditions.
In that progressive lane for 2028, would you be more inclined to back Sean Fain of the UAW or AOC?
I feel like that's too far out in the distance. I love both of them. I have a lot of respect and admiration for both of them. It's entirely dependent on who wants to seize on this opportunity.
What have people most understood about your role in Abdul al-Sayed's campaign or your impact here in Michigan? What have people got wrong?
When you say people, do you mean DC or do you mean people? Because if you ask normal people, regular folk, they either don't know who I am for the most part, or the ones that do are very excited that I'm out here, right? Whether it be a rally, whether it be door knocking and canvassing for these candidates. But as far as what the media got wrong, as far as what DC establishment got wrong, they got pretty much everything wrong, and it actually helped us out quite a bit. That animosity that they had with Abdul asking me to stump for him, turned into a really unique opportunity where Abdul could show that he's not going to back away from a challenge, that he recognizes that this kind of like anti-platforming demands were very silly.
Well, thank you so much.
Look, it's a big tent. I'm just a guy who happens to be outside of said big tent. I'm a random Twitch streamer at the end of the day. But what I hope is that Democrats recognize that there is real hunger, real appetite for change, and they try to change their policy platform to better suit the needs of the masses.
Do you think it puts the leaders of the party on notice in a way?
I think the leaders of the party have probably been on notice for the past couple of months, at least from where I'm standing. The way that they have been freaking out, the way that they've been attacking, the way that they've been endorsing against these left-wing insurgencies shows that they recognize that there's a real movement here that is building, a movement that centers the needs of the working class over the needs of corporations.
For the state of Michigan? No, right? Is money out of politics too far left?
I just saw you use that phrase.
Right? Is Medicare for all too radical?
Sewer socialism is municipal socialism. It was initially actually considered a pejorative. In the first time it was used in a socialist party convention. But the reality of the matter is socialism is about improving the material conditions of all people, specifically working class people. And sewer socialism cuts away at all the noise. It means filling up potholes. It means addressing, it means building a better sewer system if necessary. And it means focusing on the immediate needs of the working class. No matter how inconsequential it might seem.
So I just wanted to come on this stage and say thank you all so much for all the work that's gone on. We will have more work to do, right? We have more work to do, more people to reach. But I just want to say thank you. We're going to enjoy tonight.
I'm still as bold as ever.
Thank you all.
I've always been careful. It's just impossible not to get clipped out of context, especially when you're talking about politics for over 21,000 hours as I have in the last 13 years. Well, even longer than 21,000 hours, but just on Twitch for 21,000 hours in the last 8. So,
how you feeling?
I'm shocked that I'm not
excited.
More yelled at than I am currently.
The conversations that I've been having recently have been with people
who are sick and tired of the
same old. If you decided whether or not we are sick and tired of people in office who are not serving us. We want to elect people that we can hold accountable, who will answer the phone when we call them, and who will make sure that we have a government that serves
You have to let it wash over you. There's not really anything else you can do. The opportunity, of course, for someone like myself is that I have a competitive platform with mainstream outlets. So if people are actually curious about what I truly stand for, there's 21,000 hours that they can browse through, that they can browse through and figure out for themselves. Obviously, anti-Semitism is something that I find to be morally repugnant. It's something that I've fought back against my whole life. And it's very sad that people stoop to such levels to talk about things like this. They can't oppose the message, so they try to shoot down the message.
And this is just the beginning, y'all. So thank you so much for your work. I hope you're ready for the next win.
I believe Haley Stevens earlier today said that I did a Maoist pool party, which was very funny. I don't know. I think some Democrats think I'm not a Maoist, but some Democrats think that because I have a tailored suit that I got when I was visiting China that I really like and admire.
For the record, you're not a Maoist.
No, I'm not. I am not a Maoist. It was a pool party. I can't speak on whether or not it was a Maoist one, but it was a pool party for sure.
All right, I'll let you get on. Thanks so much.
Of course, no problem.
Signed with CNN.
Nice to meet you.
How are you doing? We're going to record something real fast this week.
Cool.
What kind of message do you think LCIS campaign is going to send?
They might have the money, but we have the people. And as long as people are organized, they are virtually impossible to defeat. I think that's the primary takeaway of tonight. There was a lot of outside spending that came into this race. I believe more than $34 million from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries alone, and a total of $70 million in heinous smear campaigns. But it turns out, even though people were inundated with these attack ads that featured heinous smears against Abdul al-Sayed, people were able to look past all of that because Abdul was running on an issue-first campaign on policies that people were demanding, and hopefully Democrats can learn from that lesson, because we're not here just to fight against Democrats. We want to make sure that we have a resilient, working-class, centered movement that will ensure that no Republican ever touches a seat of power ever again.
But what do you say to those Democrats who say he may be able to win a primary, but he won't be able to win in a general election in a very purple state?
Michigan is not a purple state. It's only considered a purple state because the establishment Democrats dropped the ball twice. In both instances, Donald Trump came in like a wrecking ball because there was a lot of appetite for change, and I think people were deluded into believing that a con man would actually deliver that change. The changes that Donald Trump delivered were all the same. The cost of living crisis has not gotten better, it's only gotten worse. Donald Trump ran on ending wars. He's only started more wars in the process. And I think people actually want someone that they can believe in, someone who will truly follow through on this America First agenda. And I believe genuinely that the socialist movement in this country will deliver that agenda, that will center the working class first and foremost over the needs of corporations.
There are many Republicans, even some within the Democratic Party, who think that you are too extreme, that you would be a liability to someone like El-Sayed. Are you at all concerned that that could pose a liability to him, having someone like you campaigning for him?
I'm only a liability to those in positions of power who have sat in their ivory towers for far too long, that have stiffed workers and worked in favor of the bosses. That is who I am a threat to. And that is precisely the reason why they do everything they can to oppose someone as, I would say, inconsequential as myself. Because after all, I'm just a Twitch streamer at the end of the day. And yet, people seem to see me as a real, ever-present danger. As far as the general election goes, no, I do not think that I would be a liability in the general election. Although it does seem like the Republican Party's midterm strategy is going to be a Hasan Piker-focused campaign strategy, and that is precisely the type of politics that people are sick and tired of. This rat race, the constant smears, the endless focus on inconsequential things. People want to know if they're going to be able to pay for their groceries next month. They want to know if they're going to be able to pay rent next month. That's what people actually care about. So as long as Democrats, or as long as whoever it is that's running, focuses on that instead of all this other background noise, they will win, regardless of what the media tries to drum up as a manufactured point of controversy.
You said you're just a Twitch streamer. But
yes.
You do have many, many followers. Why is this media
Well, it's a medium that thrives on constant interaction, and I think that's part of the reason why I've been able to, I guess, in some ways recreate conservative AM radio, that same exact format, but on the internet, in a way that is unbelievably accessible. And that's what's so appealing for a lot of people. They put me on while they're working throughout the day, while they're delivering Amazon packages. They got me in one ear. It's like a long, never-ending 8-hour-long podcast. It's not exactly reinventing the wheel, if I'm being honest. But it is one, it's more so the message that I think is working. The message that I think is penetrating the collective consciousness. It's something that, at least in my experience, people find to be so refreshing, something that they haven't heard before, even though these are the exact same feelings that many of them have felt for many, many years. I'm just a megaphone for their
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, President of the Michigan Nurses Association, Aaron McCormick.
It's great to be in a room with so many people who believe in the power of this movement. And it's even better to stand up here and support for who I will claim will be our Democratic nominee for the United States Senate, Abdul Sayed. My name is Aaron McCormick. I'm a registered nurse at the University of Michigan and president of the Michigan Nurses Association. We are proud to be a part of National Nurses United, the largest union of registered nurses in this country.
Hi, Chad. It's Super Trooper.
What? I believe the people of Michigan are taking a major step deciding the direction of our country.
That went viral.
I believe the people of Michigan will send a message. This Senate race is more than just about one seat. It's about deciding who our government answers to.
And then he turned it
And
into
we
a
continue
ATL
to
hit
allow
piece on
the
the front end.
billionaire class to
I
run
really
our
thought it was going to be a unique opportunity to communicate with a lot of the Jewish voters who are like wondering why their younger relatives are so anti-Israel.
By the people and for the people.
I don't know if that happened.
What do you think was left out of the
I'm going to call it like I see
Jewish
it.
voters and Jewish constituents?
Billionaire corporations have rigged our economic
I think that there's reasonable concern about the growth of anti-Semitism in this country. I totally understand it. There are a lot of people who are taking advantage of the enmity in the direction of Israel and then shifting that focus and that blame back onto American Jews in the Western world in general. I find that unconscionable. I disagree with that. I oppose that. And I will continue to oppose that, regardless of how hard charlatans like Jonathan Greenblatt of the Apartheid Defense League try to make it seem as though one cannot ever oppose Israel
that has always been bigger
from
than
a
one
perspective
person.
that isn't
This is a movement, and tonight the people of Michigan will prove just how powerful this movement really is. This isn't backed by corporations. It isn't backed by billionaire donors. It isn't backed by AIPAC. It's backed by you. It's backed by me. It's backed by the people who
Abdul Sayed definitely
this is as good as it gets.
anti-Semitism.
It's built
Look,
by
we're
the
Muslim
people.
Americans.
And this movement is about making sure every one of
something
us
that we
in
deeply
this room can take care of
understand. This
our
kind of
family.
bigotry is something that we deeply understand.
That we have health care without the fear of cost.
For who you are before people ever get to know you personally is something that Abdul is communicating over and over again. That's part of the reason why it makes it all the more sad that there's so much crosstalk, so much misinformation out there.
As a nurse, I see it every single day.
Israel in somewhat of a Jewish tradition of anti-fascism.
And that's why we're standing behind Abdul in the fight to pass Medicare for all. Not tomorrow, not when it's convenient,
and
but
everything
today,
to do
because
with
our
all the
patients
harm
don't have time
that
to
is
wait, and neither
happening
do
so
we.
far, and trying to mitigate the
We've
harm to the best
also
of our
seen the
ability.
catastrophic
But
impacts
ultimately,
of corporate
we understand.
domination
We care about Americans. I care about
Another massive
Americans.
wildfire
American
made our air
Jews
the
are
most
American
dangerous
first.
in the planet.
At the end of the day,
While the
we want to make
billionaires squeeze
sure
our pockets
that
at the
American
bottom,
Jews, just like everybody
they
else in the United
continue
States of
to try to
America,
put massive
have a
data
better
centers in our
future, have
community.
better funded
They
schools,
continue
have
to
better funded
accelerate
roads, better
climate
paved
change. They
infrastructure.
take away our right
That's
to
what
clean
we
air,
care about.
clean water, and a safe environment. And tonight, the people of Michigan will send a message. Tonight, Abdul will become our Democratic nominee. We will show that working class.
I think eventually that will change. I feel like a lot of that holdover comes from
to make sure they get the health care they need and deserve.
social conditioning and learned experiences. I don't think that Israel at the end of the day is going to change. Maybe I'll be shocked, but I do feel as though from the Nakba onward, it's only expanded further and further as far as the violence that has unfolded. Maybe we're at its logical endpoint in some respects.
It's about changing our society. It's about proving that when the working people organize, when nurses organize, when unions organize, and when communities organize.
I hope that one day all of the people that live in this region can live peacefully with one another. We might have a different method of arriving at that future, but ultimately, I'm not invested in bringing about harm to anyone. I don't want to bring about harm to anyone, and that means Israeli Jews as well. I just want an end to the occupation, an end to the apartheid, an end to the violence, so that Jews and non-Jews can live peacefully in this area together in harmony. think he was probably, I mean, I can't speak for what he was thinking or what he was saying. He's his own person. But I would suspect that that comes from the endless cycle of violence that continues to grow no matter what. We have to find a peaceable solution to this. We have to find a just and equitable outcome to this. And I sincerely believe that we can. But a part of that also comes from America allowing Israel to engage in this violent behavior with impunity. I think it's not just a problem born out of the Netanyahu government, of course, as some might foresee it. I mean, look, I interviewed Ofer Kassev, I believe a week after October 7, and I've kept in contact with him. I've kept in contact with a lot of anti-Zionist Israelis as well, some conscientious objectors, and from what I understand, it's almost a dual struggle. America also is a settler colonial country at the end of the day. So there is always these unanswered problems that we choose to turn a blind eye to, and those problems always rear their ugly head, and it almost always manifests into fascism. And I think Israeli society, especially in the last 30 to 40 years, under the direction of the Netanyahu government, especially, as it's impossible to come back for some reason, has turned into an increasingly more violent country, violent from the perspective of the Palestinian victims, and even violence internally as well. We saw a piece of the same exact colonial tactics applied in the West Bank, applied to the Jewish Israeli population in the Supreme Court protests that were taking place. The same exact skunk water cannons that were deployed on Palestinians in the West Bank were deployed in Tel Aviv against the Israelis. I understand this as an American. I understand this as a Turkish person as well. I understand what ultranationalism looks like, and I'm terrified of it, and I will always fight back against it, no matter what shape it takes.
Thank you so much for your
No
time.
problem.
I really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. Hopefully we'll get those quotes up there. I don't know if it's gonna.
We would love to do a second interview.
All right.
Anytime.
It's good.
Long term, you ever going to run for office?
No.
No. I appreciate all the work you do. It's very impactful of artists. Thank you.
Kane. Nice to meet you. Okay. Just and then we're going to do an interview. Okay.
Nice to see you again.
What's good? All right, I have to do an interview. We're job sites. I have to do an interview real quick.
Can we take a 10-second photo? Picture.
Wait 1 second. I'll be back. All right. We're not going to be done.
No, I might leave. I'm sorry.
Are you with Hasanabi Piker? There's Michigan.
What's going on?
Well, you tell me what's going on. How you feeling?
Seems like it's a pretty good night. What the hell? Why am I on TV? That's crazy. Oh, damn. I yap a lot.
We know.
Yeah.
We're aware.
I'm still yapping. It's been 7 hours today on the broadcast.
Yeah, you've been here for the past few days, as far as I'm aware. Tell me how's the interview?
I mean, it's been pretty good. There's a lot of excitement on the ground. I think people are just excited to finally vote for something rather than take a defensive posture in their voting. We oppose harm reduction voting. Although it does work in theory, it doesn't work in practice. And we've seen that in Michigan, perhaps, with the Donald Trump victory. Hopefully we're going to correct that mistake, and we're never going to repeat it ever again.
Any other races aside from polls that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working on a lot of races outside of Abdul's. Many of them are here tonight. Many of the victories, the early victories, have compounded upon itself to build a much more robust movement across the country, and we're going to carry that victory into the general election.
Yeah. All right. And tell me, how do you think this is going to play out in the general election?
I think Abdul is going to do very well in the general election because, I mean, we're talking like he won. I'm talking like he won. He hasn't won yet, technically, but I do suspect that he has a fairly good chance. And it's going to be the same exact thing in the general. I think people oppose Trump as they hate it. They hate Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is a corporate backer from Florida. In many respects, is a perfect matchup against Abdul El-Sayed. And I think he's going to defeat him.
All right, you like the doctor so much?
He's a stud. He's awesome. I mean, he's with the power. What's not to love?
I'm just a fan.
Anything else, Ryan?
Cold reading all day.
Yeah, what is it?
My daughter taught me about it. Hasan!
Wait, what is it?
You got me into leftism.
What's up? Nice to meet you. Is there anything else?
Hey, guys. Hello.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I'm really great feeling
Okay.
Yeah, guys. Thank you so much, Hasan. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for coming out, man.
You wanted to come say hi to my
I can take a picture.
Yeah, I already did. I walked in. Yeah.
Let me get something with this one. I appreciate everything.
She's on Hello on the campaign.
Take a picture.
Wait, excuse me, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll see you all the time.
Listen, I never listen to you YouTubers or whatever. But when I see people attacking you, that's when I start liking you. When I start watching. You want this real quick? You want this real quick?
I got it after.
So, yeah, let's do it.
One second, hold on. All right, do yourself. Rebecca, there's a very difference in height. Okay. We're good. Hassan, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Get it? John, I'll go right. Did you say hi to my daughter on the video?
Yeah, sure.
Her name is Hayat. She's taking the LSAT tomorrow.
Hi, good luck on your LSAT tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Okay, I'm dying. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask if there's like a. Hey.
What's up, man? How you doing? I already know, bro. We could do something real quick if you want.
Yeah,
Quick
yeah, for sure.
Status update, bro.
Good.
I'm already knowing. Actually, we can talk.
That's good.
You wanna do? We can do
Wait,
like.
come back to that.
Hi.
I'm in West Michigan.
Oh, hi.
Can I get a picture? Oh, you're up. Loved your Norm interview.
Oh, thank you.
Hasan, how's it going? I keep seeing you, but you know what? It never gets old. Hey there, can I get a picture with my son?
Yeah.
The future. Thank you, love.
I'm already knowing.
Here.
I'll get you. I'll get son. You got a quick question.
Right up there.
1 second.
Thank you for being here. This is awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
We'll do like 1 second.
Cool. Just to tell you, my son is a big fan, and he knocked on 1,000 doors, but he didn't get a red wristband to get in here. So can I just take a picture to show him because he hopes
Sure.
to see you? He's gonna kill me, but thank you.
Okay. Here, real quick. All right. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. I mean, I want this night to finally come to a close.
Yeah.
You know, we've been waiting on it. Where are we at right now? It's 51% to 45%.
Are you confidence-wise going into it? Because I know there's a lot of
Yes.
people. Yes?
Yes.
How are you like? I feel like so we got in. Me and my brother got in like yesterday. Knocked on a couple doors today. We talked to a few people, a few voters who seemed disaffected with like everything. They hadn't even heard much about like candidates.
Oh yeah.
And we got to talk to them about Abdul and the importance of non-corruption and money out of our politics. But like, I'm curious, what have you found out about people on this journey? You've been up and down the state.
I've had a more fortuitous canvas operation, I guess, because most of the people I talked to were very excited to vote for Abdul.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that changed as soon as we told them about the policy of it all. I feel like that's what you've been trying to get at, despite the media attention, despite the XYZ. How's that been going? Just getting the message to people that it's more about specifically what policy more than the personality of the candidate.
That's absolutely what it's about. They underestimated Zoran. Zoran ran a policy-centered campaign, one that focused on the needs of the working class, and he won because of it. And then a lot of people thought, oh, it's because he's charismatic, because he smiles a TikTok. Because he does get social media. I mean, that didn't hurt, but that obviously wasn't the entire story. And the same goes for all the victories that we've seen around the country thus far.
Hey, hopefully here's to one more. I'm confident in our boys. Let's get through. Let's show the people that it's literally a difference that you can actually make. And I appreciate the work you've been doing. Hopefully you get some rest. Appreciate you.
Thank you. It's an indigenous beadwork.
Yeah, no, that's fire. That's really fire.
What's up, sure?
Spencer Lee's Michigan Advance. You know,
Catch up with you.
Abdul's ahead, and you know this is gonna be a tight race, and we all knew it was. But if he wins tonight, which I know that you're confident that he will, what does that mean for your movement, for this movement, to blow the door open in a place like Michigan that is such a purpley swing state that kind of blows in the wind? What does that say about his chances, this movement's chances, moving forward to November?
Look, the reality of the matter is there was a tremendous amount of outside spending in this race, and the fact that it's been so good so far for Abdul shows that when you have an issue-centered candidacy, an issue-centered campaign, people respond very positively to it, even when they're getting inundated with attack ads, oftentimes from AIPAC, as a matter of fact, to the tune of $34 million. So I hope that people understand the right lesson, that we have to start focusing on the needs of the many rather than the needs of corporations.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of people who, underestimated Abdul, underestimated even you when you were here campaigning with him. What does it feel like to know that there's this many people in the room, not very many people at Haley's watch party, and the enthusiasm is there? Do you feel vindicated?
Look, there wasn't a lot of people at the person who's opposing Thomas Vance's watch party either, but it didn't matter because the Trump endorsement carried a lot of weight, and the tens of millions of dollars that AIPAC spent in that race obviously played a great role in defeating Thomas Massey. So I think at the end of the day, just excitement alone is not always going to be enough. I'm not worried about people underestimating us. I actually welcome that. That's a good thing. The problem in this race is that they actually didn't underestimate Abdul Al-Sayed. If they underestimated him, they would not have spent a record-breaking amount of money disparaging him, attacking him, non-stop, endless mailers for everyone to see, basically.
And what does he have to do to bring everyone together? I mean, he's going to have some challenges with Stevens voters who are saying that they will vote for Mike Rogers over him. What does he have to do?
I don't think that'll be a real concern. I think that there are a lot of Haley Stevens voters that are voting for Haley Stevens because they thought Haley Stevens would be the more electable candidate to defeat Mike Rogers. So at the end of the day, they will focus up to make sure that a Republican doesn't get elected. And in the off chance that there's a couple percentage points that end up voting for Mike Rogers in an era of unprecedented corruption born out of Donald Trump, the instability, the volatility that we're experiencing all around the world, I would say that we'll probably make up for it with the youth turnout and the enthusiasm and the turnout all across the state.
Yeah, and for you guys all, are you going to be back here for him in the general election? I know this is a priority for you in the primary. Will you campaign with him in the general?
If I'm needed, I'll be here.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you.
I follow you all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get a picture with my kids?
Sure. I need a water. Of course. I need a water. Yeah. What's up? How you doing?
Good to see you.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
All right. So we're gonna do this like as if this is in the future, and as if we already win.
Okay, but what if he doesn't win? No, I'm kidding.
He win, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, this one here. So Abdul Al-Sayed wins. Imagine this world. So what happens next into the general? Is he a winnable candidate?
I think he will destroy Mike Rogers. I think he's been holding back. He's going to drop the training weights, and you're going to see a new Abdul Al-Sayed unlocked, one that doesn't have to hold back at all.
Period. Okay, wait. What does that look like? Like, what is the path to defeating MAGA in this specific how we defeat MAGA in 2028?
I think we defeat MAGA in 2028 because they're going to focus on silliness. It kind of seems like they're going to center me in their midterm strategy. At least that's what they're tailoring their audience to get mad about. That's what they're gearing up to get mad about.
It's like they're obsessed with you or something.
Yeah, but they can focus on, Twitch streamers while we'll focus on the work. We'll focus on the policies that improve people's lives. And that's how we'll win.
All right, well, thank you for doing that, Hasan.
Of course.
You said you need water. You wanted to get you one?
Oh, you got one? Oh, thank you. Well, no, I'll get it myself. It's fine. What's up? Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to get a little interview about this pool party.
Okay, yeah.
What you think?
How are we on battery?
Put another mic in. Another mic.
How are we on battery?
Check.
Battery. 1 second. Let me check the battery.
Entertain, bro.
Battery.
Oh, shit.
Entertain, you want to spotlight gang?
Okay, shit. What we talking about? The United States Senate?
It's not on battery.
Maybe the battery hit. Oh, the battery or the thing?
No, it's on the main battery now.
Oh, we got to switch.
Yeah, we got to switch. All right, hold on. We'll do this and now switch.
Yes. So I had the opportunity to see you yesterday at the pool party.
I know. You curved me for like months.
Nah, but I didn't see your message, bro.
No, I see.
I have a bad relationship with my DMs, man. You know what I'm saying? But I want to have a conversation with you, though, man.
Now you want to have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation now.
Not 8.5 months ago when I was like, hey, man, let's link up. And
I ain't see it. I ain't
left
see
me
it,
on.
man. I ain't see
Who do you think you are? Who do you, Drake? What is this?
Taylor Swift of the left got some nerves, goddamn.
That's crazy. He just left me. He left me on red for 8.5 months, and then all of a sudden he hits me back the morning that I happened to be in the physical presence
I didn't know
of
you
him.
were I didn't. I swear to God, it was set up. It wasn't set up.
He set it up. He was like,
oh my God,
let's carry
nothing
this.
affairs. I was like, man.
Let's carry this conversation 8 months after.
Hey, what y'all see? Nothing affairs. We cool. I just want to know though, how did you feel about you being at a pool party and making the Fox News?
I mean, it seems like everything I do makes it to Fox News nowadays, but yeah, I went to the pool party. They call it Haley Stevens called it the Maoist pool party.
Hey, I thought it was I'm gonna play the clip in here. When I saw the clip, I thought it was AI. I had to confirm it was real. It's real. It's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
It is.
They ran with it. Hey, the last thing I say though is this. Me and Hasan gonna have a conversation about the intersections of blackness and leftness. And I swear to God, y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be a nice.
Bet, I'm down.
Damn, for sure. Appreciate you for that.
Oh, thank you.
You have to put me on blast, come on, bro. I apologize, bro.
It's all good. No, we're good. I'm just messing with you. It's not serious. What's good?
Battery first?
Yeah, sure. Let me swap.
Give us the sec, chat. We are swapping batteries.
Oh, yeah. It says 25% on it. Thank you. Can I take a selfie?
Don't worry about it.
With the Arab Chamber. What's up? It's very good to meet you, man. Big fan of your work and how you've been promoting the message. Do you mind if we get a selfie?
No, of course.
I need to send me with you for my daughter.
So we work with Arab American businesses across the country, very contentious primary for both Abdul and Haley Stevens, really. And of course, Mike Rogers is obviously uncontested. So he's already maxed out on name recognition, name ID. Once there's a real contest against him, obviously people are going to learn more about him once again, and he's going to be defeated.
Do you think they're going to bring you up in the general?
Yes.
Haley didn't really bring you up that much in the primary.
She brought me up in the last day, and I think they're going to continue to do that, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Stick to the issues, and that's what matters.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Sure.
You're so short.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Claudia. I'm with Mayor Sheffield from Detroit. Also, Claudia. Also, I think I'm Hasan Piker tonight. So
oh, wow.
They gave me your wristband. I work with Mayor Sheffield team, Detroit. Well, I don't know how long you're in town, but would have loved for the two of you guys to meet.
Well, I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh. Welcome to Detroit.
Yeah, it's great. It's beautiful. I love it.
God, I'm glad. You're very welcome. You're very great.
Always. All right, whatever these numbers looking like. Let's see if there's a quiet. No.
What's up, brother?
Let's see if we can like go into a quiet place. What's good, Ken? How are you feeling? I'm tired. I'm nervous. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be all right. But I just don't like that it's getting tighter.
Yeah. No, I expected it to be much. No, I don't like
$70 million, man.
Yeah, I mean they get $70 million, getting them 40%, 45%.
Yeah,
that's insane. That's just like,
we'll see what happens. Stress of the night, though, man.
We're winning.
Inshallah. We must. Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can sneak in.
Yellow. Let's see you.
Quiet area back there.
Nope, we need all access or a.
Is all access the red ones?
Nope, it's a sticker.
Oh, I have it. What am I talking about? Thank you.
No problem. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Oops, sorry. Is there a more quiet area we can just dance on back here? I don't want to.
Probably just outside. Probably outside. Maybe we
can go outside.
Every room.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's not. We're live, so I don't want to show it.
What do you guys?
Sure. We're just looking for a more quiet area that we can like chill for a little bit.
There's the overflow room that's gonna have way less people.
I mean, we can even hang out here in the dark. It's fine.
This is Zach Jab.
This is traffic. Oh, okay, fire lane. All right, yeah, okay. No, I don't like the lights.
Thank you. There's a patio right next door. Sorry.
Yeah. Where is it? How do we get there? All right.
Big fan.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for what you do. Hey, can you shout out my friend Ferris?
Sure.
Shout out Ferris. Hi, Chad.
We didn't get that memo. It's not bowling. I know what I'm talking about, ma'am. You must go that way. Or you go up there, you stay in the garden door.
Good to see you.
Hey, it's like, I can push it. Sure.
Nice to meet you.
What's going on, guys?
Appreciate it.
Who's in there? Hey, what's up?
I guess it's okay here. Like this, is it good?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's nice and cool too. We'll just stay.
If you guys want to bowl,
We're not trying to bowl. It's fine. All right, I need to lock in, and I need to look at.
if you guys want to bowl,
No, we do not want to bowl. I promise. Thank you.
you guys should be good to go back. If there's any issue, just text.
Yeah. We have the all backstage pass and everything, and I think this is fine, right?
That lets you guys go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's look at what's going on. Let's analyze the situation.
That was quite a marathon, bro.
I know. What's up?
I'm pointing at that one.
Yeah. Okay. We got final New York Times numbers on the Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed. 6 outside groups spent $62 million for Stevens, giving her a 9-to-1 spending advantage over Abdul. Half of that Stevens spend, $32 million out of the $62 million, came from AIPAC Super PAC. AIPAC Super PAC spent more than any single group has in a federal Democratic primary this cycle. A historic amount, a record-breaking amount of money that was spent in this race alone against Abdul El Sayed. So if you're looking at the situation and if you're wondering why the numbers are getting tighter, this is a big part of the reason why. I think overall it's still fairly, it's still looking pretty good. Okay, what's going on? I know. There's so much. I just needed to get away from everything that was going on because it was so crazy.
You were bombarded.
I know. I mean, that's expected. I mean, that's how it was always. That's how it was at the Zoran party as well.
That was wild.
Yeah.
It's way more intense in person, obviously. I don't think chat understands how intense that is.
$62 million, man. Hartzell Gray. Hartzell Gray results coming in. Oh my God, the internet is so dog shit in here. Hartzell Gray is in a close second with 12,900 votes against Jordan Herrera, who's in the lead at 30.5%. That's looking pretty good. It seems at 66%. Not sure what that race is going to end up looking like at the end, but still very exciting.
I have 5 bars if you want to use it.
CNN is talking about you again. Hartzell had a great dump earlier. Yeah. This is a dry event. Mentioned on CNN. Bernie just defended you on CNN. Nice. Bernie is answering questions about you live on CNN. Bernie said Hasan does radio, Lamau. That's Unk. That's Unk. That's Unk. That's Grand Unk. That's Grand Unk. It is what it is. It is what it is. Bernie defended you.
12.6% of the precincts reporting Abdul's still in the lead with 51%, 194,000 votes. We'll continue sending chat updates for my fellow Michiganders. Not even podcast radio. Basically called you a talking head, not wrong. That's okay, that's cool. Shit's getting too close. I know. I don't like it. It's too close to comfort. So, if you're wondering what this is Zachary Danino of Voter Hub. Why is the race not called yet? / what keeps Stevens alive? Stevens is doing much better in mail-in ballots, which have been lagging behind a bit in reporting. She's doing well enough in these small / mid-sized counties to where winning Detroit by a lot would pull her close. Stevens has started to hit her targets to win in a couple places. That's the reason. Yeah, we're not showing anything. Yeah, oh wait, are they gonna pass through here? Okay, yeah, we'll put the camera down. Here, I'll put it on a BRB screen. No, they're coming right now. I'll put it on a BRB screen. Yeah, point it that way.
Can we get focused for good?
Okay, we're back. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. I mean, the slips look pretty good for Abdul.
Yeah?
The ones that I'm getting, they look decent for Donovan and pretty good for Abdul. But ultimately, God, I wish I was. I really can't monitor the situation as well as I would like to. As well as I would fucking like to. Yeah, Michigan 7 Democratic primary shaping up to be one of those two people's egos and campaign consultants cause a lefty candidate to win the primary situation and essentially must flip district for Democrats, says Adam Carlson. He's, of course, talking about William Lawrence, who's doing very well, at least in the last polls that I saw. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, Haley Stevens is putting together a stronger than expected showing across rural and small town Michigan. The race remains too close to call, but those margins are worth watching, says Midas Touch. Of course, still, the situation. This is Abdul's race to lose at this point. You would much rather be in the El-Sayed camp right now, but Stevens, in the initial numbers. In the initial numbers that came out, Haley Stevens' chances looked disastrous, especially because of the mixed results that we were looking at. I think the confusion came from the fact that we thought those were early ballots. Abdul doing very well. Abdul doing very well in the early ballots. Led everyone to get really excited early on. However, Stevens is actually caught up because of the way that they're calculating the mixed ballots, like both the mail-in ballots and the early vote with same-day voting. But Haley Stevens is actually outperforming expectations in rural areas, and that is the reason why. If she can run up the numbers in Wayne County, like we said earlier, if she can get like a super wide margin in Wayne County, which is, Detroit, Wayne County, like that's 20% of the vote overall, I think, or 22% of the vote overall, like the total vote overall. It would make Abdul's chances a lot worse. So once again, I say stop the count. But right now it's 51% at 210,748 votes for El Sayed and 45% at 187,917 for Haley Stevens. Check Will Lawrence is getting close. Aren't mail-in ballots usually cast by younger voters? No. There are no rural voters in Wayne County. What? No, I'm not talking about Wayne County when I say rural. Bro, why are you so close to my face, David? What is happening?
The microphone seemed, for some reason, was struggling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bad result that came out of Midland, it seems. Ellis Bates. Wait, where the fuck is this? What? Very poor result for Al Sayed in Midland. Stevens is winning the election day vote there by nearly 20 points, while Al Sayed carried the early vote by roughly the same margin, plus 24.
Oh, it's the fan.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's fixed.
Oh, you were picking up outside noises?
Yeah. I just had to turn on phantom power.
El Sayed hit his marks early in Kent County and Washtenaw, while Stevens was only decent in Oakland. But Stevens run very well across rural and small town Michigan over the past 45 minutes. My current read says Zachary Danini is El Sayed +8, but uncertainty with so little from Wayne. So that's the real problem here, is that Wayne County will be the decisive factor here. The black vote will literally be the decisive factor in this race. Obviously, Haley Stevens is expected to win the black vote, or the Wayne County vote in general, but by how much? Meanwhile, I think Donovan is doing pretty well.
Hell yeah.
Midlands were Doways. I'm not surprised by that. Look, let's just say you don't want to be relying on that. Like that's not a very good situation to be in, if we're being honest, for Abdul Sayed, but I don't think it's going to get there, so it's fine. Meanwhile, here's some good news. Donovan McKinney, who I stumped for literally super aggressively in the last couple of days, with 7% of the expected votes in, Donovan McKinney is actually in a almost 20-point lead over the incumbent Shri Tanadar. Donovan McKinney has 5,367 votes to Shri Tanadar's 3,643. That's 59.6 to 40.4%. So that is where we're at. Let's go to Karnacki Cam and see what Karnacki is saying. The environment at Haley Stevens camp is not great, by the way.
These are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is, and so she.
Dog, we don't care about Kansas. We don't care about Kansas. Come on.
And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said, Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this. Does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s, but it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor, in the state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like this maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look,
There's
I think
nothing?
one thing we've seen is
Yeah, I don't got good
gubernatorial
internet.
races can kind of
Oh my
defy
god.
the
Fucking Kansas, bro.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Alright. Oh, nice. Phone stream. Why is this so close? I don't want to stress. I'm from Wichita, Kansas, and I care about this. Okay, but we're in fucking the headquarters right now in Michigan. This is the race. Sanders talking about you. Hold on, I'll pull it up on my own. Here, someone send me the link to Bernard talking about me. David, step back. That's what they're saying. Why are you so close?
I'm sorry.
What is happening?
I got feedback to be closer.
Wait, what do you mean? Because you can't hear or something?
No, just in general, to be closer. But maybe I got one guide.
Very controversial streamer Hasan Piker was at one of El Sayed's final events. The two did a stream together, a fairly lengthy stream. I know that you've spoken to Hasan Piker in the past, but are you comfortable with El Sayed having a close association with him, given some of his past statements? To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcast, radio, you say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be one or two things that you said that you may have regretted. But I think what we have got to do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
Here with Joe. Yeah, Joe Lozier out of Region 1.
That is fucking... That is so funny. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. That is... I don't know what to say about that. Oh my god. That's Burn Dog, man. What? Oh, Chaz Frozen is fine. But, alright, where are we at? Give me some updates, man. It's likely that this race will come down to Wayne County Election Day votes. Stevens is doing extremely well in rural Michigan relative to expectation that a good Wayne result could allow her to win this primary. Keep watching Vote Hub coverage throughout the night. I'm gonna fucking... I will end it all. I will end it all. So there's a... Stevens with a plus 53 mail drop from Detroit. Oh my god, another one of Stevens County's. That is not good. That is not a good result at all. Another one of Stevens' strongest counties is St. Joseph, where she's only losing the election day by 1.5%. She's winning the mail by 16, which is most of what is remaining, and from her stronger areas in the counties, where it is a head-to-head matchup with Abdul at 46%, Haley Stevens at 48%. Okay, Mallory McMorrow, unironically, is a little bit of a spoiler in many of these places as well, which is crazy that people were still they didn't spoil their ballots and then recast them, or maybe they did and they did it for fucking Haley Stevens. Who knows? But
whoa.
Aisha Faruqi is what's wrong?
No, fix it. Focus just went crazy.
Aisha Faruqi is not doing well in Michigan. U.S. House District 11 Democratic primary with 64% reported. Jeremy Moss is at 49%. I mean, she's close, but I don't know if she makes the distance there. Also, with 16% reported at Michigan's U.S. House District 7 Democratic primary, William Lawrence is still at 41.9%. Bridget Brink is actually at 30%, and Matt Masdam is at 27.9%. This is one of those races where both of the establishment Democrat candidates actually tried to outcompete one another, and because they tried to outcompete one another, that ended up opening a free lane for Will Lawrence.
Can't take it. You gotta wait.
But yeah, Abdul Al-Sayed is hitting his margins pretty much everywhere across the state, but it's not enough to call the race, unfortunately, especially not without more votes from Wayne County. But we shall see what happens when Wayne County results keep getting dumped. And unfortunately, that big dump that I just gave you guys, the Stevens plus 53 male Detroit, that number is devastating, and it turns it into an actual competitive race. All of a sudden, it turns it into a race where Haley Stevens does have a fairly good chance. Yeah, Haley Stevens is outperforming the polls by significant margins right now in Michigan. In a lot of the rural districts, it's not looking too great. Stevens is at 66 to Abdul's 30 in Detroit, bruh. No, that's not that bad. That's not as bad as you think it is. Big dump for Abdul, let's go. Okay, it depends on where it's coming from. Like Abdul getting big pushes from different places is great, and it makes things exciting, but you have to look at, you know, where Abdul is performing. Isn't he outperforming expectations? And it does look like it's going to be a very long night if this continues as it's hold on. God, this is... University of Michigan voters an hour ago had a 100% El Sayed precinct. Hold on. It's so crazy because they were talking about how there's so much excitement at the Abdul Al Sayed event and there's none at the Haley Stevens event, and it's kind of funny because it doesn't mean anything. As I was telling that other reporter as well, Thomas Massey had a lot of excitement around him, but it didn't fucking matter at the end of the day because the guy that didn't even campaign was able to coast into a victory with a Donald Trump endorsement and a fuck ton of money from Israel. I still think Abdul is obviously going to, I still have hope that Abdul is going to win this race. Having said that, it is a fuck ton, an unbelievable amount of life-changing amount of money overall. But, it's good to be calm in this moment. For the record, Haley Stevens overall still did a fairly decent job of not even doing outreach to the black community necessarily, but just simply saying over and over again that she got nodding to the Obama endorsement that she didn't actually receive, and that is enough for a lot of boomers to vote for him or for her. But that was. Hold on. Yeah, but Wesley Bell has defeated former Representative Cori Bush in the Missouri Democratic primary rematch in St. Louis. Turns out maybe money does actually play a significant role over the many. It don't even matter. At least in that race. All right, let's continue. Al-Sayed is taking the lead in Bay County, currently ahead by 6 points. Very little vote reported. The initial drop has Stevens leading by roughly 15 points. Grand Rapids City election day comes in big for El-Sayed, but now it is done. Ann Arbor is close to done as well. So El-Sayed has his lead back, but these are a couple of his strongest areas that are done. Dearborn does remain, but like I said, it is definitely with the Stevens plus 53 mail-in ballot from Detroit. The more we see from Detroit, the more the night will shape out. But Abdul's strongest areas are close to being done, with the exception of Dearborn. Stevens is only leading by 2 points in her home county with 60% of the vote in, which is kind of crazy. Where like Abdul El-Sayed is at 47% an hour ago, whereas Haley Stevens is at 49.7%, which I think is also interesting. It's a testament to the fact that even in Haley Stevens' supposed stronghold, Abdul El-Sayed still had a fairly strong showing. But like I said, the good story, so far the good story of tonight is definitely Donovan McKinney. But yeah. So Stevens needed a roughly 55-point win in Detroit absentee, and she got 54. So it's actually that's what's like giving a lifeline to Haley Stevens right now, especially considering that Abdul El-Sayed had his strongest showing areas already, which is why he has what's the current numbers right now? Let's see. Wait, Donovan is down? Donovan McKinney is losing? What the fuck? I don't think Donovan is I don't think Donovan is going to be I don't think the Donovan McKinney race is going to look bad at the end of the day, but Haley Stevens is 4 points behind Abdul El-Sayed on the New York Times results currently, with Abdul El-Sayed at 50% exactly and Haley Stevens trailing behind at 46.5, Mallory McMorrow at 3%. Only 34% of the votes have been reported thus far.
This game feels good over here.
Kornacki Camp showing me more good signs. Hold on. Will Lawrence, New York Times says Will Lawrence back up at 14, plus 14. Does Abdul need 50% to prevent a runoff? No. How can it be this close? The average voter is so fucking stupid. It doesn't matter. Hartzell Gray is close, but down by 800 with 12,000 left. I think since a whole bunch of votes came in for Stevens in Detroit, a whole bunch of votes came in for Shree as a result, since the candidates are interchangeable. No, there's a lot of split ticket voters that voted for Haley Stevens and voted for Donovan McKinney. That's crazy.
Everything okay? Oh, I think I love you.
Decision Desk has Hartzell losing. Low key, why do I get the feeling a bunch of people will go, oh, I didn't know you could only vote yesterday, tomorrow? I mean, that's always the case. Remember, guys, we have been unbelievably tapped in to this primary for months at this point, right? For months and months. And our perspective is not a shared one, okay? The average American, the average normie, and I saw this with like the canvassing operations that we did as well, the normies that, like, there are so many fucking normies who don't give a shit at all. The type of people that go out and vote, the type of people who are excited to go out and vote are usually nerds, in the primaries especially. We're talking about the midterm elections, right? We're talking about the midterm elections and a primary for a midterm election for a Senate race. Most people are not, you know, civic-minded in general, and I think a part of that is because, you know, people don't have anything to vote for. People are not all that excited. And boomers are the most powerful force as far as like maintaining status quo politics. And boomers literally fucking see mailers and they see television ads and they hear about the dangers of voting for a scary Muslim man. And they you know, they get their notes from people like that. Unfortunately, it's not, is Hasan just hanging out at a bar? No, I'm just chilling because I wanted to go somewhere quiet so I could, like, you know, analyze the results instead of doing a constant fucking sea of like media slash interviews slash a photo shoot. Yeah, I'm in a bowling alley. Steve Kornacki thinks it's going terribly for Stevens. I don't know what numbers he's looking at, but I'm not looking at numbers that look. Maybe Steve Kornacki might be thinking it's going terribly for Stevens because he probably thought it was a lock for Stevens, maybe. But I'm doubtful. Haley is up 69-27 in Detroit, E-Day pending. Abdul closes the gap, but Haley still wins the E-Day vote, at least with this 57,000 votes that are in. With E-Day pending, guys. You were too confident, Haas? Oh no, for sure. For sure. Of course I was confident. I'm still confident. I'm worried that Jinsey might want to vote, but literally don't know how. Okay, that's crazy. Anyway. By the way, this is also part of the reason why when people were like, dude, why the fuck are you going to Michigan? It's a lock for Abdul. I was like, remember? I kept saying it's a lot of money that they're spending and it's a very important race. This is why I was here. New York Times showing 50-47 for Abdul. Abdul at plus 36 in Lansing. Is it too late to vote? Yeah, if you're still in line to vote, stay in line to vote. Yeah. Associated Press showing Abdul at 49.8% with Haley Stevens at 46.5%. So she's definitely inching along. But ultimately, that fucking boomer electability argument is mint still. It is genuinely the most powerful. It is legitimately the most powerful force for boomers. It's actually kind of crazy. Why does Stevens have such an advantage in Detroit anyway? Obama mailers. AIPAC dumped $34 million into this race. And they just mass blasted mailers that suggested that Haley Stevens had gotten an Obama endorsement, and that was it. It was a wrap. That's why. Like, literally, there's nothing else to show for, like, there's no, if you were to ask people, like, why the fuck they voted for Haley Stevens, they would literally, they kept repeatedly saying, oh, because Obama trusts her. That's it. Lying is OP. Yeah. This is how they took out Thomas Massie. Why would they change? Because this is the Democratic Party's primary. Because it's the Democratic Party's primary. That's why it's different. And it has been different so far. I mean, look at the sequence of victories that we've achieved, where we've unseated incumbents. The problem here is Obama got involved in Iowa. Why not here? Dog. I don't think you want Obama to be involved in this race, because I don't know if Obama would have endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in this race. Kernacki saying it. Lawrence called. Decision desk has called Michigan 7 for William Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen. So there's the first good news of the night. Out of the slate, the Donovan McKinney, William Lawrence, and Abdul El-Sayed slate. That's the first W of the night, according to Decision Desk. Dearborn remains. I really hate Abe was wrong. I'm worried about an underperformance coming out of Dearborn, chat. Yeah. I think a lot of people are overestimating Dearborn turnout. I hope I'm wrong. The only reason why I'm saying that is because of, like, what I've heard from, people I know.
What are you doing here?
I'm going through the results. The good for El-Sayed, he has a lead right now, says Zachary Danina of Vote Hub. The bad for him, his best vote in Kent has already been reported, Grand Rapids City. He should also go down vote share in Ingham and Washtenaw as counting continues and as more absentees come in. El-Sayed's current 35-point lead in Kent looks strong, but Grand Rapids proper is mostly done reporting. Stevens could still gain ground in the suburban and rural areas of the county, the types of places where she has outperformed expectations across the state tonight. There's still posters out there that are predicting a double-digit win for Abdul in spite of the current performance, so we shall see how correct they are. Also, Bernie Sanders, not comfortable with El-Sayed's ties to Hasan Piker, got misconstrued. I'm pretty sure he meant, like, he's not comfortable with what, like, the statement was, and not necessarily, like, he literally did not say that he was uncomfortable with Abdul al-Sayed's ties to me. He was saying he was uncomfortable with the statement, but I think people misunderstood the way he said it. I can't believe how fucking close it is. But yeah. Wayne County, right now. What is. No, never mind. But yeah, some of the good signs so far is, like I said, Stevens' own county, where Abdul is actually performing fairly well, as opposed to Stevens just like cooking up the numbers. But yeah, once again, it's all gonna get down to Detroit. It gets down to how hard Stevens is gonna dominate in Detroit. The fewer there's election day ballots, the better it is for Stevens. Deep. Well, hold on, wait here. Give us some updates on what you think is going on. All right.
I would try to get my laptop in here.
Give us the good and the bad.
Well, so Nate's here. He's an expert on losing, and we're experts on winning. So.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay.
I got a picture of losers earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I put it this way?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so if you look right now, New York Times is from what their pre-projections was at versus where it's at now. El Sayed is up in rural.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
But I thought Haley Stevens was actually overperforming expectations in a lot of like these small towns across the fucking state.
So she has overperformed right now in the early vote that's coming for Detroit. She's up 30 points right now for Detroit.
Yeah, but she's supposed to be running up numbers in Detroit. That's expected.
Yeah, in the early vote.
Yeah.
It was actually interesting. We were knocking doors today, and as we were knocking doors, we met several people who were Stevens Donovan supporters. And you're actually seeing that kind of come out right now where, Shuri's only up by 7 in Wayne County and she's up 30 in Wayne County.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that crossover. But you have to imagine there's, Stevens, Donovan voters exist.
Yeah,
but
well,
do Abdul,
for sure.
Shuri, Theander voters exist?
I don't think so.
I don't even know what that person would be like.
Yeah,
they would be at this party theoretically, right? So we could ask around, did you vote for Shri?
Yeah, did you vote for Shri Thanadar?
So that seems optimistic. I should just go ask if there's any Indian folks out there about that. So that makes you have to believe that the last votes that come out that's going to be better for Abdul in Wayne County are also going to be much better for Donovan. Like, if he has that crossover about like 10, 15, 20% with Stevens in the first vote.
That's what we were trying to do with our canvas, up and down for Donovan McKinney was like trying to peel voters off from Haley Stevens that were like Haley Stevens, the Donovan McKinney voters, black voters.
So we were actually canvassing with a bunch of creators today. As we were canvassing, we just saw this woman on the side of the road. We saw that she had a Donovan McKinney road. We were like, yeah, Abdul and Donovan. She's like, I'm not voting for Abdul. And we're like, why is that? And it was interesting is she kind of was almost parodying, in some ways, anti-Muslim talking points, which I thought was like, didn't see it coming. I mean, in the car was like a Jewish person, like a Hispanic person, a white person, and then me. And then she kept looking at me, and she's like, well, what are you all? I'm like, I'm Indian. She's like, oh, okay, that's cool. But it was interesting is like, she was like, I feel that Arabs are given more attention with people than the black community is. And she was echoing these talking points you would almost see from like a Steve Bannon or a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens. So I do think there was something happening that she was diehard Donovan, but not at all for Abdul, and in fact, like very negative on Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, there's a barrage of attack ads. So, but none of that is useful.
Okay.
What I want is data. What I hunger for, what I yearn for, is the number. Okay.
The numbers that you should look for right now is that he's overperforming in rural areas based on what he should have been at, and he's okay in the smaller cities and the suburbs. If Haley wins, it's because she actually did better in the cities than expected. Like, if Abdul does as well as progressives do in cities, then he's fine. If not, then we have...
So it comes down to...
Well, then we have a problem, because ironically, the reason why people think Michigan is a swing state isn't because of the cities, right? People are like, oh, you can win in New York City, you can win in Denver, you can win.
Yeah, my numbers guy is saying he's not really overperforming rurals. And the opposite is happening, but that's what I thought too. My assumption is actually Haley Stevens is overperforming in rurals, like way above expectations.
Well, I was going based on what the New York Times data was, so we can blame this man here for his colleagues, New York Times.
He doesn't work for the New York Times.
Oh, Post.
No, not the New York Post.
What are you?
None of those. It's one of those New York.
It's just New York something.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go through them all.
Don't worry about it. It's one of them bi-coastal elites.
Yeah.
I
don't understand. Like
okay.
I feel like I'm far more nervous than Steve Kornacki is right now, and I don't understand why. What?
Who's he rooting for?
Well, I don't know who he's rooting for, but he keeps saying that like Stevens is getting destroyed, and I don't think Stevens is getting destroyed at all. I am looking at, I guess, a very different interpretation of the night's events, where like the early votes, or like the early the early results that they released, I thought were actually incredible for Abdul, not because Abdul was like leading, but because Abdul was leading in what we thought were actually the mail-in ballots, which is why I thought, oh, it's a wrap, it's over. But it turns out it was mixed results, which I don't even understand why they're doing that.
Ann Arbor came in huge at the beginning.
Yeah, well, that stuff is fine. That's expected. I'm talking about like counties that Haley Stevens was supposed to be overperforming in. Abdul was actually leading in some instances, and I don't know if it was just because of the mixed results, weighing some non-mail-in ballot, like non-absentee ballots more.
Well, here's one of the things. Look, Wayne County's reporting in more right now. So Wayne County, when they first hit that huge drop, Stevens was up plus 30. Now she's up plus 28. So it looks like that's going to eke back. And if it does eke back in those trends, it's hard to imagine.
I just don't know how to weigh them right now. I don't know if it's literally...
If it's just like mail-in ballots, or it's actually E-Day or not.
Yeah.
Where's Oakland County?
Everything is coming down to Wayne, and that's the reason why I am still optimistic but very nervous overall, because Wayne is the worst possible area. Like, so it's going to come down to how much Haley Stevens is going to run up the numbers in Wayne County, where there was a tremendous amount of impact from AIPAC spending and a tremendous amount of, mailers, like the fake Obama endorsement. Like, that plays a huge role in Wayne County, and that's the reason why I am not feeling as confident as everyone else has been so far. That's my assessment. Maybe I'm wrong.
I do think we were overconfident. I mean, like, how many canvases did we go to this week where people were like, don't worry about Abdul, it's all about Donovan in the down ballot? Like, we would still carry Abdul lit, but the conversations we were having were for Donovan and Abraham. Ayaz. Actually, I didn't even check how his race. Do I want to check how he's doing? Did you meet Abraham?
Yes, I love Abraham, but his chances were not looking too great from what I understand. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm...
I don't know how he's doing the down ballot.
Yeah, he got a shit ton of money spent against him.
Yeah.
$1 million in the state senate race?
Yeah, for a state senate race, it was like an unprecedented amount.
I forgot what his...
Yeah, absentee plus early plus E-Day for Grand Rapids broke 69% of 27 for Abdul El Sayed, and that's it. Like that's his. But those are his best performing. Those are going to be his best performing districts.
Right now, Oakland County, that's home to Stevens' district. That has 76% reporting right now. She's up 2%.
That's good.
So
there are areas where Abdul is definitely.
So if she's carrying her home county by 2%, but right now Wayne County is just about 24% reporting, and she's up 30. You could see the pendulum swing. That's going to be more like that. It would be. Here's the thing: if Haley Stevens wins, it's because she massively overperformed Detroit, which means we really have a problem. We got to figure out actually how to tackle money, politics, and cities that we thought we already had figured out. But I think it's just Wayne County's slow right now.
Well,
in Colorado, we had all this called by 7:05.
I know. That's why it's so fucking annoying because, like, I just I don't feel confident. I mean, I'm nervous for sure. I still feel like Abdul's going to win, but I don't like that it's going to come down to it's going to come down to do you know? Yeah, okay, sure.
He was part of the Movement House.
Yeah.
District 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ayash is down, but it's 30% reporting too. But that'd be a big swing for him in order to.
What's up, brother? What's up, man? I'm all right. How about yourself?
Nice to meet you. Heard a lot of good things. Friend of Mohsen Mahdawi, Columbia University.
Cool.
Set up the Movement House. We're hoping you stop by, man. But we did a nice little pilot run. These gentlemen were also part of the Movement House. They didn't stay with us, but
I've been up and down and flying around too. I was in Wisconsin the other day, so I
How's it going? I hear it's going good in Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's going good, but sometimes things going good doesn't necessarily mean anything. The only poll that matters is on election day.
That's true. That's why I never look at polls. We just all foot on the pedal. I think we need more disciplined organizing. There's been a culture of organizing and just it's just chill, let's just chill, hang out. This is not about having a good time. There are lives on the line. People are dying every day.
Yeah.
The future of our planet, the ecosystems are at risk. Literally to the brink of extinction almost, right? So it's we gotta be taking this so seriously. I see people just chillaxing and chit-chatting. We gotta be out there campaigning like no tomorrow, and that's what frustrates me as an organizer. Movement discipline. I've been organizing 10 years since Bernie 2016 was a delegate, and I've seen that some folks have come into the movement and they're just they're just taking it easy. I'm we can't take our foot off the gas. No way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Freddie G did. Oh, I was supposed to stroke my beard, actually. That's what I was supposed to do.
So, you're going to come back to the People's Forum at some point, right? We're going to do something in Columbia next time?
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk all about it.
I called NYPD.
We'll talk all about it at a totally different time, if that's possible. Right now is probably the worst possible time to talk about this stuff, I promise, okay? I'm down. Yeah, no, definitely.
Here's the upshot of the data, though.
What?
This is what I think. 76% reporting for Oakland County, home of Stevens District, the wealthy district, more conservative leaning. She's up 2%. Wayne County is only reporting 23%, and she was up 30, and now she's only up 28. As those new votes come in, Wayne County will trend a little bit more. He already has the upper hand, so he should be fine closing it out.
Oakland County, so far 70,000 Dem absentee ballots returned. All of the ED is in. We were expecting around 120K, says Zachary Danini. So we were thinking Stephen has a 15K margin left out of Oakland since she's winning absentees by 30% right now, but it depends where they are from.
We have 60K. So all of E-Day got counted first in Oakland.
Yeah.
So he's winning huge in Oakland for E-Day.
The prediction market's still having that 85.
The prediction markets I have never looked at because it's the most irrelevant point of data. I mean, it's fine for...
It's a vibe check.
It's fine for momentum if you want to fucking believe it, but I think it's a crock of shit. I'll tell you why it's a crock of shit. Every single time I've actually done something with a candidate, I will immediately see the prediction markers shoot up. And I don't have that kind of fucking motion. So there's clearly people who are like, oh, this is going to happen again. It's just, they have no disrespect to Harry Emden. Okay, Harry Emden, no disrespect. but like I think it's his most bunk.
You personally skew the prediction markets because you've gotten involved with racism.
Yes, and I think that for me is literally like an indication that there's no reason to look at fucking prediction markets. I think a lot of people have this tendency to assume that like I overestimate or I think I'm responsible for candidates winning or whatever. Like I actually have the exact opposite opinion on myself, which is why when I see that kind of shit from Kalshi or Polymarket, I'm like, yeah, these guys don't know what the fuck is going on. There's no reason to look at this. It's not reliable at all.
The thing that I like about the vibes market, which really is what it feels like, is oftentimes it's actually more generous towards progressives than mainstream media is. Like, even when Melon was clearly winning the ground game, clearly like winning like local support and winning the county assembly, every single consultant, every single media company was like, nope, she has no chance. Nope, she has no chance. But it was on Kalshi that she was up. Like the vibes market was there. So it does feel like, oh, look, there's some metric.
I think that's not. That's
the vibe market?
That's definitely not reliable data.
I'm not sure if it's reliable, but it's a data point out of like 20 data points.
Okay. I mean,
we're going to go research some more data.
You want to know something? Like, Zara Mamdani was losing to Andrew Cuomo on betting markets on the night of the election. Too. And so was Daria Liza. So, like, it's very clear that, and they
He's
had...
back up 50.
They had far... Yeah, that doesn't mean anything right now. They had far better ground game. They had far better ground game. Both Daria Liza and Zoran had far better ground game than Andrew Cuomo did, but the betting markets were wrong. So I think it's a swing and a miss. I would never look at that.
I agree. It's demographics and it's contacts. It's contact rate and it's the grit. It's like the culture that it's built. Like Zoran's team was like, everyone was so motivated, and so like people had grit. People were like hustling. I feel like because the polls were the way they were, like people were not hustling the way that people could have been hustling. And as someone who always puts 110% forward.
Wayne County spread is now sub 20%. Abdul gains big in Wayne County election day.
Yeah, it just went from 30% to 20%.
Abdul stems the bleeding in Oakland. He cuts into the Wayne gap. He has Genesee County largely outstanding, UAW area, Kalamazoo County also outstanding by 85%. This is a position that I would prefer to have a 15,000 vote lead right now than attempting to come back.
Mallory McMorrow also with 3.7%.
Great, yeah,
What?
I know.
Yeah, for that, where the margin?
I hear Mallory McMorrow is stable. Please God. Okay, but yeah, that's a good point. Look, Wayne County, and the fact that it's gone from 30% to 28% to 20% as that vote comes in.
Yeah.
It is also, it's interesting that Michigan just counts ballots in a random order. They just stir them into a pot. Let me tell you, in Colorado, though, we count them in order. First come, first serve.
Will Lawrence winning.
Will Lawrence is called.
Will Lawrence getting called is good, but it doesn't even fucking matter. It literally, there is no ballot organizing for some weird goddamn reason in Michigan, it seems. I mean, with the Donovan McKinney race, you have like literal split ticket voters that voted for Haley Stevens and then Donovan McKinney, because like there's racial dynamics at play in that race. Obviously, it kind of makes sense, but like, I don't know. I don't fucking understand.
Can we appreciate the moderates splitting the vote in Will Lawrence's district, though?
Yeah, that was great. That was great. That is great. But no moderate split in this one, and then also on top of that, $70 million the $70 million is making itself be known in very meaningful ways right now, for sure.
Is it the most expensive Democratic primary of all time?
I think so.
Senate primary, probably.
It's the most. It is. I forget what it was. I think it was the single. Like AIPAC was it broke records with the amount of spend that it put into this race. I believe it's like more than 32 million, and then the total spent. The final numbers were, I believe Abdul had 62 million spent against him just in the primary, with 32 or 34 million coming just from AIPAC.
It's going to hit 100 million from the primary? It's going to be close.
Yeah. I'm not as worried about Mike Rogers at all. I'm telling you right now, I said this before and everyone fucking laughed at me. the primaries for left populist candidates is a harder race to fucking win.
Yeah.
Because the base is already excited. Once it's partisan, it's over. And left populist candidates have a tendency to pick up low propensity voters, even on like unlikely races. And that theory we haven't been able to really test at all, with some exceptions, but they don't really count. But that's the whole point. Like Bernie would have won. That's the Bernie would have won message. Is exactly like it would have been a wrap in 2016 if Bernie won. Michigan would not have gone to Donald Trump. So like the whole point is, as long as we can unite the entire Democratic Party, the high propensity voters, and like the party partisans, like the old boomers that are going to fucking vote against Donald Trump, with young voters with an additional amount of youth turnout, youth excitement, low propensity voters overall, that only left populist candidates are capable of exciting, the Mike Rogers race is a wrap. But again, the Mike Rogers race probably would have been a wrap even with Haley Stevens as well. But I do think that Abdul El-Sayed, I told you not to laugh during the debate that it was possible with the endorsement from Whitmer, we're going to help her. I don't think these are Whitmer endorsements as much.
No.
I don't think this is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think these are Whitmer endorsements that are helping Haley Stevens as much. I could be totally off base here. I think it's literally just a barrage of ads.
It looks like it's concentrated actually.
Especially considering that it's like more rural areas that they were able to fucking beef up. Like Haley Stevens was able to outperform. I suspect that like, I guess the racialized animus.
Where are you getting that? I'm seeing that based on the benchmark.
My numbers guy. I have a numbers guy.
There's a numbers guy.
It's Vincent. It's Vincent.
Vincent. Oh, okay. Well, where is Vincent?
He's with Donovan.
Oh, Vincent's like out there with the computer just crunching it.
Yeah.
Mila and Chris Rabb just left for Donovan's too. You're here for the long haul.
I want to, like, if it were up to me, I already got here. But if it were up to me, I would fucking go back to my hotel and look at the data because
do you want a Red Bull?
This is my no, I'm fine. No, I'm on crack cocaine right now. Like I'm not remotely sleepy at all.
Yeah, I think he can.
Yeah. Poll update 24.4. Poll update 24.4% precinct supporting. Abdul still in the lead at 50% with 318,098 votes. Will continue updates. Stay strong, Michiganders.
There was definitely an overconfidence, though. I think everybody was saying that Abdul was gonna smoke it.
What are we at for?
And almost like it was almost a detriment because I think.
No, I don't think that like stopped people from going out and voting because they were like, oh, it's a wrap.
I think it didn't stop voters. I think it stopped people going to knock doors, phone bank, canvas. So they got this wrapped.
The reason why I was still here instead of doing anything else, which is what people were expecting me to do because they were like it's a wrap already, but was because I did not underestimate the amount of money that was being spent against them. El-Sayed gaining 7.36 votes for every one Stevens receives in Dearborn. This is probably the bulk of his lead over Stevens statewide. Now we watch and see how close it gets. Up to 75% of Dearborn election day in, and it's a big margin for El-Sayed. But again, Dearborn is shaky. Like a lot of, remember what Abe said. Like a lot of Arabs don't vote. Yep. Apparently, it's a huge problem as far as like, well, from what I understand, a lot of the Arab population of Dearborn, especially in the primaries, are not here. They leave. They go to Iraq, they go to Syria, they go to Lebanon. They leave, so they're not here to vote regardless, and they don't send in absentee ballots from overseas.
What are we at for overall vote count?
45%.
He'll have a bit more margin coming from Dearborn, and he'll have some Lansing City later in the night, but after that it's a little unclear where he'll be gaining the vote. Abdul this is. But Stevens just gained 4K in an Oakland at AB drop, and there's probably 10K more margin there for her.
I just feel like Wayne County has to flip. Like Detroit itself. If Abdul loses Detroit, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I guess he could still win. But that's gonna have to clear, and that's still only 26% in. Historically, is it counted by midnight?
Yeah, I just don't know how to interpret Michigan election results like I do for Utah.
Yeah.
I'm on easy mode. I'm on easy mode in Colorado.
You're great. I've been following UMich voter. Shout out.
He still blocked me though. Yeah, I'm blocked by UMich voter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cobb Lundquist has officially lost the Michigan 1 primary, unfortunately, and it's not even close. I mean, Cali Barr put up 56.6% to his 33.8% in Michigan 1. That's funny. The UMich voter has blocked you.
Hey, UMich, I apologize if you're a streamer or if you're a listener again.
That would get to him.
I apologize. The real bellwether is McMara. Has she walked in yet? Because she said she was going to go to the victory party.
Yeah, but she was probably on the way to the Abdul event, and then she saw the
outside.
results and was like, "Wait a minute, fuck that! Turn the car around."
Where's Haley's event? Just down the street.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, the biggest L of the night will go to the pollsters in general because this is like a double-digit miss, and I don't even understand how. I mean, depending on how it turns out, because it looks like it's turning out to be a real barn burner, a far closer race than what the pollsters were predicting. The pollsters had like plus 17, plus 15 across the board.
Small dump from Wayne County, a little bit more favorable for Abdul.
Okay. Oh, UMich voter is streaming.
Oh.
There you go.
I didn't even know that they streamed.
They have a space on Twitter.
Nate Silver defends the pollsters. A lot of those pollsters in Michigan are hurdy and or shitty, but it's a legit hard race to poll. Black voters, especially working class black voters, can be hard to reach. Young voters may be underrepresented in traditional surveys, but now we've mostly shifted to online panels. But yeah, you look at the polls and it's like, with the exception of Glenn Gariff at that's the other side of this. There's only one outlier poll, and it's from Glenn Gariff, which is like kind of almost like an internal. It's from it was from the outlet that endorsed her. So that one was plus 7 for Haley Stevens, and then every other, like, there's only one from Tavern Research that was plus 3 for Abdul El Sayed, and every other poll is like Abdul El Sayed plus 10, plus 11, plus 16, plus 14. Emerson College being like the most significant one at plus 16. Zenith at plus 19, which was obviously affiliated with Abdul's PAC, but regardless, like, there were a lot of internals that showed Abdul doing like almost plus 20, and then there were a lot of polls overall that still showed him at like a comfortable double digit, like outside of the margin of error victory.
UMich voter feels good about it.
He does. UMich voter was also saying
He doesn't even live in Michigan. He
He's in New
moved to
Jersey.
he moved to Brooklyn
He
now.
moved to Brooklyn.
So he doesn't even live in New Jersey. He's from New Jersey. He went to University of Michigan. I know his backstory. He fucking door knocked for Claire. He door knocked for Daria Lisa.
Oh, that's dope. What the hell did he block me for?
Yeah, because he was big. He was big in the pocket of Mallory McMorrow. He was a McMorrow warrior until it was Mick over, and then he very quickly became a Abdul El Sayed guy.
Why would? Okay.
But that's what happened with UMich voter.
This is really UMich voters' day to shine, though. If there's any chance that anyone was looking at Michigan right now, it's right now for like a close race.
Stevens doesn't really have the same. Oh, Umish is saying, I feel very good about Abdul. Stevens doesn't really have the same basket of heavy nuke votes left outside of Macomb. All right, let's see.
Oh, I can't jump on his stream because I'm still blocked. I was trying to jump.
You can listen on mine if you like. I turned it off.
But you want to hear what a UMich voter has to say. Anyway. Senator Bernie Sanders predicts Abdul Sayed can win a general election in Michigan and says he'd pick Hasan Piker over James Carville for the Democratic Party if faced with the choice. My full interview. Bernie Sanders, why are they asking Unc about? Why are they asking Grand Unc about this shit? They literally were like, well, don't you think Abdul's affiliation with Hasan is bad?
Didn't he also say, like, I'm not even a part of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
That was amazing.
But it is very funny that they're like, it's just like everything. They're literally like, we got to get this Hasan guy out of here. And it's so funny.
You and David Hogg can fight it out.
No, I think David is, he's also not a big fan of AIPAC either, which is a big no-no, obviously, in these circles. But it is very funny that, like, he's the safer option in comparison to someone like myself. He's not like a socialist or anything, but ultimately it still doesn't matter because he's also anti-Israel. So from their perspective, he's not any better. Like most people on this front are very single issue, and it's mostly just like Israel related.
I'm trying to find out the next drop for Wayne County. They don't like list them.
Zachary Danini says, prepare for a really late night. In 2024, Wayne County released big batches of ballots at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh my God.
These may prove to be decisive again at the rate we're going. I will die.
I will, maybe when this is called, I'll be on a flight to Denver. I'm going to have to pay the $8 for Wi-Fi.
Yeah. We'll have a bit more margin coming in from Dearborn, and he'll have some Lansing City later in the night, but after that it's a little unclear where he will be gaining the vote. But Stevens just gained 4K in Oakland AB drop, and there's probably 10K more margin there for her. So it's going to get ever closer.
Check the battery.
I love Audrey. She's the best.
Less than ideal angle for a second shot.
Do you want a Red Bull?
Vincent will be here soon.
Do you want a Red Bull?
No, I'm chewing caffeine.
What the fuck? Dude, that's not good.
Oh, it's just one? It's my second one today.
Is that better than a Zen?
Right.
How's Donovan looking right now? Is Donovan...
No, it's the same. 27% reporting for his county too.
I mean, they're saying it's like they're feeling pretty good about.
That's the
Well, think about how much split vote came in, right? If Haley was up that massively, and then Donovan's right, so that again, you have to imagine what does an Abdul Shiri voter look like. Maybe we should start asking around. Like,
Okay.
I'm down to my last end.
Kornacki's doing the math on Wayne. You should watch. All right, let's tune into Mr. Khaki himself.
In the absentee, the vote by mail, she is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to Al Sayed does better with election day vote, but we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening in the actual election itself with black voters, in Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now.
Yeah, that's why it comes down to Wayne County.
A quarter of the vote that's in. There's still a ton of election day vote to come. What's counted so far? So what are we doing right now?
What are we doing, Khaki?
Well, ironically,
is there a call in Michigan 13? Okay, I just want to go to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So,
there's been an update in Genesee.
Yeah.
13,000.
And sorry, I'm going through that. What we said about this coming all around to Detroit and to, Stevens' ability to get a big number out of there, I think it's coming around to. And what I'm trying to get through in my head right now, and we're going to do a hit, and then we're going to, I think this is becoming the question, so we're going to go focus on how many votes do we think are going to come out of Detroit? What share of the vote do we think Stevens is going to get?
Yes, that's the whole point. Come on, Steve. You were talking good. You were talking a big game earlier.
And what plurality is that going to translate into? Because, and then that just comes into play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through, there are places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, okay, when we use that Whitmer benchmark, is Wayne County. Okay, because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this. The wiggle room. What?
Got like 4 producers in it.
Not everyone can do live streaming. It's not easy.
It's not.
It's not easy.
What we expect for the total vote out of Detroit. Yeah.
Stop crumpling the paper, Steve.
Right on the lab.
We are back, keeping a close eye on that critical Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well. There's a lot of action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet. We are dying to know. We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki throughout the night. He is joining us now.
Stop the steal, Wayne County. Stop the steal.
Let's start with, where we are statewide in Michigan, I gotta find Walker is gonna be joining us in a second. If she's on empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, look, statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the vote right now. In that margin, again, it's a little bit more just ticked in right there. 3.5 points for El-Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote, and El-Sayed is getting 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes for Stevens, and there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of that, the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting in that Detroit number I'm giving you right there. Again, that vote by mail.
The UNC vote.
The election day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning. Not by any kind of margin, that she's getting the vote by mail by, but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what we expect the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000 statewide. But if she's romping in Detroit, if that's what ends up happening, okay, and this is a place where I should back up a second. We keep talking about the election day vote powering El-Sayed. This is the one place where it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's doing, I think, so well with the black vote that she may be able to do good still with the election day vote there and really get a margin out of Detroit, okay? And could that margin, right, how much, could that margin eat into this when El-Sayed is leading, by statewide right now? Other things that we're looking at, other big sort of places that we're looking right now that loom as key, Genesee County, where Flint is. This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About 4% of the vote statewide is going to come out of here. This has, outside of Wayne, this has the second largest concentration of black voters in Michigan. So again,
he's doing pretty well there.
it applies not quite as dramatically, but it applies to Flint into Genesee County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote. 23% that's in Saginaw County here. Again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit, but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary. Order of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county.
Okay, that's that's fine. That's all right. All right.
Do you think it bodes bad for Abdul's movement if Haley wins Detroit?
Yes.
But
Haley,
Abdul still wins. Let's say
No.
Abdul wins.
No. If Abdul wins, it's not a problem.
That he lost Detroit.
No, if Abdul wins, it's not going to be a problem because these are mostly like party loyalist voters. They're not going to vote for a Republican. They're most likely, especially black voters, are most likely not going to sit out a general election unless the Democratic Party literally actively tries to rat fuck Abdul, which they're not going to because this is the path to Senate majority. So I'm not worried about the general election, but I am, however, worried about the margin of victory that Haley Stevens will win Detroit over. This is the real issue. That's what I've been saying. That Abdul's election day voter turnout is not enough to actually even make up for or put a dent in the margin of victory that Haley Stevens has with a lot of old voters. However, UMich voters, his first batch of Outer Wayne looks not that strong for Haley. I love that so much of the arguments from people in response to Abdul's performance is just literally being like, oh, he's Hamas El Sayed. They're not even hiding how unbelievably racialized the attacks are. They're just straight up, literally in his UMich voters replies being like, your boy's a fucking jihadist. I hope he dies. All this shit. It's genuinely insane.
It's all anti-Muslim.
Yeah,
right?
no,
Israel's realized that Israel is apartheid.
Yeah, no one is pro-Israel, but at least they can still draw up animosity towards Muslims, especially seemingly not that bad in fucking rural counties as well, including to a certain degree in Detroit, which is I would say still a surprising performance because black population polled overall are far more woke on the issue of Israel than any other demographic.
But it's the same thing that they did to take out Jamal Bowman or Cori Bush the first time around, right? They never argue about the issue. They argue about
it's never about
boosting
none of the
$10 million for Obama fake endorsed Haley Stevens.
Yeah, none of it has anything to do with Israel, but it doesn't matter. It won't stop Israel from doing a victory lap if they they get anything here.
So if you're doing the math from 23% to 32%, the vote went from 30 to 17. So that is
not great.
I've never seen you look this nervous.
Well, I mean, you've never seen me on election nights. I'm always this nervous.
Like this, just refreshing the needle.
Oh, I'm literally same with Zoran. It's never over until it's done. I was far more confident about Abdul than I have been with any other race.
Everybody was.
Judging by the 10 points to 20 point margin of victory, but there's a reason why I'm here and not anywhere else in these. What's going on? What's up? Yeah, of course. Because people are why wouldn't you go to St. Louis, for example? Abdul's a rat. Hi. Nice to meet you.
I'm running
Lipko. What's up? Nice to meet you.
I'm running a state house campaign in the 88.
Hell yeah.
We're starting a DSA chapter in Muskegon. So shout out to Chad if you're in Muskegon.
Hell
This
yeah.
is my guy. We're really trying to get some DSA momentum.
Oh, you're good.
Of course. Let me get a picture.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Sorry, I was awkwardly staring at you.
Part of the reason.
I was just wondering if you were doing something.
Oh, we've been doing things, yeah.
Thank
Awesome.
You.
Am I able to
I appreciate all the work you do. Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
You
got me on this, to be honest.
Thank you for being all over this campaign.
It's been a time.
It sure has. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you for everything you've done with DSA.
Of course. Nice to meet you guys. No problem. I don't like people's rosy perspective on it. I think on election night, I think most people, no matter how experienced they are in interpreting results, they literally just look at the overall percentage and they go, oh, 10%, Abdul's up 10 points, it's over. That's not the case, obviously. It matters entirely where certain votes are coming from. I think a lot of people also overestimate, for example, even someone like Steve Kornacki, I suspect, is overestimating Dearborn turnout. But then there's a lot of unpredictable factors that you only get a better understanding of if you literally go to these districts.
Wait, why is it overestimating
things,
Dearborn? Based on your
a lot of people, a lot of people will look at past performance or whatever, or maybe even look at not a primary necessarily, but a general election, right?
Yeah.
And one of the problems that I found out in the Dearborn turnout, for example, the overall turnout in Dearborn, is that, I don't know what it's going to look like at the end of the day for Abdul, right? But there are a lot of people that live in Dearborn that also live elsewhere. They have summer homes, so they'll fly back. So a lot of them don't send in absentee ballots, so they're just not here and they don't vote. But some of them actually come back before the general. So then they actually still end up voting in the general. So if you're looking at past performance like that, you're not going to be able to interpret, or you're not going to be able to correctly predict the results. Similar thing with Detroit. A lot of people are like, oh, Detroit, it's a city. The election day turnout is going to be great because that's where our bread and butter is for this sort of movement. Is young voters, in urban environments are going to come out in big numbers. It's going to be youth turnout, and it's going to actually make up for the early votes that come in with older voters who have it varies state by state. Some states, in Los Angeles, for example, in California, younger voters tend to vote very late, sometimes on election day, but they also drop mail-in ballots rather than go in and vote at a polling station.
Right, so what's the deal here?
I think here it's older. It's more classic. It's older voters. They vote early. They vote often. They love voting.
Did those votes get counted first?
So I don't exactly understand how they count these votes because I thought they were going to do them separately, and that was part of the reason why I was excited very early on, because I thought that Abdul was winning Abdul was expected to be losing by really wide margins in the early vote, because it was going to be the early votes, the absentee ballots that are counted first. That's not what happened. They ended up counting mixed. They ended up counting mixed. I don't know why, and I don't know how that works. But Donovan is up. Good. Good. They're doing drops kind of chaotically, but the broad understanding that early is worse remains mostly true. It's mixed, but directionally true still. So yeah, if early voting was straight up, not mixed, and it was just early votes, and they had separated the way that they were counting the votes, and Abdul was up 20 instead of being down 35, that's why I was oh my God, it's fucking super over. It's unbelievably over. It's going to be 75% or something. You know what I mean? Something crazy. But it wasn't. It was mixed. So they had mixed results, and I guess Abdul is still doing better in certain areas, and Haley Stevens is actually, from what I understand, doing a lot better, like outperforming expectations in a lot of rural counties. A lot of small towns, and also, of course, the black vote. But she hasn't actually been trouncing on the black vote in the way that she needs. But she is close enough to what she needed as the decisive margin over Abdul al-Sayed, and especially the early votes, that, you know, it's going to keep getting closer and closer. Big dump in Wayne for Abdul. He's down 17,000 in Wayne County with 45% in. New York Times Needle officially predicting an Abdul win by +2. Scroll down. I mean, is it Nate Cohn?
Okay.
I don't know. I can't scroll down because I'm not fucking logged into the goddamn New York Times account. Jesus.
The needle has been running a while.
Yeah.
Keep injecting that into my
Yeah, I need that needle right now. It's copium. Give me a dose of copium right now, Nate.
I know the needle personally. I trust him.
Yeah.
Go college together.
Oh my God, if one more person gives me Stevens just went down from 25% to 7% in Kalshi, I'm gonna fucking headbutt you through the phone, okay? I am so anti-fucking, like, gambling in general, and also, like, these sorts of prediction markets, that I hate that, like, people rely on them in any way, shape, or form, especially because, like, if you're in this community, you're super tapped into the elections far more than the average person is. So you've seen the prediction markets for Zoran showing, and the prediction markets for Adriano Espaillat, showing an Adriano Espaillat victory on the day of the election, and showing an Andrew Cuomo victory on the day of Zoran's election. So they still trust it. I don't know why. It's vibe session. Nothing turns me into a fundy Muslim more than gambling, lamafao. Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the one thing that I only care about as far as haram goes. That's the one thing. That's literally it. Everything else, I mean, I even eat.
This party's haram and it's sort of upsetting.
This party is halal. Yeah, there is. I wish it was haram. Same. You got it. Election night. Like, I would like to drink a little bit. It would definitely help me with my nerves currently. But, you know, yeah. New York Times showing Abdul al-Sayed. Wait, what the fuck? These are old, dude. These numbers are old, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but. Yeah, Abdul al-Sayed at 50%, Haley Stevens at 47%, with 53% of the votes counted so far on the New York Times. 405,000 votes approximately, with Haley Stevens at 382,000, trailing close behind. Very close race overall. It might actually come down to a +2 margin of victory. But once again, not worried about what this says in the general. Not worried about what this says in the general, especially because the Haley Stevens voters are not voting for Haley Stevens because they're offensive voters, they're defensive voters. So they're literally, like, her entire campaign was around big endorsements and defensive voting for the general, with the idea that, like, a barrage of earned media opportunities coming from the likes of Jake Tapper and numerous other, like, you know, anchors and whatnot, talking to the boomers all day, every day about how terrifying Abdul al-Sayed is the reason why they would vote for Haley Stevens. Those are high propensity voters that will absolutely vote straight Democratic ticket every single time. So I'm not worried about that at all, unless there is like a crazy rat fucking operation that tries to depress voter turnout, which could happen. That could very well happen. AIPAC could come in and hammer anti-Muslim sentiment as hard as possible in Wayne County to set up Mike Rogers with with better margins overall.
Is going to be out at midnight.
Yeah, I know. They're coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In Kalamazoo County, one of the counties we are watching closely tonight, says Christine Zhang, Dr. Abdul al-Sayed is leading across vote types. These results continue the trend of favorable returns for al-Sayed in counties with college towns and large shares of young voters, including Ingham County, where Michigan State is, and Washtenaw County, where University of Michigan is. Oh, we might get fucking kicked out.
What?
Because both of these, I guess like Tim Balk says, New York Times reporter Tim Balk, who I have not seen tonight yet, even though he texted me. I think he wanted to interview me. Has said the crowd is thin noticeably at Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's party in Detroit. His campaign says the venue for roughly another hour. Many people are glued to election results pages on their phones. One told another he was leaving to get pizza. There has not been a speaker for quite a while, saying that the environment has shifted inside of the Abdul El-Sayed headquarters. But I think it's I don't think these guys understand. I think it's because this is a halal event with families, like a lot more. I don't know if you noticed, there's a lot more kids here than like any other election.
People are nervous.
Well, I think that's part of it, but I also do think that it's people just like going to sleep because they're like, we're not going to get the results until like far later in the night. Which, if that's the case,
no needle.
Oh, I fucking missed the needle. I didn't even find the needle. Update from Zachary Danini. If you don't give me something good, I'm going to find Vote Hub headquarters. Exactly what El-Sayed needed in the Detroit election day vote. Pretty much best case for him, but it's a close race and a long way to go. Obviously, Detroit City E-Day vote comes in with Abdul hot on Haley Stevens' heels. Election day vote showing Haley Stevens at 50.1% to Abdul El-Sayed's 46.9%. Remember, like, it's all about stopping the hemorrhaging at this point in Wayne County across the board, specifically in Detroit with election day voting. Because Abdul obviously still has a margin of victory here, but every single drop that Haley Stevens gains on, it entirely depends on how much she gains on Abdul by. If these percentages hold, we'll see. Like Dearborn, Hamtramck lean in Abdul's direction, but again, they're not going to be able to give him large enough total votes for him to make the distance for Detroit, which is a far larger share of overall votes, around 22%, I think. That's why I was worried from the start about like leaving it up to Detroit is a very dangerous predicament. But unfortunately, that's what it's going to come down to. If Abdul loses, I'm on board with the Democrats fixing elections. Stop the steal. They're joking. They're not being serious.
I appreciate you. No, good.
Ingham County still set to add 10K votes to AAS lead. It's not as close as it looks, Hasan, unless Wayne absolutely obliterates Abdul El-Sayed with the rest of his vote. It's very unlikely she catches him.
Who said that?
What?
Who said that?
Someone in the chat did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to win. It's just the margins are going to...
Yeah, but it...
feel bad because the margins...
I don't like it. Donovan took the lead 52 to 47.
Donovan's going to win. That's good. Donovan might come here. That's nice. You should have Donovan.
Donovan will put me in a much better mood. If I see Donovan, I will automatically be in a better mood. Let's be real. He's the only person that can put a smile on my face. I think we're gonna have to pack this up and go back to the hotel, by the way, because we're not gonna be able to know until later in the night, and I will be fucking continuously streaming through the process chat up until I have to fly back home, if it's necessary. But yeah, UMich voter conservative estimates is at 2%. Abdul wins by 2%. That's fucking crazy, by the way. That is like... 2%. Look, I don't give a fuck if Abdul El-Sayed wins by 1 vote, okay?
Yeah.
A victory is a victory.
No,
Having said that, I mean, this is like...
Those predictions,
Look, the greatest weapon was that one Detroit plus 53 fucking absentee nuclear bomb. God damn boomers, man. Fucking boomers, dude. It is crazy. It is... God, boomers. Boomers, what am I going to do with you?
When do they have this place?
Like another, 45 minutes, I think.
Oh, really? That's it?
That was easy.
Yeah.
It's already on.
Yeah, it is already. Abdul Al-Sayed is ahead of New York Times pre-election benchmarks on, obviously we're still waiting for full results, but smaller cities and suburbs, data from 2 out of 14 counties show Abdul at +4, and then rural is Stevens +3. Is the leader margin. Stevens needed at least +16. It's still early, but in the counties that have reported enough votes, Abdul Al-Sayed is ahead of their pre-election benchmarks by a 7-point margin. These benchmarks reflect how we expect each county would vote in a close race based on past results in pre-election polls. I don't trust anything anymore. It is mind-boggling how much just the money cannon can fucking sway this level. Like this is the fact that this is close by an ass hair shows exactly how much money still has unbelievable amounts of sway. Oh, that's nice. I mean, she didn't have to do that, but.
It's a chain reaction.
Okay. Hi. Yeah.
We're so bored and it's getting so slow. So we are I dared them. I'm going to talk to Hasan. I'll say, listen, I need to make the cut, okay?
Okay.
My little blip there that I'm going to save for the rest of my life, I need to make it to your final cut.
Okay.
Me and you there.
Okay.
Okay.
You're in it. What's up? You want to take a photo? Let's do it.
We've been dating for ages. We're wondering what you're talking about.
We're crunching numbers. That's it. We're just looking at drops, big drops.
They were asking how does streaming even work? He's been streaming for 4 hours.
I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I'm going to probably continue for another 9 hours, 4, 5, depending on how long it takes.
There's a lot of glare.
There's a lot of glare. I need a stool. I need to look taller. There's a lot of. No, don't do that.
Okay, ready?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's from the ceiling.
Yeah.
Do you get my best side?
Okay, try this one.
You don't have a bad side.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to come over towards me?
Yeah, thank you. Is that the deal? You're the cameraman.
Rebecca.
Oh, that's better.
Do you want to be in this, and then David can take it if you want?
Okay, I'll take it. I'll do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm going to make the final cut. I'm good.
This is my first time ever. So I did about
Great.
Nice to meet you guys.
Thanks so much.
Have a great night.
What do you think? How long?
It's going to be a long night, unfortunately. But it's fine. I think it's still, it's not terrible. It's still looking pretty good. But we'll see.
All right, cool. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you guys.
Is this what you predicted?
It's not
close.
Well, people that are far smarter than me are saying it's a conservative, a conservative prediction puts Abdul somewhere around +2 at the end of the day, and that's the margin of victory. Which is, in comparison to the expectations, especially because the polls were just way too overconfident. We shall see. Wayne County down to +8. Big dumps, massive dumps. Kernacki just said They think around 170,000 votes left, but they count Detroit already, so I assume most of it would be Dearborn and so on.
Well, thanks.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to explain them what's streaming is.
Yeah, hell yeah. What's up?
I gave you the shirts the other day.
Oh, they were amazing.
Yeah, you liked them?
Yeah, I wore one already. It was sick.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know who it was, the Detroit spray printing company.
Oh, hell yeah.
Simplified. But I just know they didn't reprint it really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Thanks for repping it.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Dave Weigel takes. Some takes for the take god, who must be fed before midnight. Dave Weigel says, El Sayed on track to win, but a low single-digit win that makes the story more, how does he unite the Dems, then left-wing juggernaut crushes puny establishment. Money can indeed buy goods and services. Maybe not bad for him to start from that position. The influencer pool party looked like an early end zone dance, cut against his Made in Michigan bio. We need to chill the hell out in internal polling. It drove a Stevens' toast storyline, along with him out campaigning her small events, etc. Peter said it would be close. The polls said plus 17. Go with the senator over the polls. I'm not absolving myself here. I shared polling from Pro AES Super PAC that was wildly off. Yes, too much internal polling. There's good confidence predicting victory when reporters ask horse race questions, and bad confidence, Joe Miller going to DC in 2010 and posting pics of his office shopping before losing to Murkowski. Posting with influencers on live streams look like the latter. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I do think that the pool party was a bad look for sure. Let's just say that wouldn't be my preferred activity. I'm far more a firm and committed believer in door knocking until the very last fucking door that is to be knocked. And they did do that, to be fair. Abdul El Sayed's team had incredible ground game, and they never really stopped. Him going to one fucking pool party amidst like a million different events to say what up to all the influencers that were coming in from out of town to also show support. It's a blemish, but nonetheless. Zachary Danini gives us a vote of confidence. Says, I would still rather be El Sayed for what it's worth, although it is, of course, a very close election. That Detroit ED drop was very important. Stevens needs suburban Wayne and the city of Flint to come in very well for her. That's what he said. So that's good. No surprise, but Abdul is sweeping election day voting in Macomb. Oh, there's But yeah, at least that vote splitting helped us with Willie Morris, so that's good. +8 Abdul and win. I will say he's remained around 50% for the past 30 percentage points. +8 Abdul and win. Kornacki's still pretty confident that Stevens can't do it. I don't trust Kornacki, I'm sorry. He's too much of a hoper. I think it's because he just, I don't know why, but I think he just thought that Haley Stevens would be doing better somehow.
So weird.
New York Times estimating Stevens only nets less than 2K more from Wayne. Hasan, I'm shitting my pants. Please hold me. Michigan Native American communities and reservations are located. Stevens is currently +8 in Wayne County. Not even American, but watching this whole thing nervously. I mean, this is an internationally relevant race. I want to remind people, again, $70 fucking million. Okay? $70 million. Nate Silver has a bronze take. All right, Donovan is coming here. Nate Silver has a silver take. A lot of pollsters in Michigan are hurdy and or shitty, but it's a legit hard race. Then there's the question of Arab voters. Oh, fuck, I missed it. Nate Silver says, there's a question of what pollsters do with Arab American voters. Important in Michigan, but still too small in an N600 survey to be reliable crosstab on their own. Do pollsters lump them in with the other, with white, as the Census Bureau did prior to 2020, or what? Yeah. Wayne Oakland Liver, updates since 6 p.m. Check logs. What? I can't check your logs. I'm on my phone. Annoyingly internationally important at the moment. Yes. 17 points is a massive win, a miss, one of the worst in recent times. No, I think that's just because those are internals. Like, internals are good to show consistent. Internals are good to show trends. Internals are good to show trends. It's always going to overestimate and oversample your base. It's a confidence booster. It's good for a media narrative, but overall, my overconfidence didn't come from Abdul's internal polls. But my overconfidence came from Haley Stevens not releasing any internal polls. And there's no reason why she wouldn't do that. She wasn't like trying to sneak out. She wasn't trying to like sneak in a fucking like upset victory or something. She just had bad internals and they didn't release them. So I think even her own internal polling probably might have underestimated her chances as well. But once again, I mean, I understand why a lot of people treat voters like they're fucking dumb as dirt. I get why. Because it is so much more fun to be enthusiastic and excited about a movement and like pushing for certain things and trying to get shit done than it is to get a deep and personal understanding, a reality check of like what moves voters, okay? It really is. That's why so many of the centrist Democrats have this kind of attitude about voters where they're like, no, voters are fucking... They have this attitude where they're like, no, voters will get convinced by narratives that they see on television. They'll get convinced by, you know, Abdul al-Sayed being a scary Muslim or whatever the fuck. Like, they've been... To give the annoying centrists at least some grace and some credit, they like their candidates, right? I always assume that they have a cynical posture because they're just like corporation backed and they want to continue getting money from, you know, and continue protecting their comfortable sinecures. And that's the reason why they cynically say like, no, electability is this, electability is this. What they still are talking about in terms of electability is like, no, they'll just deploy a money cannon and voters will fucking turn the other cheek. They will literally, or voters will just turn away from your candidate and they won't vote for your candidate regardless of how great his policies might be. And I think it is low-key, always blackpilling. A blackpilling feeling that I haven't felt as much since like the Bernard defeats. We're not there, obviously, in this race, but the very fact that like $60 million can still have this much of a fucking impact on a directionless candidate that literally ran on nothing. Like give me... Simon, give me the most, this is not, you know, your part of your job, but I want to hear, like, give me the most, like, pro-Haley Stevens case you can, just as a hypothetical, as a thought experiment. Like, what...
Outside of the auspices of like, electability? Like, on the merits, you mean? Or
yeah, like, what is the appealing nature of Haley Stevens beyond television man saying, this is electable, and not like weird radical guy who's gonna, you know, lose the election to Mike Rogers, even though all the polls have shown that Abdul was defeating Mike Rogers.
Outside of the Israel issue, what were the big disagreements policy-wise between the two?
There is literally nothing I can point to, and not because Abdul wasn't running on policies, it's because Haley Stevens did not.
So like on Medicare for All, where is she on that?
She never actually stood in opposition to Medicare for All. She broadly, every now and then, she would say things like, oh, this is just a wish list. I get shit done. That's all she said. So there's no policies.
She signaled that it was planned.
She had a 7-bullet-point platform, I believe, that was utterly devoid of any like tangible policy perspective.
Okay, what about immigration? Where was she on immigration?
She wouldn't say abolish ICE. She was like, oh, we got to hold ICE like not even accountable. I think she was like, we got to restrain ICE, but she had funded ICE before. And it's like one of those,
Okay, what about data centers? Where's she on data centers?
I don't think she. Again, I don't recall anything from data centers.
Well, if you're a tick to the right of Abdul on all those issues, maybe you like her organically.
No, but she does. See, that's what I'm trying to say. She didn't do that though. She didn't do that at all. Like she wasn't even like Medicare. Like Joe Biden very clearly came out with the public option as a way to like nuke Medicare for all as the viable, reasonable alternative. How much of that was actually people saying, I'm a policy wonk and this is the only permissible path forward? And how much of that was simply like, yeah, I don't trust these like pie in the sky idealisms or whatever. But like, Haley Stevens didn't do that. She did not say, this is my healthcare policy platform. She just didn't really even attack Medicare for all ever, as a matter of fact. She didn't attack any of Abdul's policies. She just...
There's still coming out. There's still Democrats, obviously, who are more sympathetic to Israel than Abdul is. Could have made a difference. That's a differentiator.
No, that doesn't bear itself out in the polls at all. Like, it literally does not. So that's why I'm like, there's... And also, if that was the case, then the ads would feature Israel. Right? There was not a single fucking... Out of AIPAC's ads, AIPAC never spends on Israel anyway. So, no, that's not... There's no way. Big dumps for Abdul incoming. Dump, 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 dump. Back up over 3% for AES. New York Times estimates El Sayed will win the primary. Okay, that is fucking... Let's
Not
be...
new.
Not new, and also, they're just saying it leans in his direction, okay? Chill out. But do you see what I'm saying? Like utterly devoid of policy, and I guess like it goes back to, we're pulling out. Oh, I thought you were recording.
No, when you hit the...
Yeah, it is on here already. No, but
You don't need to.
So, what I was...
I don't need to do my job at all.
Yeah, no, I say everything all the time.
Totally relevant.
So like, what I'm trying to get at is that it is vibes, but vibes matter, and I knew that already. But vibes can be so directionally manipulated by the barrage of ads. But normally, my theory, and I guess like Vincent kind of pushed back on this when we were in the car the other day, where I was like, my theory is negative ad spend depresses voter turnout. That didn't happen here. So negative ad spend usually doesn't like excite Haley Stevens' base to be like, oh, I fucking hate this Muslim, like I'm gonna go out and vote against him, right? Like that's not something that usually happens. And it was a big problem with Hillary Clinton. Like Hillary Clinton's negative attacks against Donald Trump actually ended up hurting her as well, because it wasn't like promoting her policies, but instead it was just like giving Donald Trump constant name recognition and name ID, which he was able to, jujitsu his way out of by just being Donald Trump and having like high impact moments over and over again, which is what we've seen in other races as well with like Zoran. Whenever they ask him a question about like Israel, for example, he just like, boom, flips it back to like, I care about New York, whatever, right? Abdul's done that quite a lot as well in this race. But I guess there's never been a race like this as far as like a 10-to-1 outspend, so it's a very hard to predict. But I am still...
You're saying that AIPAC doesn't spend any Israel issue in particular, but everybody knows. These are highly engaged voters. These are Democratic Party voters. Everybody knows where the two candidates are.
No, but I think... No, I don't think the people were... We saw... New York Times, I talked about this earlier. New York Times Daily had a Haley Stevens canvasser who was like very aggressively canvassing for her because she was like, I like Abdul, but like, I don't think he can defeat Mike Rogers. Haley Stevens can't. So like, she bought into the electability argument. She literally turned around and told the New York Times reporter, I don't like that she's getting money from AIPAC. I wish that wasn't the case. I don't like AIPAC at all. That was the most tapped in, high propensity voter you can possibly get. Suburbanite, white woman, college educated, going out in her small town and door knocking for Haley Stevens, who still was anti-AIPAC. So that's the reason why I'm saying like, there is like, I mean, this is low-key why they spend so much money. They spend so much money to, like, make you reconsider, where they're like, maybe Israel isn't that much of a poison pill in a campaign. That's why they spend so much money not talking about Israel, but instead saying Abdul al-Sayed is a sexist or unelectable and all this shit. None of the ads ever feature Israel at all. Oh, 100%. That's. I mean, that is going to be, if we are doing any sort of, if we're doing like any sort of real analysis, like a real autopsy of what happened, that is the most consequential aspect of this race. I would never say that. I love Barack Obama. Please, Barack Obama, do not endorse against Barack Obama. Please, Barack Obama, endorse the winner of this primary. Hopefully, inshallah, it's Abdul al-Sayed.
I'll say it though, it was Barack Obama's fault.
I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy.
Has been vindicated.
I don't know this guy. I don't know. Barack, if you're watching, I don't know this guy. I love you. Please start endorsing against left flank candidates. I mean, for left flank candidates. That's the craziest thing. Like, that is the real truth nuke. A lot of people, like, I talked about this before on stream, where I was like, if Barack Obama would, like, even decide the nudge in any of these races, it would be a wrap. He could single-handedly destroy the left flank momentum. So I'm very grateful and very gracious to both the Podjons and to my goat, Barack Hussein Obama, who I love and I've famously always loved and have never criticized for staying out of these races. It would have been nicer if he was like, I didn't endorse Haley Stevens in this race. He didn't do that. See, this is out of love. I'm doing the Barack Obama voice out of love.
Right.
And not in jest. What? Yes, and he could do that again. That's the real truth news. Bro, Trump is on the tarmac talking about Abdul al-Sayed watching the race. He's with us. He's tuned into the Hasanabi broadcast. Oh, you can't hear it. It's fucking dog shit audio. But he says, Trump, I have not found out who won the election with Abdul. Who won? Reporter says, it looks like it's going to be a late night. He goes, oh. In, I think, 23 minutes. At least according to Tim Balk of the New York Times. And they're supposed to be coming here as well. Yeah, Donovan, I think. Yeah, he's coming here. No, he's coming here. Yeah, he's watching the stream.
They're only 6 minutes away.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Maylot's coming. Rap's coming.
Are we gonna migrate somewhere? I mean, don't say where. But...
I'm gonna go back to my hotel room, and people can come if they want to, but I'm not. I am dialed in. I'm locked in. I'm on pure adrenaline right now.
There's also this.
No, I don't need a Red Bull. I hate the takes of people being like, conversely, even if Abdul wins, I hope he gets humbled. It's like, dude, it's $70 million. Like, it's not like he was, like, it's such a ridiculous thing to just be like, we did this. It reminds me of my favorite quote, Enver Hoxha, who once famously said, between us and China, we have 1 billion communists. It's like, you didn't do this, okay? You did not do this. You are a random Twitter user who is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Who said the humble thing?
What?
Who said
some random fucking thing that showed up on my For You page of some like annoying asshole centrist Democrat who's like, it seems like Abdul has been humbled. It's like, you are sitting at home watching $70 million of MAGA billionaire money being directed at the behest of a foreign lobbying organization, being deployed against an American candidate who just wants fucking Medicare for all and to no longer, dump endless billions of dollars to said foreign country, and you're acting like you had a say in this process, like you played any role in this process at all. It's like that meme of the guy who's like stopping the subway train as it stops. He's like, I did this, like I'm doing this, I'm pushing it. Like I had more of a fucking impact in this race as a random centrist Twitter account. You know what I mean? Anyway, of course,
Jeremy Moss also is succeeding into Haley Stevens' seat, which, you know, is very sad state of affairs. It's that he's also super pro-Israel. So they at least got that one. Also, people after this race will be like Mallory McMorrow. There will be a lot of Mallory McMorrow truthers for sure that will say like, oh, this would have been this wouldn't have been a barn burner if it was Mallory McMorrow.
Yeah. Well, especially if it's the margin there, or like the margin between them.
Well, it's not how that works. Hey, what's up? Yeah, nice to meet you in person. Yeah, unfortunately it didn't work out.
No, it didn't. You know, you got somebody who's spending millions of dollars from Pakistan.
The Moss race that I was talking about.
America is not our
Yeah, people. I mean, this is why the centrist election watchers are so black-pilled about voters in general, where they just like talk about them like they're cattle, like as though they deserve less, because they've been running candidates that they like. For us, on the left flank, we never run candidates that we like, or at least we've never had like an expectation that the well-liked candidates have any capacity to win. We're now establishing a lot of credibility in these races, right? Starting off in deep blue districts, but certainly have a shot, a real opportunity. I'm more so worried about like the consequences that this will have on the Francesca Hong race takes as well, where they'll say like, oh, see, it's fucking over. Like people are overestimating her as well. Like that's probably going to be like the immediate response.
I didn't mean margin error, but what happens if this remains true? That McMorrow's vote total is the difference, basically, of him winning.
People who like centrist Democrats will blame her and be like, you should have dropped out before, you were on the ballot.
There's no way to know what percentage that was.
Yeah, I know. But
people pretend it's all would have been all for him, but we don't know. People like to predict it. It's only true in the neighborhoods.
Everyone's dunking on Mitch voter, because he was the one who was like saying that the internal poster, very reputable source said. This grandma passed away, unfortunately. I met her at the Ann Arbor event.
Oh yeah.
This is we used to jokingly refer to her as my youngest fan. But she went to an Abdul event like many, many months ago. And yeah.
She was so excited to see this.
Yeah, it was awesome. I apologized to her for cursing. But she was so stoked apparently.
I mean, people might blame you too. They were doing it before, right, son?
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, they fucking win or lose, I always get the blame, and it doesn't matter. They blamed me for Nithya Raman. I didn't even endorse Nithya, and they were like, Nithya Raman lost because of you, and then she won, and then everyone shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, they never went, okay, Nithya Raman won because of you. They just endorse her? No, I didn't.
That's your city?
I know. Don't even. I don't want to talk about it. Well, I just, it's It's a Turkish saying, or I mean, I guess there's an American version of it too. I think it's like a cobbler can't fix their own shoe or something. Like a tailor can't mend their own. A tailor can't mend their own clothes. Is a Turkish saying, and it's like my backyard. I rarely get that involved in, and I'm just. No, it's just.
No, listen to the analogy, man. It's fine.
It's a little over my head.
You should watch the virtual part of the stream.
Or don't.
The interview.
Oh.
They explained everything.
Interesting. Okay, I'll do it later.
Yeah.
Just remember, she won.
Noted.
Yeah, she won because of me. No. It's funny because like a lot of the narrative building around me never comes from me and comes from what people are saying about me. Whether it be Joe Rogan to the left, whether it be like, oh, you guys are becoming like kingmakers, like all this shit. Like I always oppose these kinds of statements, but no one seems to give a shit about what I actually have to say about it. 10 to 15. Bro, they're gonna make it. They're gonna come here by the time they close this venue. I feel like they're supposed to be.
was on her way as she called front roll 4 minutes ago. That's 7 minute drive. So theoretically, but then Donovan's probably gonna take longer.
No, I know. Vincent said that they were.
Well, so
at 8 minutes ago, he said 10 to 15 minutes.
He has a friend who's a civil rights attorney, voter rights attorney, who's been following Wayne County for a while. He says that returns come in late, and then we won't know until the early morning for Wayne County.
Oh, late is late.
It's like 4.
4 a.m.?
Yeah. Or early, depending on. Yeah. Do you have flights booked? I'm on a noon flight.
Steve Kornacki is malding at the decision desk. He wants to go to sleep. Okay, that's really funny. That's funny. Get back to work, Steve. We're all fucking we're all 36K lead. Abdul El Sayed, new dumps.
We like new dumps. Donovan made up is great though.
Dude, it's not Israel comes to me in my dreams, it's Wayne County comes to me in my dreams.
Just have this stream live, and when there's a new dump, it has a ding.
Wakes you up.
Just wakes you up, turn over, see if it's worth it.
Cranky Kornacki. Big dumps. Let's fucking shit.
Oakland is finished county, and she only won it by 6. So.
Okay.
That was supposed to be her best county.
Yeah.
So.
Going to bed, but if El Sayed wins narrowly, one of the first things he'll be told to do is kick Hasan Piker to the curb to campaign statewide. And the Schadenfreude is delicious, says Shannon Watts.
Here it is. I was waiting for it.
I think it's really funny because, like,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
First of all, I don't think these people genuinely understand. And no one ever listens to me, weirdly enough. Even if I'm the story, no one ever fucking listens to what I have to say about this shit, where they'll be like, no, I know what's going on. They do not understand. This stuff is not for me. This stuff is, and I know you don't fully agree with this as well. This is not as beneficial for me as sitting the fuck at home. I'm spending money. I'm losing sleep. I'm not. No, I'm not. But people don't realize, like, I'm a content creator. I could just sit the fuck at home and watch from afar and not get inundated with like terrorism allegations on a daily basis from Democrats, while on the other side I have fucking Republicans, like the Republican administration, also trying to set up like, federal fucking indictments. Like, it's not. I don't want to do this.
I don't think people think you're doing it for your bottom line. I think you're doing it because you want to, because you think it's going to help the candidates.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is,
somebody like that thinks, oh well, he doesn't help the candidates. We're going to kick him to the curb.
No, I think the people like that think that like their personal animus or their personal animosity. Their personal animosity that they've developed over, what they see on their Twitter timeline is what's like greatly impacting their analysis. Like they think that, my involvement in this race is like, playing a significant role when it's not. Like, I think it's more so because all these guys will tell you, if you ask them, like the campaigns will tell you, they poll my shit. Like they will poll my approvals. Like they're not going to make it. They don't owe me anything. You know what I mean? Like from their calculation, it's worthwhile. But yeah, another great victory for DSA member, 26-year-old Chris Gilmer Hill has declared victory over incumbent state representative Helena Scott in Michigan's 8th House District, Detroit, Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge. Scott, 66, came in third in her city council race last year. So there's another good victory for DSA as well right there, so that's good.
Chris? Chris Gilmer, no.
Yeah. Dude, it's so crazy. Okay. What time?
They said they don't know, but before 1.
So within 40 minutes.
Okay, question. It looks like Al-Sayed has a very good chance to win. What do you think about the traction these DSA candidates are getting? Well, I think it's crazy because that's what Trump said. Trump said, well, I think it's crazy because it's going to ruin our country. These cities are always filthy, dirty, no jobs, no anything, no money. They are always filthy, disgusting, dirty. I'm a clean person.
That's real?
That's what he said.
Like, he's a real clean freak.
Yeah, he is. That's true. Yeah, he is like, he's...
Yeah, it was a huge hurdle for him to start shaking hands in 2015.
Yeah.
He didn't like to do that. It's kind of why it's so ironic that he was so cavalier about COVID. Because you know that, like, in a perfect world, he would have been a huge master. Pure all everywhere.
Someone said this is turning into Lib Stalingrad. They're holding off strong.
I'm so...
It's
crazy. Do you think this was the pool party?
Yeah, I think it was the pool party.
Stop.
Yeah, I think it was the pool party.
No.
Oh my God, I can't stop refreshing. Okay, what are we looking at, chat? Give me some news.
How many people do you have tuned in right now?
Like 50,000?
Do you need a charging bank, by the way? You good?
Yeah, 50,000 viewers still. 10 hours in.
Do you need a charging bank?
You have like a good day usually, right?
Well, today is a special day. This community has been intimately involved in this race from the start. Sometimes in ways that, you know, I would not like to even be involved in this race as, but
It was around your appearance that you started to really catch fire, wasn't it?
yeah, that was the turning point for the race for sure. Like it was or at least that's what Mitchell and a lot of these other pollsters like directly pointed to. I'm good. Directly pointed to. But it wasn't necessarily because, and I keep stressing this over and over again, it wasn't because I'm like super popular or anything, but it was more so because like the media angling against Abdul as like the anti-Israel candidate in a way where they were like, oh, it's bad to be anti-Israel, it's bad to Hassan Piker is anti-Israel, Abdul Al-Sayed is anti-Israel, is a bad thing, brought in a lot of national attention to the race. And that's when people were like, no, actually, we're also that way. And then Abdul literally got in the first place and never got off first place from that point on. And I think that was when Mallory McMorrow's like more progressive voters, basically, her progressive support collapsed and immediately shifted to Abdul because she was the one who spearheaded that movement at the direction of some of these like centrist think tanks that thought she would be the Goldilocks candidate.
April? That was like early April?
Yeah.
I remember like as a candidate feeling like, oh, something changed.
Yeah, no, he went from third place to first place and then never stopped being in first place after that.
But even just like in our race in Utah, and probably other races too, like feeling like, oh, we can do things differently than we were before because we saw the reaction to that.
Yeah. And also, a lot of people will try to, like, look, a lot of people are going to look at this race and the take machine and the take economy is going to go crazy. But, like, what they have to literally look at is $70 million in ad spend and also the governor's endorsement, the outbound senator's endorsement, and, like, the endorsement of other, like, I mean, I talk to a lot of people in Detroit, community leaders out here. They don't, they don't think Jim Clyburn's endorsement was that relevant overall. But there are, I think it's the head of the Black Caucus here. His endorsement was like far more relevant overall for had a lot more sway in the black vote in general. So, what is this? Diamond hands on the Tega economy. And also, last but not least, it was the Obama endorsement. So you can put that in the bag. Like you can look at it as like a fake Obama endorsement.
The happy birthday wish today.
Yeah, it's so shameless.
that was horrible.
You go for end. I'm grabbing mail.
All right.
Then Abdul speaking. 4-1. Yeah, Abdul's gonna speak 4-1.
Like everyone being like, Abdul has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really got to come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you want to fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers or stay out of the race while, you know, trying to push the excitement in the opposite direction. Like, everyone is already doing the can El Sayed unite the Democrats? And that question is just, can El Sayed get the pro-Israel vote? Can El Sayed win over, not even the vote necessarily, but like, can El Sayed get the people and the groups and the NGOs and the consultants that have worked extensively for pro-Israel candidates to shut the fuck up about El Sayed being a terrorist for a long enough timeline so that, you know, we can consolidate the base and defeat the fucking Republican.
Thank you.
That's the real take. That's the truth nuke.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
How much do we think APAC is prepared to spend against the general election?
What?
How much do we think APAC is prepared to spend against the
$100 million. Easy. Like, 100 million plus.
All right. Let's take it down. How'd you know my job? Let's take it down.
Also, I'm fucked because it won't just be Abdul. They will literally be like, Hasan Piker is a terrorist. Here's his home address. You should drone strike it. Like they've done it. They've sent a drone. New York Post sent a drone to my house. Rupert Murdoch literally sent a fucking aerial drone to my house to take an overhead photo of it, and then they plastered it on the fucking cover. So that already happened. Again, didn't get enough national attention, no national endorsements overall. Like, in our experience, this works very well. Like the secret sauce is either Bernie or an AOC endorsement, DSA activity on the ground. Abdul didn't have DSA, but Abdul had Bernie and AOC and myself. So if we all work in tandem, that has been the secret recipe in all of these insurgent races, including ones where our candidates are getting outspent. Never 10-1, of course.
Do you think there's still a place for the WFP right now? Or do you think they're just getting completely outclassed by DSA?
No, I think WFP is still a very important organization in these efforts. Like, look, they don't have, they have money, they have access, they have connections. Like, I'll never discount any, like, I don't, the example I will use is Connie Chen. Connie Chen was running against Shoykat, right? The institutional left in San Francisco didn't trust Shoykat Chakrabarti, so they were like, we need someone else. And Connie Chen is not like a super progressive. She's progressive, very progressive for San Francisco, but like she's not DSA. She's not a socialist, right? and to be fair, neither Shortcut doesn't call himself social either, but Connie Chen in that race called me an anti-Asian racist and she wanted to win. And now that she won the runoff, she's in the running, I don't give a shit. I'll fucking endorse her. I'll go stump for her. I'll go door knock for her if she wants me to. She doesn't, I don't think. And she has a pretty close race so far with Scott Wiener. But I just want to win. I don't give a fuck. I want the most progressive person to win in every single race, which means I always want to defeat the Republicans. But I don't think the same intensity exists for a lot of establishment Democrats who are way, way more comfortable with losing to Republicans as long as, they don't allow their left flank to win. And I do worry about that. And I've been worrying about that regardless of how big of a blowout potentially the Abdul race might have been, right? And it didn't turn out that way. So they're already fucking hitting the, so they're already doing the takes. Look, Josh Kraushaar, Jewish Insider. These are the type of primary results that, win or lose, raise a lot of red flags surrounding El Sayed's electability. Black voters going big for Stevens so far. Brother, $64 million. $64 million.
What do you think Olivia Ryan was in that? She's in this.
I'm surprised that she hasn't come up to me. Oh, they're here.
We're missing another comment.
Vincent, give me something. Give me something. Give me anything. Give me anything.
You want
No, I want takes, man. I don't give a shit about anything else. I want numbers. Give me the numbers.
Donovan's in a really, really, really good place.
Yes.
Donovan's in a really good place.
Okay.
The next drop for Donovan it's possible it'll pull him down a little, but it's like a false. So people should prepare for that emotionally. But
okay, that's good to know.
Then the drops that follow that should be much more positive.
Okay. What do we think about Abdul?
I am not panicking, and nor am I we got this.
Yeah.
I'm in a chiller mood.
Okay. Where did, from your estimations, where did Haley Stevens overperform? You said it was rural.
Well, she clearly did very well with older black voters, which we knew was going to be the case.
Yeah.
And I think there was some idea of a dual overperformance that didn't fully come to fruition, which adjusted some of people's ideas. But she did really well in the rurals, in the smaller towns, in some of the mid-sized cities. You see on the map, right? So that's what's going on. But also, there's so much vote left.
I know.
Just gotta chill. But there's clearly a huge number of Donovan Stevens voters.
Yeah, no, we saw that when we were out there.
Yeah, we did.
So it's expected.
Yeah.
No, that has been one of the most interesting aspects of this race overall is that normally you have some sort of cross endorsement appeal across the board. It just did not work at all in this case.
I think it's all I don't want to make any.
No, but it wasn't a 100%.
No, for sure. I just mean, I think that Donovan and Abdul cross endorsing made a big difference for Abdul and Donovan with different.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just saying, normally you would. There's no when there's a DSA slate, it's just there's a website for it. You know exactly where your polling station is. You know exactly who you're voting for. Boom, boom, boom. Whereas and there's not a lot of split voters.
True. That's true. I believe that.
Where's Donovan?
Oh, you didn't see my text. So Donovan pivoted and is going home to his young children. But we have two fun guests for you.
No, it's fine. They don't. I don't even need guests. We're supposed to be leaving. I think this area is also the event space is also for until a certain hour.
Probably true.
Yeah. So
how long are you streaming for?
I'm just gonna stream until they kick us out, and then I'm gonna go back to the hotel and continue streaming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have fun.
I saw Politico. Progressives dreamed of a Michigan domination. Now they're sweating a tight Senate race.
It's just, they're entitled to do a little bit of pre-gloating on.
No, I think it's bullshit.
But it's also it's just funny because it's like, okay, what were we all saying in February?
No, it's still bullshit.
I agree.
It's 100% bullshit. You want to know why? $70 million. That's it.
True.
There's no reason to concede on that narrative in any way, shape, or form. Like, yeah, okay, internal posters greatly overestimated. And I guess the closest was like the Emerson one was like inflated as fuck.
But also, it's just there are many takes that are beginning to propagate in my head, but there's so much vote left.
Yeah.
And who knows if the fact that the polling that was so strong for him, that was a cluster of polls at the end, which also reflect voter preferences of voters at the end. So maybe it'll be less of an inaccuracy because we'll see huge shit. Like it's just very hard to.
But we don't know how they're. Wait, do you have an understanding of like what are they weighing? Like are they going by who voted when? In the
polling?
Yeah.
Well,
no. Are they weighing right? Like, is it weighed in the direction of like the closer you get to E-Day, the more the votes are going to be counted? Like right now?
So my understanding is the same, which is that it is not a situation where this is all mail, but it's like directionally true that the much more of the vote that is in right now is earlier vote, whether it be early in person or absentee. Like mail, it's heavily represented in this, but they count it in a mixed way. But the direction, like that truism of like the results will get better as time goes on is not a linear thing in this instance, but it is directionally still true. So I understand this vote to be, I know this vote to be, particularly in Wayne County, to still heavily overrepresent male.
Zachary Danini says, I have Abdul by 1.5 right now. We're in a situation where I just don't have that much insight into where Wayne is remaining, but it's not either of the candidates' strongholds, Detroit or Dearborn. The vote left in Ingham, Kent, Kalamazoo just isn't great for El Sayed. But at this point, he built his firewall, and then burden is on Stevens to figure out how she's going to close it. Still in the situation where I'd rather be Abdul, but we aren't that close to a call. To be clear, at this point, El Sayed is heavily favored. Maybe my wording is a little too soft. Above 1.5 point is like 23K margin, and he's up 37K right now.
Is the Wi-Fi password?
No, I have no idea.
Figure it out. Who might know?
Marquette County in, Abdul up.
All right, I'll be right back.
What? We're not a panic hand, chat. We're not panic hands. Marquette 57.9% for Abdul, 35.6 for Stevens, 6.4 for McMorrow. Can you go bowling on? No. 70% of total votes in, guys. I don't know. I feel like this is a lock. No, you're not looking at the percentages, and you're not looking at the different areas that they're counting from. I'm predicting a McMorrow comeback.
Oh yeah, everyone on election day voted for Mallory McMorrow.
If you vote for her, she can still win.
There's still time to spoil your. Well, if Mike Pence has the courage, Mallory McMorrow can still win this election.
No, I'm doing a January 6th in the state capitol for Mallory McMorrow.
Do you know what time that would be? So do you know what time he's going to speak?
Who?
I was here before.
Abdul?
Yeah.
If the race gets called, can you bowl against Vincent? No, I will be fucking going to sleep. I'm gonna knock myself out.
Wait, what's happening to me?
He said, can you bowl against Vincent if the race gets called? And it's not going to get called until fucking 4 a.m. anyway.
Are you really going to stream through the call?
I don't think so, but I'll see. I'm going to stream until I can't stream.
Okay.
And I'm on hour 11 right now. So.
Okay, here it just happened. So Sri just got boosted by 1.4% and Donovan down 1.4%. We're at 50% of the vote counted and Michigan's 13th. That's the false. That's what's supposed to scare you. Don't get scared. I'm good. How are you? So, all on track for Donovan McKinney. This is very exciting, Donovan McKinney.
That is very exciting.
Full slate victory is huge. Full slate victory is huge. That's what
We just had a 0.3 boost for El Sayed. Okay. I hate that the Wayne County's website is really, really bad, and it's really screwing with the dashboards. Yeah, this one's out of date now.
Mallory at 4%. Let's fucking go.
Are you all staying here? Are you going to the main room for Abdul's speech?
When's he gonna speak? Of course we'll go to the main room.
4-1, we're being told to go to the main room.
Oh, okay. Let's go into the main room. Abdul's gonna give a speech right now.
Come back here at least.
I don't know. I would take my stuff if I were you.
Coming in now.
You never know. We have to go inside for Abdul's speech. I'll do it after.
Oh,
right.
really?
How you feeling?
Very nervous, but still optimistic.
Yeah.
Nervous but optimistic.
Yeah, you helped Will Lawrence, right?
Will Lawrence, I just endorsed, and I didn't really do that much for Will. It's just mostly for Abdul and Donovan.
Yeah.
But he won.
Yeah, he won
Which
by
is really
double
great.
digits.
Yeah.
We're winning.
Yeah.
Donovan won? Official?
No. Will Lawrence. No, not yet.
Inshallah.
But yeah, I mean, it looks still pretty positive for Abdul. It's just unbelievable how much impact the 9-1 outspend has on a race, and it's already annoying because they're going to be like, oh, he's close because of Hasan. He would have like they're already doing it,
right,
which is crazy.
Right. If it's not meets expectations, it's your fault.
Yeah.
If you help, you had nothing to do with it.
Of course.
Right. Yes. Well, I'm gonna be on Sean Hannity, your boy Sean Hannity's show tomorrow.
You should ask him why he said he would have me on his broadcast and then never did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's ghosting.
Be like,
let me make a note of that.
Be like, you talk about Hasan every night. He does every night.
Yeah.
He talks about me, and he invited me to do his podcast, and then he bailed.
Really?
Yeah, and he just won't respond to our calls now.
Oh, you just gave me some good
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I'm looking for some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Right.
is it? Is it the podcast or is it the show?
The show.
Oh, good.
9
good.
p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah. That'll be awesome.
I'm excited.
These guys, I don't think they understand, like, you know. No, I'm not gonna say anything. We're on
Right,
camera.
right.
We're on
Oh,
camera.
there we
No.
go.
You're.
Oh, it'll be
he's
lovely.
gonna cook you. He's gonna cook you.
Yeah, I
Chris.
know. I'm
Chris,
shivering.
I hope you're shivering.
Yeah, I am. I'm very intimidated.
He's too powerful of force.
And his intellect is,
I know, it's out of this
It's
world.
intimidating is what it is.
Yeah. That's why I was like scared when he invited me.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And then I was like, such a sigh of relief I felt when he said, "Oh, don't," you know.
He really spared you.
Yeah, he did.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you guys can talk about fighting too. He's apparently he spars.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know how well, but he does spar.
Okay.
All right. Are we going inside?
All right.
All right. I think Abdul's gonna deliver a speech right now.
Okay. Let's do it.
Hi.
All right. I like that. I like that.
Hi, Hasan. Can I also be in the picture?
Sorry. Thanks, keep it.
I like just a small county like
Thank you so much.
I'm good.
Thank you. That's not my picture got screwed up. Do you mind if I one more time? Sure. Alright, thanks. Sorry.
Piker is here.
Is Abdul soon? Yeah. Oh, that way?
We cut the crowd.
All right. Thank you.
get better in rural areas? Sure. What's up? Nice to meet you, man.
She wants to get with you too. Yeah, Laura. Thank you.
What are we at? Good? No, I'll get down with this thing.
Nice to meet you. I've been watching you for fucking years.
Oh, yeah. I thought, of course, nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you guys.
Great content, man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Follow you, man. Appreciate you.
All right, where are we at?
Can I say hi to chat? I have a little message.
Lead's still growing.
So, we all know, we all love Rep Rav, one of the best socialists going to Congress right now.
Yeah, you were killing. You went to the convention, right, recently?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is very under-discussed is that the need to raise money does not stop when you win. In fact, it gets a lot harder. And it gets particularly a lot harder for elected officials of color, particularly black elected officials who are constantly neglected and forgotten.
True.
Especially by major funders in our ecosystem. And true. And we need to support Rep Rav and make sure that he has the ability to fund his transition, to stay strong against a future APAC challenge. You can go right now to actblue.com/donate/Rav website. I'm sure the chat can spam it and give this guy a little bit of love tonight because he is here in Michigan on his own dime fighting for our movement. We gotta back him up. He deserves it. He's always there for us. We gotta be there for him. I just shipped in $100 and I hope some folks will match me, but you know, if you can only give $1, if we all do it, it makes a massive difference.
Right. I appreciate it very much. It's good to see you. I keep bumping into you. So I know I'm in the right place. And the secret sauce is we keep showing up for each other when it matters most. And this is what solidarity looks like. Because there's a trope that this is about individuals, and it's not. It's not. It's about a collective victory. This is about movement. And what we're seeing here is the things that affect Detroit are the things that affect Lansing, Trenton, Harlem, Queens, Philly, Denver, on and on. And we keep showing up for each other because only we save us. We're not waiting for any saviors. We're not waiting for a political party. This is the work we do, and the real magic happens in between election cycles. But since we're in an election cycle, we need to make sure the right people win.
I think this race is also particularly important because no one spends $70 million for no reason.
Right.
There's a reason why this was a 9-to-1 outside expenditure race. And that was because it's a warning. It's not even about Abdul in that situation. It's just a warning for everybody else that dare to dream for a better future for Americans, that dare to speak out against the malign influence of corporations, that dare to speak out against the influence of Israel in our politics as well. It's a real threat. You just talked about, Vincent just brought up like how difficult it is to continuously fundraise as a candidate once you're in office. Like the entire system is fundamentally broken.
Right. Well, or the system, this is what the system is about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so we need to overhaul that, which is why it's so powerful that the folks who are winning believe in transformational change. We're not incrementalists. We believe we need to do this. Oh, what's happening?
It's just us. I think they're just showing.
No, this is exciting stuff because this is what the system was meant to do. And those of us who believe in systemic change, we understand that. And the people who are supporting it are glad to see it because we're not just doing the same thing playing around the margins.
I wonder, I really do wonder how we penetrate across working class neighborhoods, though, who very clearly still do watch TV and see the mailers, and it does work in making their decision for them in some instances.
But in most primaries, most registered voters don't actually vote.
Of course.
And who are the people who are going to reach them? It's those of us who organize on the ground, we're going to reach them. We can't give up, and we can't cede our power to corporate interests.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this, like, playing a more active role in elections this cycle, I do understand why it breeds so much apathy. It's such a cynical rat race that has very little to do with policies. I mean, I was having a conversation earlier about, like, what were the policy prescriptions that Haley Stevens had? And I can't tell you a single one. And it's not because I wasn't paying attention. I was paying close attention to things she was saying. And what's interesting is she didn't even have counter proposals to Abdul's proposal.
Right.
Like, she wouldn't say she's anti-Medicare for all.
Right.
For all we know, she might be pro-Medicare. Of course she's not. But like, that is so. I mean, that leaves such a cynical taste in my mouth.
That's the word I was looking for, cynical, right? And that turns people off. But then you have candidates like Abdul, and it inspires them.
Yeah.
Because, yes, he's very charismatic, very smart, but he talks about substantive things that have a visceral response to the average person. And my experience on the campaign trail, and not just for Congress, but for the 10 years leading up, people don't think in terms of left and right. They think about what moves us forward.
Yeah.
Right? And the things that move us forward are the things that he ran on, the things I ran on, the things that Melad Kiros ran on, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something that I think is very powerful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we need to run up the numbers to the best of our ability. And it's always going to be an uphill battle. I knew that already from the start. I mean, I'm still very, very optimistic about what's going on, about all of these races, including the Abdul al-Sayed race as well. It's just, no matter what people say from the outside, no matter what the results are, and I do still think that it's going to turn out for us, it's $70 million. There's so much money. So much money that could have gone to these communities. Like, it would have been better off if every single person that voted for Haley Stevens got a check in the mail for their vote instead.
Right, but that's not even the ethic of the people who put it in, because they just put it in a super yacht, something like that, right? So it's not really, like, that money would never be spent for anything good, because that tells you about the source of that money. But even if he wins by a hair, it's still a victory against $60, $70 million, and it proves the point which you and I already know, that organized people beats organized money every time. And I don't think she can buy her way into this seat.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking of? It reminds me a lot of union busting initiatives where a company will spend more money than what a collective bargaining agreement would demand in the interim in order to deliver a decisive blow to the unionization effort to begin with. Where that is, like, the message in that regard is far more important, because if you do actually unionize in your workplace, you have that collective bargaining capability, all of a sudden you can demand more, you can engage in work stoppages, all of a sudden you have power. And at the end of the day, in our current theoretical democratic process, your power does come from your vote. There are some people that are maybe further to the left than we are, or at least self-described, who cast aside the idea of participating in bourgeois electoral democracy in any capacity. But I think, and they're not, like, it's not a large enough force overall. I think a much larger type of apathy exists from people who check out of the system because they feel like no change is coming to them, who don't believe, right? But having said that, it's still so unbelievably important to be able to go out and vote. And my point always is, if it wasn't important for people to go out and vote, they wouldn't spend $70 million to stop you from doing it, or to vote in the direction of AIPAC candidates, in the direction of pro-corporation candidates.
But here's the other piece. It's not this candidate specifically, it's about what he represents. He's a Muslim. He can't, like, if he beats us, right? So they know that if he wins, AIPAC as we know it is cooked. It's cooked. Because if they can't buy off someone to beat a Muslim progressive, what are they standing on? They're standing on quicksand. So they need desperately for him to lose, and we need desperately for him to win, because his victory is a victory for working people.
100%. It's a victory for democracy.
Yeah.
Like, that's what corporate expenditures are. That's what outside expenditures are. It's an attempt to subvert the democratic process. And there is no clearer example of that happening than what we've seen tonight with the amount of movement that Haley Stevens was able to generate in an otherwise utterly policy-devoid agenda, like agenda-free campaign that she ran. It's mind-boggling to me. But we can't be discouraged.
I just want to be transparent. I hope you don't think I'm a sellout, but I spoke to Fox News earlier. Now, I went on an inherently racist corporate media outlet. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, but no one complains when a white Democrat goes on Fox News,
no, of course not.
right? Well, Bill Maher, right? So somehow this is inappropriate for us to talk.
Well, I think one of the things that I think drives people crazy is that I'm not accountable to the brands or the corporations that in other circumstances would be able to greatly moderate your speech to a certain degree. So I just say how I feel. And that, like you say, unbossed and unbought. And that is a terrifying prospect, especially when there's a tremendous number of people watching this. Like, that is a competitive platform with a lot of mainstream outlets. That's terrifying. Like, I understand from their perspective, I get why they would spend so much of their time and effort engaging in this disciplining operation to be like, fuck off, leave this field.
I'm not supposed to speak colorfully on those shows. I can say what I want on this. You have me on for longer than 5 minutes. They control that narrative. And you control your own because you're not bought off.
When Oliver Larkin went on Fox News and they were talking about like how undocumented migrants are doing child rape, like he just, like the host, the Fox News host just blurts that insanely white supremacist and totally false narrative out. And Oliver turns around and says, well, Donald Trump is a pedophile. And they were like, oh, we got to go to commercial break. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for coming on. See you never.
I love that. They're very thin-skinned. I love trolling those folks.
But it's good. It's good TV for them too, to be fair.
You're really helping their ratings.
Apparently. They don't stop talking about me.
I know.
Like what kind of a decisive final name message is it to be like, oh, Abdul El Sayed had Hasan Piker on the campaign trail. It's like no one knows who I am. And the people that do, well, there are people that are, ordinary folk like the ones in this room right now that like me for the most part. And the ones that don't are never voting for a Democrat anyway. So it's a very strange phenomena, but I think it's, like I said, it's a disciplining operation.
No, you're absolutely right.
Like they're like, oh, we can't unseat Abdul, so maybe we'll make like this media figure toxic so that there's no platform that people can coalesce around, that we can like, whip votes around or galvanize the base around. All right.
Thank you so much for your patience. It is now my great honor to introduce the man of the hour, Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Y'all, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? All right, y'all, look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. Movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling the state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. Yeah, baby. I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, nope. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. As I tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
Quack, quack.
smells like a duck. How am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got into business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You gotta come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. Across 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles I'd otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine.
Yep.
To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't reach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. For the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like 2 little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they asked, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks, and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. We should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Care for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
I've been following you since 2016, man. Thank you.
I got a copy if that's okay.
Thank you for coming out. You got a lot of us out door knocking, man.
Thank you for knocking on doors.
I'm a reporter with James O'Keefe. Are you familiar?
Yes, I am.
I want to ask you a question. What do you think about the going back and forth?
We were crunching the numbers nonstop.
Oh yeah, I had to look the lines in there.
Where's the exit route? Do you know? Oh no, I was asking her. I have to run. We're trying to be away from the crowd if possible. We can't go back in there? No. Right now we have the backstage access. Okay. All right. No, that's fine. All right. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but we should probably go out through the other side. What's up, man? Sure. What?
Right here.
Thank you.
Right here. Help this side. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
We're not going to leave yet. We're just going through the other side. Sorry. It's fine.
This way, this is next, guys. This way, please.
All right.
This way.
Hi, can I get us some people before we leave? Oh my God, thank you so much. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Can we get a photo with you?
Sure.
Okay. Who's got the longer arm? You got the longest arm.
Okay, quick guys, I have to go.
Never came to Michigan. You're never going to Michigan.
Yeah, no, it's great. Wait, all right, we gotta go. Quick.
Wait.
Wrong side. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Thank
All right, friends, thank you so much for coming out tonight. If we could ask that everybody make their way toward the exit, please.
Yeah, I did.
We got this.
You want to shake my hand, bro? Oh, so nice to meet you.
looking at the ground.
Actually, you know what? Let's just end it here.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Okay, guys. I'll be live tomorrow from Los Angeles, California. And it's been a very eventful night. I have to obviously get packed up and ready to go in a couple hours. So we'll end it here, if I can even end it here. And yeah, we'll break down. We'll have the final results by tomorrow, hopefully. And you know, I'll give you all of my insight and the take machine in approximately